forgive me. All right, let's see, man. Let's check it out. All right, ready, guys? Ready to ride today? Ride it out. So we're gonna ride out today. Yeah. Gotta be quick. This thing too. They all aboard. They just start. Boom. Exhibit. No, don't even say hi. Just all aboard. Exhibit. Blah blah blah. They start. The witness is walking now. Good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Friday. It's Friday. Friday today. I remember the other day, Lisa was in the chat, the mod, a really nice person. And I was still, I'm like feeling a lot better, but still, I have my, I'm all over the place, right? I have this kind of growing back in because when I go back to get a haircut, I think I'm going to leave this part, not cut it down because it's annoying times I keep shaving it. So I'm going to let this grow so I can cut it even, I think. But anyway, Lisa the other day, I guess when I was like 6, she comes in and she's like, it's like, Mel, you look wrecked. I was like, thanks. You ever get that? Like you're at work or something and somebody walks by and like, oh my God, you look horrible. And like, I mean, what are you supposed to say? Like, thanks? Or like, oh my God. I mean, what do you say when somebody says that, right? You look wrecked. I was like, all right. Amazing. Yep, I'm nosy. Thank you for the 2-month membership. By the way, I'm thinking of doing a members thing. I don't like this shirt. I liked it in the store. I don't like it now. It's like a fucking, like I'm draping like a blanket or like a, I don't know. I don't like it anymore. I think Sunday we're gonna do a members thing. Sunday we'll do a members stream. I'm thinking Sunday evening. I gotta figure out a time. You look horrible today. What's wrong with you? Ugh. You're seeing that? Like, what are you supposed to say? Like, okay. Are you okay? All right, L'Oreal. Wow, thanks. I feel great until and I actually was feeling fine. I mean, I was a little sick, but I was feeling okay. I love her. Look, Lisa's cool, but it reminded me all the times, like sometimes when you're at work and shit and somebody walks by or like, I don't know, they're just like, oh my God, are you all right? What's wrong with you? Like, are you sure you're okay? Jesus Christ. Oh. Thanks, Pretty Mess. Try to do the deeper voice. Pretty Mess. Is this a UV shirt? I don't know. It says salt water. Has some shit on the back. What do you got on the back? Something on the back. I don't know what's on the back. Something. Salt water, something. I don't know. It's alright. It feels, maybe it's because like the neck thing. I'm used to having like this whole thing open. It feels weird. Cottage Lane says, or when you actually wake up and do your makeup and then everyone says you look amazing. Like, what the hell? I didn't look amazing yesterday. Ooh, I didn't think that was a thing. That could be a thing for sure. Oops. True that. Friday, man. Good morning, man. Thank you guys for coming. Tammy's Clips, thank you for the membership. Tammy's Clips. So today we're going to be continuing with this whole video stuff. The video. Oh, by the way, I watched Crazy Not Insane. We watched it on Discord last night with the members. There was like 18 of us or something. I don't know. And I thought it was interesting. It was a really interesting thing. I'm going to have to rewatch it because I got distracted a couple of times. I was drinking wine and then Maddie a couple of times was asking for things. And then at one point I thought she was already sleeping and she wasn't. She came back out. She wanted me to like put her to bed. So I went and like I laid down with her because I thought she was going to go to sleep. Sometimes she just goes to sleep. I told her good night, she goes to sleep. But so I went and laid down with her and I fell asleep. I passed out. So I came like back towards the end of the documentary. So I'm gonna have to watch it again probably. But it's interesting. That lady, at some points, she seems a little cuckoo. Dorothy Lewis. Sometimes she seems a little cuckoo because at one point she was like, we could all be Nazis, we could have all been Nazis, each and every one of us, some shit like that. I'm like, what? What's fascinating? I want to know what drive. I mean, I understand like people with the fascination of like murder and stuff like that, or like somebody trying to study the mind of like a killer and what makes them do that and all that stuff. Some of it was weird. Some of it was really interesting. And there were some interesting cases that she covered, and they showed her like in some of the trials that she's been in. And I think a lot, or some of those people, they still got put on the death penalty or they got life sentences. There was one guy, there was this black guy that it was a really sad story. You could literally, what's interesting about the documentary is you can literally see this person like shifting between different personalities. And this guy, it seems so legit. I think it is a really good watch that people should check out, because you can actually see, because this whole thing that Tisha's doing, after seeing some of these people in that documentary, it seems like complete BS what Tisha's doing. And this guy, you could see him switching between personalities, and he had a lot of trauma in his life, and you actually feel bad for the guy. And she got that guy off of death row or the death sentence to just life in prison. And so some of these people with actual like mental issues, yeah, they shouldn't be let out, but maybe the life sentence, I don't know, versus death penalty, maybe depending on the situation, you know. But it was interesting. It really was interesting. Now, I somewhat like sometimes feel, I mean, it's weird because I feel like she almost doesn't go by the book, and I like that. I don't feel like, I mean, books are important, but I don't feel you should you're not allowed to think outside of a book, because then you're just thinking and doing what everybody else has told you, even if it's researched or whatever. They could have missed something. Maybe they got something wrong. Maybe there's a lot of things about mental health that's not understood. So I always thought that people that are fixated on just doing what you're told to do in a book and that's it, and you can't think outside of that, you're already fucking up, in my opinion, with that, you know? So I kind of like that she goes outside of the box, but at the same time, she has like this weird fixation that like, it's almost like all murderers are mentally ill or something.
We're having a delay this morning. I guess we'll just see what the physical condition of the defendant is. Did you get to talk with her at all this morning?
Briefly, like
on the way down.
On the walk down.
Okay.
It appeared a-hole to me.
Okay. Okay.
Drink some water here quickly, and there's no problem.
Okay. I guess we'll see where we are. We'll give her some time. We'll see where we are, and this morning maybe touch and go, and probably need a high sign of some sort if she needs to leave quickly.
When Deputy Roberts goes back over,
Yeah, we'll
something that signals her out.
Yeah, we just need to figure something out.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then court will be in recess for indefinitely, I suppose. Hopefully just only a few minutes, and then we'll see where we are.
So,
is there anything else that we need to take on?
What's going on?
Just so the court knows, we're going to be playing lengthy clips this morning. I think one's an hour and 14 minutes, one's just under an hour, and then the rest are shorter clips. So I plan on playing those longer clips straight through and then asking questions afterwards. So Dr. Torres probably will come back here like we've been doing in the past. So if something happens during a clip, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just let me know and we'll hit pause or something.
That's what I'm trying to. Yeah, because it sounds like that first one would be, and we play that first one, and then that would be about break time.
Yeah, I've got some introductory questions. We'll play that hour and 14 minutes, and you're probably right. We'll probably be close to a break.
Okay. I guess tell the jury that it's going to be a while, but a little bit.
No, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and check on the outside.
All right, we'll be in recess then, and go from there.
So I don't understand. Are they waiting on Tisha? Or is it the witness? Maria's out. I mean, I guess we could just chill. We'll just chill. But wow, what the heck? Mamma mia. Oh no. Is it Tisha?
Last day you wear a sweater vest.
Might be.
Good morning,
Until the
Pamela.
fall.
Not a sweater vest. This is a full sweater.
Well, but you know what I'm saying. It's, you know,
I was freezing here this time,
yeah.
Well, I don't feel like it's.
but you're right. It probably will be, but looks like it's going to get warm for me.
Thank God.
Oh,
Smaller.
We were gonna, like March,
nothing. Yeah. That's all
it was gonna be, a
Good morning. Good morning, Pamela. Thank you for the super chat. Says good morning from Alabama. Love your channel. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let me turn my volume down a little bit so I'm not blasting you guys' ears.
We live up in London.
Mandy, thank you for the super chat. Says, did she get her ass kicked? I don't know. What happened? They said defendant? Oh, okay. Whatever says they said defendant. Whatever.
Get windy and kind of cloudy last night.
Diggs, thanks for the super chat. Says Letecia is identifying as sick this morning. Ironic. Oh,
You know, about
loud.
35, 36 degrees.
Kerr Bear, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Evie Mac, thanks for the super chat. Snickerdoodle, thanks for the membership. I like that name. Why? Okay.
Can they hear what we're saying? Can we have them turn them off? I think those are on these.
Yeah.
Okay.
Snickerdoodle. Janet Letecia. Oh, Lord, Letecia? Janet Letecia. Thank you for the super chat. I def think the psychologist will spice things up. I think she is going to spice things up. She is. Acid the Terrible, thank you for becoming a member. Nelly77, thank you for the 2-month membership. Amazing. Thanks for resubscribing. Who the hell is that? Who that?
Off.
Oh, he's trying to mute it.
I don't know. They're off.
Oh,
People from my office are letting us know this would be.
they caught on. We can hear you. We know what's going
They
on.
shouldn't.
The lectern is still on, but that has to be,
Yeah.
but they may see, if they're hearing Mr. Young, that'd be accurate.
They heard me. I was talking with Will close to our table.
They shouldn't be.
We hear you.
Oh, yeah. Say something into that mic.
Mr. Allen,
Yeah, no, that's not on.
sweater.
Ms. Gratiano, you say something into that microphone?
It's your mic, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah, no, they're not on.
Well, you're on.
If you want, you can put them on the floor.
Okay, I just sent them a text to see, they just called me and said.
You can still hear them when they,
Yeah,
when they're, sitting there, cause I heard both sides.
yeah,
Put them on the floor.
I just got a message.
Okay, just put them on the floor. But unless it's.
All right. Okay. So Nelly, thank you for the 2-month membership. So thanks for covering the trial with us every day. Thank you guys for being here with me. Appreciate that. Oh, I gotta hit go live on Facebook as well. Angie Hutcherson, thank you for the membership. Cretan Kennedy, thank you for the membership. Tammy's Clips, I got that already. Thank you so much. Let me just go ahead go live for Facebook. Be right back. Go live. All right. You guys ready? All right. Let's see what they say.
And that. But if it feels like you're going to throw up or something like that, you need to let your attorneys know
Tisha.
when that feeling's coming on.
You're pulling a stunt.
Okay. Anything else?
Just one other issue. I'm not asking for the court to make a decision, but just, started thinking about it. I did contact Ms. Strobel, Debbie Strobel yesterday. She did confirm that she has documentation that she visited out on March 20th over WebEx. Our intent would be to call her just to verify that she had a visit, but not to go into the context of that visit and what it's about. I do not believe that would be a waiver of attorney-client privilege or open the door to either. And I'm just putting so that the court can consider this, and obviously the court's decision on the degree of waiver that would be is going to make an impact on whether or not we call Ms. Strobel or not. She is currently up in the Brighton office, the public defender's office. She would be available, but just notice as soon as possible.
Sure. Well, and I've been thinking about it, and here's what I can tell you. Because this is it's a first as far as I know, because of the COVID impact and because of WebEx, because prior to 2020, there was no WebEx at the jail. And then once COVID started, there was some. I might be inclined to allow testimony only that a visit occurred, for the simple reason that if this had been in 2019 and the issue had been raised and Mr. Young had come forward with the visitor log, it would have showed a visit. And I don't know that that necessarily would have waived attorney-client privilege. However, if there is any testimony that they found Gannon's body in Florida, I think that that likely would, because it conveys two facts. Number one, Gannon's not alive. And number two, Gannon was found in Florida, which brings in all kinds of issues about, well, when was the last time that the defendant knew that he was alive? When was the last time, or where was Gannon the last time that the defendant saw him? So that may be an issue. It's not something I'm going to decide today. I know you'll want to have an opportunity to make a statement on it as well.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make a brief record about that.
Sure.
This whole thing comes up based on the questions of Dr. Moore, in which the defendant was notified that Gannon's body was found in Florida. The gist of the statement that the defendant gave to Dr. Moore, whether she knew about Gannon's body being in Florida yet or not, is not really material. The material part of that statement is that she said she was never in Florida. Right. That's the important part. The subsequent cross-examination from Mr. Cook says, hypothetically, what if her attorneys walked in, which led to that whole thing about a walk-in visit. The issue of a WebEx visit is really immaterial, and the relevance of the statement, again, is her denying having ever been in Florida where Gannon's body was found, and we've obviously heard testimony that she was in Florida, very close to the place that Gannon was found. So I think going into a position of potentially piercing attorney-client privilege opens up a huge problem potentially for this case, 35C issues potentially as well. And I think because of the issues that I just laid out, I think it would be not a good idea for us to allow that kind of testimony in this case, given the circumstances that we've got here. Obviously, you've got a decision to make as to whether you allow a late endorsement or not, but I did want to lay out that factual basis as to why it's really worth going down that path with as much danger and peril that it would pose to what we're doing here.
Well, and I'm glad that you raised the argument in that fashion, because some other factors that I was considering here were, number one, throw out the evidence that that potentially places the defendant in Florida at the time that this occurred. There's also evidence that she was in Florida on other occasions.
Exactly.
So to state, I've never been to Florida. I mean, a jury could disbelieve this trip thing after Gannon's disappearance and still believe that she was in Florida some other time. The other issue is that when Mr. Cook was attempting to state certain facts, and I said, you can't do that. And he asked the hypothetical, if she had been there, and if her attorneys had told her that Gannon's body was found in Florida, would it make a difference regarding your opinions in this case? And the witness said no. So I just have to weigh all that out.
And I understand what Mr. Ellis is saying as far as I get it. Our position would be more that we were inferring that there could have been an attorney visit before. And then the way that the redirect came across, that the log showed that it wasn't there.
Right.
It was
Oh, I know that.
it was an attempt to make us look like we had been, dishonest with the jury regarding that, and so it would be more of a correction of that as far as like, and I understand it may not be the most relevant thing of all, but because it appears now that we were, intentionally trying to out a possible attorney visit, that would just correct that aspect.
Yeah.
And it would be solely for that. And I agree, it's a little tangential. But that would be what it would strictly be.
Yeah. And do they have records of the time?
So we have that, Judge. So
Oh.
there was a WebEx visit. It was at,
Okay.
I think, 12:30-ish in the afternoon on March 20th. For purposes of laying out that timeline, the media started reporting on it at about 12:15-ish. I'm giving you rough estimates here. Seems difficult to believe that they were able to get that information that quickly, get a WebEx set up, and then do all those things, but it could happen.
It's possible.
The point, though, is still that Mr. Cook, I don't think he was intentionally trying to mislead the witness, but he still used specific words, which was, what if her attorneys walked in?
Right.
That's the
No.
We were just talking about all this, baby.
The
We
other
talked
thing
about
that
all this.
It is verifying there was a WebEx visit by her attorneys at 12:30. The other possibility would just be a stipulation to them that her attorneys did have a WebEx visitor at 12:30 on 3/20, and then there's nothing else other than that. And I think that would solve, the issue. But part of, the thing is that things are fluid.
Right.
And we're getting information in proceeding on it. And the time frame and how we're presenting the questions is also different. Generally, generally it would be a walk-in visit. So if you're given information that there was a visit, and then the question is phrased that way because somehow I blocked disassociated that we did WebEx back. But so I don't think it was Mr. Cook doing that. But like I said, I think the judicial stipulation could solve all of the problems and not present some of the issues that we have. But I'll let, I said, that's just something to think about.
I think it's something that everybody can think about over the weekend.
Yeah.
And obviously the other issue would be, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the witness's name. That was Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore, I don't know whether she has the date, but I don't know that she has the time. She must have, because it's been referenced in in a lot of other questions. So there must be a time as to when she had this conversation with Ms. Stauch. And again, it wasn't immediately obvious to me at that point in time whether or not that conversation would have occurred before the WebEx or not. But there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. I think we can talk about it further on Monday. It's not a decision that has to be made now. It looks as though Ms. Stauch is feeling better. So I think probably our time would be better used by moving forward with what we have as opposed to debating what we might do and go from there.
Just to clear up your questions, though, about timing of everything. The WebEx visit on WebEx that day on March 20th was at 12:35. Dr. Moore's notes is dated March 20th at 6:27 p.m. So it would be after the visit from Ms. Strobel.
Thank you.
The one thing that I want to just have as a point of consideration is that if we then go into a stipulation or the court makes some statement to the jury about that there was a WebEx, there certainly there's no indication, and nobody's alleging this from defense, but we also don't want it to appear that we were misleading the jury, which we weren't.
Oh, I know that.
And if that sort of a stipulation comes in, that potentially could lead to a juror thinking that we were intentionally misleading the jury. And I know that's not Mr. Tling's intent. So we just need to think about those dynamics as well.
No, and I think that's fair. So we'll,
Maybe I'll talk to Mr. Allen, maybe we can come up with something. Something
Yeah.
that can satisfy both of us. Something, there was a WebEx edit, but the log that Mr. Young was looking at didn't reflect that. So, and we'll talk, and I think maybe we can come up with something to take this out of the courts.
yeah, and I know that, see, 320, that would have been right on the precipice of all of the changes. So it was new for everybody.
It was.
So, okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. It sounds like you're going to ask Dr. Torres some questions. Dr. Torres, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Does he have a trash can? Does he have a trash can? Okay.
Okay, let me fix the cams now. Let's fix the cams. Ooh. Let's see. Tisha. Oh no, Tisha. Tisha. Say that you love me, you crazy bitch. Oh, Tisha. Let's see. Let me just, I'm gonna fix all the cams while we're waiting. Tisha. Oh, she's sick. Oh no, Tisha ain't feeling well.
All rise for the jury,
Y'all
please.
seen that? He's checking the temperature. Satan's temperature.
It's tolerable.
What you expect? Oh no, Tisha. Oh, we gotta make sure Tisha's okay. Tisha ain't feeling well today. What's wrong, Tisha? Tisha. Oh, you ain't getting out of this one, baby. You ain't getting out of this one. You ain't getting no medical.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay, but has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand.
Seen that shit?
No response. All right. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Dr. Torres. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thanks, Shannon. Good morning, Dr. Torres.
Good morning.
We're going to show a longer clip here of your forensic interview with Ms. Stauch here shortly. But before we do that, I want to ask a couple questions about the forensic interview itself. And you as a forensic interviewer, a forensic psychologist, what are you trying to accomplish, especially when you ask an individual about the reason why they're there, the crime or the event that happened that puts them in that situation?
At this part of the evaluation, what we're trying to do or what we're trying to get at is the defendant's story, their perception of everything that had happened to them, what they were thinking, what they were feeling, what actions they took. This is important to an evaluation of insanity because as an evaluator, we are trying to get at what symptoms of mental illness, if any, might be impacting those emotions, those behaviors, intentions, motivations, and the perception of reality at the time of the actual offense. So it's important for us to get from the defendant's own mouth their story.
And so is part of that role where you may ask them questions, much like a lawyer might do in a cross-examination? Wait a minute, you said this on such and such day. Now you're saying this. What do you mean by that? Is that something you would do in a forensic interview?
That can come up, and it's going to depend upon what the inconsistencies might be. there can be inconsistencies that are maybe less relevant to the particular
Excuse me.
issue of sanity, in which case we might not ask questions about that. But if there are inconsistencies that are important to our understanding of what they're trying to communicate to us, then we will ask about it.
And in Colorado, would it be common practice to have an attorney present during this forensic examination and the attorney cross-examine the subject on inconsistencies and things like that?
That is not common practice.
And why is that?
I believe I may have mentioned it the other day, and we don't allow attorneys to be in the evaluation room, particularly because we have concerns that they might try to interfere or try to influence the defendant one way or the other. This would go for defense or prosecution. Since we're there as neutral evaluators for the court, we want to have our own opportunity to ask the defendant questions.
And during the course of a defendant, and we'll just talk about Ms. Stauch for now, as Ms. Stauch's telling you the circumstances surrounding the event, and then the actual event according to her itself, are you or Dr. Gray suggesting potential mental illnesses that may have occurred during that event?
No.
Why?
Again, we're not trying to feed the defendant or Ms. Stauch any particular information that she could then give back to us as it pertains to issues of mental illnesses, diagnoses, symptoms that might be present. We want to get her version as purely as she's able to give it to us.
And would that be standard practice for forensic psychologists, forensic psychiatrists, Friday, in Colorado, not to do that, not to suggest diagnoses to the subject as you're interviewing?
Correct.
And so with that, Dr. Torres, we're going to play this video clip. It's about 1 hour and 14 minutes long. You're more than welcome to sit back here during it if you like. But Your Honor, at this time, we would be publishing People's Exhibit 725 in its entirety.
Over here.
Yeah, we're going to play it from over
So
here.
she's going to step away. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger, maybe.
All right, so this may be the most difficult part of the day. To talk to us about what happened on the day of the event. Maybe things leading up to it.
Yeah, sure.
Where do you want me to start out?
Sorry.
Well, where do you think it begins?
Well, I already told you guys before that I was going to leave, right? And I was just waiting to get everything in order. Get back somewhere else where I could be, mentally okay and not have to deal with like these people that wanted to find out about this car accident. So I had to escape from them. So I started planning to get a place to stay. And I was going to work as a flight attendant, get all that information like I told you guys for landed back. Then stopped working at my job. I thought I was going to stay again. the job, but I wasn't because I still live in Colorado. So no matter where I live in Colorado, the mob, the mafia, I got people looking into it, investigator to find out where he's from, but I had to get away from him. You know. So I got a new job and all that, was getting ready to go work as a flight attendant. It came back in January, you know, I think it was around like the 9th or 10th, I think it was, when I picked them back up. I picked them back up from the airport. That was that, like, you know, transition period, getting everybody back, you know, in the mode, in the routine and all that that was. Then we went on this cruise. We went on a cruise on January 16th. With me and Albert, and the kids stayed at home by themselves with Harvey and the babysitter. And it was weird because, well, I get to the port for Lauderdale, but they had lost my bag. So I was like freaking out, thinking that one of these people had took my bag, because I changed my whole route of where I was going. So instead of going on that one cruise, we hopped on another cruise, because I didn't know if like they had got my itinerary for where I was going. And the kids were at home, you know what I mean? So I changed my whole itinerary to go to Palm Beach, because I really went to Fort Lauderdale. And I kept telling Albert, I was like, I thought I saw that guy, like, I know they're following us. And he was just like, no one's going to go to that stream over a car. Right. So we end up going on the cruise. I changed the whole route and everything. And we come back from the cruise. Well, the moment I get back from the cruise, Gannon approaches me and he says, he was like, your friends came by in that black car looking for you. So I started freaking out because I know it's the same black car they came to Red Elementary in and search and find me. So I told him, I said, look, can you explain what the car looked like? I wanted to see if Edgar has a black car too. So I was like, well, it could be Edgar's car, you know. So he explained the car, and it definitely wasn't Edgar's car because Edgar had the Beamer. I just started getting, my paranoia was getting really bad. So I wouldn't go to the mailbox. I wouldn't go wherever. I was going to work. And I was putting, like I said, the visors up in my car because I thought that they could see me. I'd go take breaks at work and freaking out because I just started this job at District 20 and I didn't want them to think, like I was just losing my mind or something. So I'd go to my car and try to like figure out what to do. So fast forward, those were like 2 or 3 days. It was Lena's birthday, January 22nd. So, we're celebrating her birthday. Well, I rode all the way to get Albert's mom because I was scared to stay at home by myself. Like, I didn't know if they were going to clear our house or not. Prior to that, like, I got in trouble with the Colorado Sheriff's Office because I made a call to 911 and told them I thought somebody was in the backyard. Well, they send people out and they find out that there was nobody in the back. They say there's nobody. I don't believe it. They look at my alarm status and they're like, you could get in trouble for making false reports to the police, right? This was right in that time frame. And so I rode to the airport to get Albert's mom on Lena's birthday, and I basically wouldn't like leave out of people's sight, you know what I mean? Like people that could be around that I knew could help protect me or whatever. Fast forward on a couple of days, I was trying to go to work. This would be all over the place, And so January 26th, that was the day that Kobe Bryant had died in a helicopter crash. And we were going to go to church that day. Well, there was this guy who was saying he was Michael the Archangel now. That's why we didn't go to church on January 26th. It was a Sunday. Now, first of all, I told y'all where my faith is in Jesus. We had a business card that said Michael the Archangel. So I'm like thinking, I even asked my, attorneys this, and they've asked me back and forth, like, why do you think this man was doing this. He was trying to keep us from going to the church, you know? Turn the car around. And so we're just gonna go on the hike because, you know, Kobe Bryant died. I love Kobe Bryant, you know. We'll just go on the hike instead. So we're on the hike on January 26th. And I'm like talking to the kids about everything, and the woman was wanting, he knew I was packing boxes. As he like knew about the flight attendant job or whatever. Wanting to go with me. And I said, geez, you have to wait till Wednesday. I said, because I'm gonna talk to your mom to make sure the flight attendant stuff is through, whatever. Well, when we were on this hike, as we were talking about this, you know, like I think that happened earlier with the whole Michael the Archangel. That's when something started telling me that we don't have to be a white family to jump, because if it be a black family, it would never make TV. Which you guys know that would be definitely true because there's a lot of racism still in the country, you know what I mean? So throughout the day, like this kept happening with the whole Michael the Archangel guy, you know? And I'm like, why is this? I didn't know if the people were getting him to come as as Michael the Archangel and get him to come there, if it had anything to do with this guy from the accident, that was the leg accident or what. So finally I told the kids, I said, look, let's just go on home. You know what I mean? Like the day's been too much of a hard day. Let's just go. Gannon was complaining with his stomach because he had like food all over. Whatever. Yeah, like I told you, his back down at problem. Well, we get ready to go home. I hadn't gotten dinner yet. So I leave him and bathtub, he's taking a bath or whatever. Me and Lena go get food, have meals, do whatever. Probably was at work. So we come back, feed him, do everything, you know, like a normal thing. My mind is still sitting there about this whole, I feel like it was God trying to tell me something, you know, this whole arching. You know, so my mind was stuck on that. So I was like, let's call it an early night, guys. Let's just, you know, accident happened that day with the whole helicopter. It was just like not a good day that normally we have on pilot. So then we leave. I'm like, we'll go get happy, let's come back. Call it a night. And I'm in the bed, just like relaxing or whatever. And I hear the alarm on fire, 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 fire. So I just am immediately freaking out. The next 30 minutes of that, 30 minutes-ish, was a glare. You know, like a glare. So like, where I went, like I went into protection. And I got the dogs, Lena, and took her outside because they were the first people I saw upstairs, you know what I mean? So I was thinking get the safe people out first, you know? But I'll come back and get ready to run down the stairs to go back to get G, and I had socks on. So I slipped down the whole stairway or whatever. That's how my blood gets on the baseboard. I bust my head against the baseboard because I was running so fast down the stairs to get down to where I see smoke at this point. As soon as I see the smoke, I go into panic mode. Like, I was like having flashbacks of, you know, like all the fires I've experienced. I went back upstairs, went back out the front door again, and then realized Gannon's downstairs. Go back downstairs. And then I went back down the stairs again, and Gannon's on the sofa, and the fire is around the sofa. So I reach over to grab him, and when I do, he was like wrapped in the covers. So I grabbed the covers, I pulled the covers, and when we both go back on the fire, last part of that was just being down on the fire. I didn't remember anything again until we were in the truck, but all of us were safe in the truck. So like, I don't remember running out at that point in time. I know that I did because the alarm doorbell camera showed that we run out the house. But I don't know if I just like disassociated, if it was just so traumatic. I don't know what happened from the time we went down in the fire to going out to the car, except my doorbell, like, you know, the cameras and stuff. So they have camera footage. I go out, we get in the car, and I just pull off. Because again, you know me, I'm a runner. That was it, to just run away. He's hysterical, Lane is hysterical. I'm trying to figure out what is going on. Is the house burnt down? Do we have a house to live in? You have to remember, for me, a fire is this size, and it's huge to me. So I go back to this house because there's this fire. But like, the gas tank was on empty, but someone kept telling me, just keep driving. Your car's just going to go on empty anyway. Just keep going. Don't worry. Your car's just going to keep going. Don't worry. Somehow, in between that time, I end back up to the house. Again, that was a gap that I don't remember. But I text Harley according to the messages and says, it's okay, there's a fire, everybody's okay. And I send her a picture of the fire. Harley's freaking out, like, okay, I'm on the way home. Is Gannon okay? I said, and I wrote her back on the message, and I said, he has some burns from the fire, but everybody's okay. So Harley comes in, the house is like, smelling like smoke or whatever. We're opening windows or whatever. Harley basically took charge on that part. She started just opening windows. I'm like, Mom, it's okay, calm down. No, I was all hysterical all over the place. And they all wanted to, like, everybody just sleep together, you know, because to me, all I could keep thinking about was, if I couldn't have got to Gannon, he'd have, like, burned up on the fire, you know what I mean? So I was just all over the place. Well, we all decided to lay on the sofa together. That was on January 26th. So we're all just laying on the sofa together, just trying to, like, figure out the plan. Like I said, it's okay. I said, I'll have one of my friends. He goes by the name Guam. I'm not going to give his real name. I was like, I'll have one of my friends Guam to get somebody to come over and fix it. Not going to be a big deal or whatever. And then that's where this whole, like, video goes on. And about the fire, why did he set it, you know, whatever. I remember I told you earlier, I record everything. I wanted to have that too, you know. I didn't know how it started. I was upstairs when it started. And so he's telling me that he set the fire, but he didn't mean to set it. It was like all of that. So we're just trying to come up with a plan to fix it. Now, you look at the video, people took it out of context. When I say we can sell the sofa, I don't mean you can look at our house. We have plenty of them. You guys need the country is flame top, meaning we can get a new sofa. You know, so that got taken out of complete context of what we were saying. So you guys think my mental state, I was all hysterical. Well, we all were just on the sofa. I was like, I'm gonna get someone to come fix it or whatever. That's totally fine. They squad the number to the garage. I said, hey, I'm going to go to work tomorrow, kids will be going to school. If you can get someone to fix it, just replace the carpet, whatever, I'll pay you whatever. So, like, I have memory, you know, out and in up until then, right? But where the gaps came in was what happened during that time frame. So I hear the garage open at some point during the night. I don't know if I was having a nightmare, or I don't know if the garage was really opening. I don't really know because I was so heightened about this fire. So I kept going through the house thinking that there was someone in the house. And I kept running up down that the freaking garage kept coming open. I'd open the door to the garage, nothing. I didn't see the garage being moved or anything. Again, I don't know. I remember coming back in the house and I was just like, I woke up again. I guess that's when I text my boss. I don't remember this part. The message went to my boss that said that my stepdad had died. I remember my stepdad died when I was 19. But I didn't snap back out of it until later on. That really wasn't the same day that my stepdad had died, right? So then I think I hear somebody in the garage again. Okay, well then I go out to the garage and I tell Harley, I said, Harley, I'm going to shut the door to the garage and lock it, you know, because if you shut the door from the inside and you come in through the garage, like nobody could get to the inside. And I was like that paranoid, you know. So I don't remember, but the doorbell cam, I'm like walking out, I guess looking in the yard, just trying to figure out what's going on. But then I remember being in the garage naked. And so I don't know who was in my garage. So when I talked to police, that's how all the stuff came about being raped and stuff, because I don't know if I'm having a flashback of that. I don't know if someone was really in the garage. To me, someone was in the garage because I was naked. And when I say naked, like I was in like an evening bra, like, you know. And I knew the door had been closed earlier, but why was the door open that I had locked earlier in the day, like early in the night? But when I get like that and I think somebody's around or whatever, I go into protective mode and I'll walk the whole time and I'll watch the yard and I'll be like on the zone of thinking someone's coming in the house, you know. I don't know neighbors in Colorado. Like I knew in the corner where I could call a neighbor, you know. And so the next thing I remember is Lena coming back in to brush her hair, which would have been at least 3 hours later, okay? I'm basing this on my cell phone records, you know what I mean? I snapped out of it when Lena asked me to brush her hair. Now, you got to remember, like when Maria comes, they're in that world, but like they're not, it's protected, you know what I mean? I don't remember sending anything to the boss about my stepdad, you know what I mean? It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So Lena gets up and I remember brushing her hair and I come back and I'm like looking around and I was like, oh, there was a fire. Why was I in the garage? Why was I this? That's when it started being like, did I dream this? Did this really happen? You know what I mean? So I go out to the garage, you know what I mean? That's when I grabbed my head and there was like matted blood on my hair. So I knew that I had really fell down the stairs. Like I had thought I fell down the stairs, you know what I mean? And so the matted blood was on my hair or whatever. And so I just kept like messing with my hair, like trying to figure out what went on. Well, I knew Gannon had burns on his arms. I evaluated him that next morning when I snapped back into it. I didn't think that it was enough to go to the hospital or whatever. Because I was leaving, I had an extra cell phone. It was the phone I put in the dog food when I got arrested. So on that phone, I called in. That's how the call came in that Gannon wasn't going to school that day. They couldn't figure out like where this call came from. That's because it came in from the extra phone. Told him that Gannon told me he still was doing he's upset. He doesn't want to smell around the kids when he has this accident. So we stayed out for the day. I realized on my phone that I had sent that message to the boss, and I was just like, what is going on? Like, I didn't remember sending it, but I don't know why was I thinking about my stepdad, what was going on, and I kept having these. At this point now, it became flashbacks in the garage. And I was like, who was in the garage with me? But the whole time it was about Eduardo, which is the guy that Guam got to work to fix the carpet or whatever. That's who I kept like having flashbacks with in the garage. So we go forward, whatever. I told Gannon, I said, he said he wanted to stay home. I said, no, you said my friends in the car came by. I don't want you here by yourself. You're going to go with me. I said, go grab your cover. You're going to go with me for today. I don't want you here by yourself. Now, typically, I let the kids stay home by themselves because I researched Colorado law and it says that it was up to the parents and their discretion of how I could even had to stay home. So I never had a problem with it. They would get off the bus before I get home, no issues. We had an alarm, you know, they had cell phones, everything. But so my paranoia was so bad that I was like, no, they're going with me today. So we did the cover. I moved the cars. Yeah, don't remember that part, but it's on the camera. Moving the cars. And I drive the truck for the day. I go get a bike. Part of the moving process will be boxes like that. So I was glad that the truck was left for me to use. You know. So me and him get in the car. I think it says around like no, before we get to 10 o'clock. Albert never writes us back at all that night about anything. So the next morning, and he's like, oh my God, I'm fired, right? And I looked at my phone and I didn't see anything. So that's why at first I thought that the fire really happened, because I never got a message back from Albert, you know. But then that morning, he messaged back, and I said, yes. I was like, he's okay. So that's when I sent a picture of Gannon in the bed that morning. Okay? So I was like, yes, he's fine. He's laying down. You know, he didn't go to school today. I called it in. And I'm not going to work. I didn't go into explaining to Albert about me sending the message and losing my mind, don't know what's going on about. I don't want him to be like, you know, freaked out 1,000 miles away. So I told Gannon, so let's just go out shopping for the day. Remember, we go get coffee that morning. We go get like Dunkin' Donuts. I think they had me at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't remember going to the gas station, but they had me at the gas store. Just basically going about shopping for the day. However, when I get to the PetSmart, these black cars come by PetSmart. And you'll see cars on the freaking camera at PetSmart. Gannon's got his switch in the car laid out. Remember, I told you, he had burns in his arms and a few right here. Now, when I say they were very small, we're talking like centimeters, okay? They were anything that you would think that they needed medical attention. The car comes by PetSmart. So you see me on the cameras at PetSmart running back to the door, like looking out. My first thought was I wanted to make sure Jude was okay in the car because he was playing in his switch. Well, the car came back by. I go back in the PetSmart, come back to the door. And like if you watch the camera footage of the PetSmart, you see me going back and forth to the door. Like, because how did they know where I was at this point? And that was Edgar's car because Edgar has a Beamer. Okay. And it was not a Beamer. So I leave the PetSmart. I think they said I bought something again. I don't remember. I leave the phone. Now this is the only phone I had, which was Gannon's phone, because I was trying to hurry out to the car. And so I leave the phone at the PetSmart according to the GPS on the phone. So we go out and finish the day. We get Valentine's candy, and I'm like questioning Gannon the whole time of like, anything else when they came to the house? What did they look like? You know, like trying to get the best information I could get out of him because he was pretty good at like his age, like, you know, like, okay, he's little. Like, if you say, was it a purple shirt? And he was, no, it was not purple. It was blue, purple stripe. That's, you know, so I knew I could get good information from him. But then we were driving on the back road, okay? The only reason we took a back road was because this road called 25 was backed up. And so we took a back road to go to Castle Rock. And this guy lived in Castle Rock. We go up and look at the site. Then we're going to ride by this address that was on that police report. And I was going to ask him, please stop. Like, whatever you want. Did you want money? Like, I didn't do anything to your car. I wasn't involved in this accident. Like, you have all my information. Now, the insurance had already deemed I wasn't responsible for it and that I was on a plane. So I was going to think about, you know, like, talking to this guy in Castle Rock. I probably would have chickened out when I got there, but that was my mindset. So we go on this back road, which I think is called County Line Road. We go on County Line Road, and Gannon talk about, remember the road with the castles, and so I'm like looking for the castles to try to like show him the castles, because there's like some castles that are like, then I got mixed up, and I was like, oh shoot, I don't have a cell phone to see how to get out of here, because remember I leave the cell phone. And so I couldn't figure out how to get out there. So I'm like doing U-turns. And then I freak out because I thought the guy walking was my stepdad. So that's why I was telling the police and the people that I was trying to like back the car up and go back forward because he could be dead. I don't know if it was just from that morning because I sent my boss that text message or what, but he was on that road. So I backed the car up, go back again, and I'm freaking out because he should be dead. This point is when I realized I'm not stable enough to be big fights, just going to talk to people or anything. So I parked the car for a minute, take a break or whatever. I don't know how long the break was. I remember taking the break. I remember him tapping me on the back of the shoulder, like, geez, we gotta go, like, gotta get Lena from school. That's when I snapped back into it. And I remember driving the car back out the highway, like out of the county line road to go back to the house. I remember I told you I was talking again throughout the day. He said something about these kids that were bullying. Not him, but Lena. And Albert wanted him to go do something to these boys. So him told that Lena got hit with something. I was going to go talk to that kid. That kid's mom lived on Wando. So we come back into the neighborhood, into the part where Wando Drive was at. Now, rewind a few days prior to that, him and the kid had been called. They're like the Smarty candy and the like rolls. Well, they had been called a few days prior, like fashion the Smarty candies, and like they were doing drugs or whatever. My opinion was he should not hang out with kids. Albert was different. So I was going to go try to talk to this parent. But once I had this whole, like, thought my stepdad was on that road, I freaking stopped the car at Wando and Gannon, how about you do this? Because he wanted a video game. I said, why don't you go to the mailbox, get the mail, and do your lap, and I will buy you that $60 game you wanted. Even they know we have been shopping and I only bought him a $20. So I told her I'd do points. And I was like, give you points to give you the $60 game. So go to the mailbox and do your laps or whatever. So I don't know if Gannon got back in the car with me then or Gannon walked back to the house then, but we end up back at the house on January 27th. So if you see the videos, you see me like pull in, drive back, do all this stuff. I don't remember all that. I don't know if I still thought that I was trying to like, what was going on with stepdad. I just remember I went in the house and I just sit down and was like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? The alarm says I kept going to the back door and all over the house and like up and down and around and whatever. Well, what threw me off was when I got back to the house, right? The alarm showed there was motion in the house, but there couldn't have been because I set the alarm before I left, but I put it on alarm stay. Because the dogs are in the house, people would say that could have been what triggered the alarm. No, our dogs are in crazy. That's not what triggered the alarm. Couldn't have been. And so I ran downstairs thinking, okay, well, maybe Guan had Eduardo come over here and fix this, carpet or whatever. So I ran downstairs, whatever. At some point in time, like I said, I don't remember Gannon walked back from the box and drove back with me. But Gannon comes back into the house, said he's going to go play on the game. And I said, did you do your laps? And I remember us having that conversation. Then I go back upstairs to work out. What the police have about January 27th is absolutely not true because it's January 28th. Okay? So the day goes on through that. Right? Everything happens. I don't know where Gannon's at. Call the police. All that was going on. Everything that happened on that time zone was gone. They've been in our house with, I think it was like 15, 20 body cams. You can clearly see, and I've watched these body cams until I've made myself sick, that you can see these body cams come in and nothing is out of order. Nothing is happening. Nothing is wrong at all. And I've watched them over and over and over till I've obsessed on them, you know. When Harley comes home, Lena come in that day, we were going to go eat sushi. Gannon is not a fan of sushi. So at this point in time, I'm like, we'll figure out something else to get. Gannon usually is home by the time that if the sun's not down, it'd be 6 o'clock. But it was raining. So we get in the car, they have us on the car raining, like leaving in the rain. So right there across the street, ask this neighbor if we've seen him. No, you haven't seen him. So we pull back up. I start freaking out. I'm pacing the house. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Because I'm like, he's doing this flipping hiding challenge. Now, reverse back to this hiding challenge. They have a YouTube channel. YouTube channel, their mom and stepdad made. And like, if you find their YouTube videos, Cool Kids Tube is their YouTube channel. They would do these hiding challenges where like Elena would be in the box. And they would pretend like they were getting shipped all these places. We went over the room with it, me and the mom. Nothing we thought was bad about the kids want to do YouTube videos. Flashback forward. So I said, he's doing this hiding challenge. So at first, Reese was talking to me. I'm just sitting there like, man, he said, do you want, and I know this because I saw it on the video, do you want me to check the house? And I said, yes. Because I knew my challenge Lisa trained. You can't tell me this many police came in the house and didn't find him. You can't tell me that. That's because it was not true. So they went and did all this, whatever. The night goes on. Robert calls me back, and I'm a wreck at this point. I'm telling him about this craziness, and I'm telling him about the garage. It's all over the place. All those stories, it kind of like started like throughout the day. It was convoluted. Rain was all over the place. And I'm going back and forth like this and the fire. So he sends the officer back to check on me. According to the report, the officer comes back to check on me. And at this point is when I got scared. At this point, I know Gannon enough to know when his meds wears off, he's going to need everything. At this point in time, we haven't even eaten dinner. I haven't even fed the kids. We never even made it to our dinner trip. So that's when I became really, really, really worried. All of us are in the house, and we're like, they went on different searches, whatever. I stayed at the house to make sure of anything, you know, like if anyone called, if anyone done anything. That was the last thing on January 27th before it hits January 28th. January, you'll make it on January 28th. Do you want to keep on January 28th or did you need it? Okay. So then January 28th, which would hit 12 a.m. in the morning, right? The January 28th comes on. There's people like, whatever, there's a knock on the window. My bedroom window, right? I had decided that we were going to all sleep upstairs. The reason for that was I get paranoid like that, and the only way I can protect Hardy and Lena is I have them near me. You know what I mean? So I'm like, look, all of us are sleeping up here. We're going to all be up here. I knew I wasn't going to get much sleep, but for the kids, they were going to sleep upstairs. I dozed off for a minute. There was a knock at the door, being at the window. So the knock at the window happens, and I literally go to the window, but I don't see anybody. I remember getting in the car, driving out, because maybe that was Gannon, maybe it was. Yeah, video shows me driving out of the neighborhood, out of the yard, but coming right back, or whatever. Or I can't remember. I don't remember that part, but I do know the video shows me going out to the car or something. And I come back inside. I keep hearing the same loud noise. And so I'm laid out like this, hear the same loud noise, and I know Edgar was on his way back over. Edgar wasn't going to be there when the police was there. Because he didn't want any problems or whatever. He was like, I'm going to just go out and look. What does the black car look like? I knew Edgar was going to be on his way back over that morning because they were going to help me move all the stuff to Florida. That was his whole plan, to show back up that morning anyway, not even knowing what had, like, that Gannon was missing. So Edgar was coming back for that morning anyway. So I thought Edgar was getting there early or whatever. But I didn't see him out there outside. When I laid on the sofa like this, heard it again, I freaked out. At this point, I think someone's in the house. Now, I didn't have my handgun on me because when the police came earlier, if you look at the footage, they had my handgun was in the car. They searched the car, searched everything on the body cams. And this is what we came up with between, me and like putting details together my team. My handgun was in my car because it was on the video. So I don't know if I went in the back door or if he came in through the garage. But I kept telling him I keep hearing someone in the house, and he was like, no, you're just paranoid, you're just afraid, you don't know where Gannon's at. So again, me, Edgar, Angelica, that's Edgar's family, and Lena were all in the house. Harley, Lena, I think Angelica was laying down, and Ty was on his way back. Ty goes to school in Florida. Ty was on his way back here. Whenever that noise again, I realized my handgun is in the car. I never drove my car, it was in the car all day. Me and Edgar jumped up, okay? I hear it, and I start going down the stairs slowly, and I went back up the stairs. And I was like, down the stairs. Now, I don't know who's downstairs, what's going on. I don't even know if anyone's in the house or if it's just the people looking or what's going on. When we go back down the stairs, Edgar has the other handgun on him. Crossing over the front stairwell is someone in it looks like a cape. Okay? So it's like a cape wrapped around them. Goes straight into the back bedroom. As soon as I see him go to the straight back bedroom, I'm going to instantly go into protection mode. I went to go grab the gun from Edgar because I thought the person in the cape, I didn't know who it was. It happened with the whole Michael the Archangel. The whole thing had happened with my stepdad. And when I grabbed it from him, the gun hits me and then hits the person in the cape. At the time, I didn't know who the person in the cape was. Standing on top of the bed. I didn't know at the time it was standing on top of the bed. Until later on, when I sat down with my attorneys and we put it together and realized it, I didn't know until that point that it was Gannon standing. Because prior to that, I thought the whole cape thing. We've put it together over and over and over, and I sit and I cry with them. I did this with them and everything. The only thing that comes to my mind is that the way the cover was wrapped, that's what had to look like the cape, was the way that he had the cover wrapped around him. They can think what they want, whatever about me. I never would purposely hurt Gannon or hurt anyone that I would have thought it would have been Gannon. Never in a million years, okay? Never. I've had these kids all over the country. If I was going to do something like that, it would be somewhere in another country. Come on, people want to kill people doing it because they want to take someone's life. That's not what happened. They paint me as this monster and I did all these crazy things. I never once knew it was Gannon. I, in fact, didn't even know it was Gannon until later on. The reason I didn't is because Lena, I guess the noise woke Lena up. If you read the report, Lena told you that she helped carry Gannon's body. That report in her interview, she says on that Gannon's body's not moving. That's because she was there and she helped carry Gannon's body to the car. I couldn't get him up the stairs. I didn't even know it was Gannon at that time until I moved to Boulder. I lose it. Like, I am all over the place, like, screaming, crying. That's how Lena hears me. Lena's helping me. Now, Harley's still asleep. She hasn't woke up to any of this. Harley's a hard sleeper. Lena helps me tote Gannon up the stairs. I'm throwing up, like, blood, the side of blood, the side of him. Like, I am literally going, Gannon is still alive. Gannon is barely talking. Okay? We try to get him up steps, which we did. We take him up steps. I'm like, all over the place. We get out the garage to go to the car. And I blink out. Because at this point, I think I was in complete and utter shock. And I know I'm throwing up because I see all this later. So when I tell you I know I'm doing something, I sit back and written a timeline and looked at everything and figured, this out because I was just on it. I remember being in the car on the passenger side, and we were taking Gannon to the hospital. But I was on the passenger side, okay? Now my leg's bleeding, which if you look at the footage from the hospital, you can see where I got hit with a bullet, okay? So my leg's bleeding. And that's probably why there was a little bit of my blood on the car. I don't know at this point. I don't know if she went back in the wake-up party. I don't know anything because I remember waking back up in the car and being like, there's no palm trees. Now, you say, what is palm trees? In South Carolina, when you go to the hospital and those palm trees, it's on the Grand Strand. That's why it's called Grand Strand. The beach, and then there's palm trees. I didn't see any palm trees when we were in the car, so I didn't think I was on the right road. But I was in the passenger seat, not in the driver's seat. Next thing I know, when I wake back up, I hear a loud noise, like a howling noise, like a noise, and it reminds me of like when my grandpa died, and he made like this noise. That was the noise I heard when I wake back up and I'm in the garage, in the car. Now we look at camera footage, and my car does go out 5 minutes. So leave the neighborhood. So what we put together is that it must have been when I went out in the car hearing the noise, that must have been when Gannon took his last breath, and I was still out of it. Go back in and park the car. Or come back to until Lena must have came back outside to the car. And Lena's asking what's going on, what's everything. I go in the house. Harley's face, Lena's face, they're all just like white, like they've seen a ghost. Like they don't even know what's going on. It's grief, like the whole world. As if this ain't really going on. Like, there is no way this happened. Like, there's nothing wrong, y'all. Everything's fine. He's going to be fine. He's going to be home. That's when I started going through, like, all the motions of, going to go get this part. Because to me, it wasn't really going on. Like, this was, you can't even compare this to a nightmare. To have gone through that. You can't compare it to a nightmare. That is far from a nightmare. And to know that he was speaking to me and Lena as we were trying to take him off the stairwell. And then it was like none of it was even real. So I just started going into different personality of like, this ain't really going on. We got to find him. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? I guess somehow I go on to the airport. I don't remember any of that, but I'm on footage going on to the airport. I'm on footage just talking to people and saying, like, we're going to find him. Like, I don't really, like, remember that vividly. But I know I did it because I've seen it. I'm not going to lie and say I didn't do it because it was there. It's like me talking to people, me doing it. I got just disassociated, and I was like, this is not real. That there is no way this happens. So Edgar and another male is a family member, and I'm not going to say their name. Somehow during this mix, when I was like going crazy trying to go get Albert, and I was screaming at everybody talking about it's an accident, it's an accident. I think they have one of the things reports where I was like, I didn't ever know it was Gannon because I really didn't. It was someone that came. The reason he was taller was because the bed was sitting, like, you think a twin bed. He was standing on the bed. So to me or to whoever I was, thought that was a person in a cape. That's the only reason at all that the gun would have went off. That is the only reason. And like I played this back, like I said, 50 million times in my head, like, was I in the right mind to have turned the light switch on? No. My mind was in the protective mode because he wasn't there. The police was there. He wasn't there. Where was he at? Like, this was somebody in the house. It was probably someone trying to molest him. It was probably someone trying to hurt one of us. So what I was already going through with my stepdad earlier in the day, Maria could have thought it was my stepdad. He could have thought it was anyone who was trying to hurt anyone else in the house. She's going to protect. That part of me goes in protection mode to protect everyone else around me. So there was never a moment. There's no murder. There's no hurt. There's no intent. Look, I had everything I wanted in my life. Career, this, that, you name it. There was no reason to hurt anyone in my home. I gained absolutely nothing out of hurting a child. But if you negativity, shit, crazy as an evil stubborn, I took care of this kid from wasn't so like go through that. I had to carry him upstairs if he was dying. I could never in a million years tell anybody what it was like. I was not okay. I was not okay before because I felt working down with someone in a cape. Like, how do you even explain that again, small, that you think it's someone in a cape? You can't. But then what happened after was even worse because I never even moved again. I'm not going to incriminate anyone, the male person. I'm not going to do that. Because it wasn't any intent there to harm anybody. There was no intent for anything. I went crazy thinking I could raise him from the dead. I was driving him around the Burger King, trying to get him Happy Meals. I freaking took him back to GameStop to get that $60 game that I told you about that I told him to get earlier. That's how freaking crazy I was going. But I was like, he's going to wake up. I don't know if y'all know Andrew Womack. I tried to find Andrew Womack's house. But he brought his son back from the dead from 5 hours at Memorial. And I grew up watching the Daily Gospel. And Andrew Womack, so I just kept thinking, like, God gives people powers to bring it back. And like, this is not supposed to be happening. All while you not even believing this is even happening. That's how my mind shifts. Older male person finally at some point told my mom that I had completely lost it because I told you my mom came out here. My mom, brother, they were all like, you have lost it. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. They already knew, but they weren't going to, involve themselves in it. Like, you are going crazy. You need to go to a hospital. I didn't have anything to do with body being moved. I really kept saying he has to get back to China. Well, that's where his grandma and grandpa have a farm. That's where he was. Was like, the person left me. Couldn't carry him anymore. And the whole thing was him to be buried in South Carolina. So it wasn't to be like, something else. That was a horrible thing. I was not well enough to get him there. That's why The male person is the person who tampered with evidence and who tampered with the body. That was not me. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. I didn't know it was him and fired a weapon and did do this part. I'm telling you. It was him. I started the person in the case that goes in the house. And the freaking, you think about a cape. What if about colors on a cape? Red, black. What do I think about? What was going on in my mind during the day for my stepdad? If someone was trying to molest him, if someone was hurting these kids, just going through my brain. Or I never, like, I didn't even have my own handgun on me. I don't even like guns. I can't even shoot a gun. Not even me. Maria can shoot a gun. I can't shoot a gun. So, like, yeah. And, like, for someone to get to hear the truth of it, it's, like, the hardest thing because people are like, oh, why didn't you turn the light on to see if someone's in a cave? What do you mean? Like, I sit there and told my therapist and people that, like, do you think I had that thought process? There was never even a thought to be like, hey, that's not even a thought I had. It is a thought is when Maria comes, it protects whoever's in this house. That's exactly what happened. There was no intent. There was no hurt. There was no ill will. There was no anger. There was no passion. I looked up every definition they have in this book because I was obsessed on it. None of that is right. That is not what happened. And you can't even say, like, there's no self-defense because you need to know, I thought this was someone else. Like, how do I know who this is? I'm not in the right mindset to decide, to make that decision. I didn't know right or wrong to who this was, what I was doing. My mind goes to, there's kids in this home, there's Lena, there's Carly, and one of my kids are missing. That's the mindset. That's the truth. So, I don't know if y'all heard, read, seen, whatever, but that is 100% the truth. It was on January 28th, not January 27th. I don't know why they're all wrong.
And so we don't know how body ended up in Florida. Am I correct?
No, so, okay. So leaving the, okay, so police came, they helped me pack. So because people were going crazy in the neighborhood, they were like threatening to kill me, like all this. So the police allowed me to leave. They came and helped me pack. There is body cam footage of them packing the van up with my clothing and the police are there. They allowed me to leave. Okay? I'm still in that mindset of like, I don't know what, like, this can't be going on. This is worse than a nightmare. This, in my mind, it kept being like, I'm going to wake up and this is just one of these bad dreams. Like, that's how it kept saying, like, this is not happening. Like, there's got to be some camera pops out any moment for some show or something. I don't want to call it denial. It was more so of like, it was not reality. That was not. So they helped me load the car up. There was another male person who, and again, I'm not going to say their name because at the end of the day, they're still my family. He was trying to protect me and was like, you need to stop. You need help. Like, you've lost your mind. He was trying to protect me. I'm trying to protect him. I just kept saying, I'm going to Florida, and I'm going to drop my stuff off, and then I'm going to go to South Carolina, because I knew that's where LaRonda and Mac lived. And I just kept yelling at them, LaRonda and Mac live there. I got to go talk to them. And I know this only through their interviews, what they've said to my people. I just kept yelling, got to get to LaRonda and Mac. Somewhere in my brain, I guess it recognized LaRonda Mac or Gannon's grandparents, his mom, dad. And like, oh, those were only people that ever helped me. So like, one part of my brain was like, just kept that I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them, So get in the car. I don't remember really driving. Like, they have me on stores where I go in like, stores to buy stuff and I swear on my breath, I don't even remember going in these stores. I just drive. I'm not even a driver. I ride on planes. So for me to even be in a car that long, that's how much I was out of this world. And then at some point in time, I'm supposed to like meet them and they call me and they're like, you're losing your mind. We're not going any further. We're not going to South Carolina. I could not pick Gannon up to carry him because my mindset kept saying, I'm taking him to South Carolina to his grandparents' farm so he can have a proper burial. Because if he would have been buried, like if Albert would have had control of it in Colorado, he would have never like let the mom be involved in anything. You know what I'm saying? So like I just kept saying, let's go to LaRonda and Max. They can make a good decision. If they don't know what to do, they can help me bring you back to life. That's when the mill person intervened and kept saying, you're losing your mind. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. And I have to protect them too because I'm not going to go out saying their name. Common sense, you can put two and two together, the mill figures that were here, but you never hear it out of my mouth. At the end of the day, still. And he was just trying to like figure out why I was going crazy and help me at the same time figure out like this is really reality what's going on. But that was the only reason he ended up in Florida because when they left me, he never wrote. Like his body was never with me. His body was never in the car. They pulled the whole van apart and seen that there was no DNA evidence at all. And then that's because he was never in the van that I drove on myself. Never, ever. It wasn't until I get to Florida and I'm trying to be telling everybody, like, we have to bring you back to life. LaRonda could help. Those individuals who flew on an airplane and went to Florida after they got off the airplane, listen, I could not pick Gannon up to carry him anymore. That is the only reason. Or else, I don't know. My investigators have asked me, what was your plan? Was you just going to pull up at the farm in South Carolina? And I said, I didn't have a plan. There was, in my mind, that's probably what I was trying to think about doing is getting to LaRonda and Max, but like, there was never a plan. Like, I don't know if I was going to pull up there and, you know, lose my mind, tell them what had happened. I didn't know. I just knew running has been part of my life. So running always makes things disappear. Like, it's not real. So I was under the impression that this was all just a nightmare, that as soon as I got away from this, I was just going to snap back into it, and this was not really what happened. But it never happened that way. Then I started, like, when I was in South Carolina, I was telling people crazy stuff. I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping. I just kept saying to people, it's not what you think, this is not what happened, he's going to come back to life. And like all my friends in South Carolina kept being like, what do you mean he's not going to come back? He's going to come back to life. What is going on? And I know by this point, I'm no medical professional, but I know for a fact that I was in a form of psychosis. Because I never in my life have been through hallucinations. I never in my life have been through the things I was going through to explain that. To think that there was a person in the cave. To think that this person was harming somebody. Never had been that hype. And it caused me the ruin. It's not about me, it's Landon's life. Landon's life, Harley's life, like, I don't know. One split decision that wasn't even right. Every single day. So yeah, to me, sometimes I do check in our reality, but like, this ain't real, be back. And with all my heart, I took care of it. Oh, literally gave him the enema. Freaking took him to school, did schoolwork, did everything. What? If anything, you know? Whatever, a lot, 2 years. Great. Then people make up these things about stab marks. It's not stab marks. Those were from the fire. I've looked at the autopsy report to the point that I've memorized it. They say like 1.2 centimeters, 1.4. We're talking centimeters of fire. I don't care what they say. There was never anybody doing anything, slicing, dashing, whatever the hell the news puts on there. And that's not true. There were marks in the fire, which was exactly what I told them. They were on the arms and chest. Just like I told them when I was going through these stories and my brain was so convoluted. It all went together. And I was talking about the rape. I was talking about the garage. I was talking about marks. I was talking about the bleeding. Like, I was like shocked that all of it went together in these crazy. It was almost like I was talking my word salad all over the place. Nothing was coherent with any of those things. Didn't really understand what was going on. That ain't no approach that people take to get out of crimes. I've never been a felon. I've never been that. You don't just wake up one day and decide to start murdering people. It's because it was not meant to. He was missing. Everything in my mind was bad. She was raping, she was lesbian, she was gun here, she was gun there. I watched this body cam footage so much that like, everybody's like, well, where was he at that night? They opened the one closet with the ornaments and stuff. I swear to you, I see it move. I see it move with the cover. And I'm telling everybody on my team, I'm like, y'all don't see that. Y'all don't see that. That's where he was hiding at. That's where he was at the whole night of the 27th. How did that guy miss him? How did he come in there with freaking body cam, trained to find people, trained like his hiding, trained at that and miss that? How? That's why I go back and forth with every single day. How? Because had he not blaming this on him, because God knows I would never blame them, someone else like that. Had he done that, the outcome probably be different. Yeah, absolutely. How am I supposed to know that it's not some person in the house getting ready to take another kid, hurt me, hurt her? Does that Maria thinks like that? She doesn't think rational. She doesn't think let's do this the right way. She thinks I'm about to hurt anybody that's about to hurt the people I love. Wow.
What happened? You thinking? Or she got emotion on the video or something? Oh, please. I don't know what she doing. You guys hanging in there? You alive? Make sure you guys hit the like button, please, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Wake up!
Heart is pain like
Oh, shit. What's that X on her head? Oh. Tisha, please.
you just don't know how bad I just do want to sit down with Landon. I can't change my mental state. But you gotta know in your heart it was not her getting it. I didn't go my whole life teaching kids. Never heard, like, I have no history of anything. Like, even the FBI testified on the stand and the prelim was like, there's no history of any kind of abuse. She did not abuse these kids. Save their life. Because I was the one that always came to rescue them for everything. And now I don't even get to, like, even tell Lena goodbye. I don't get to say anything. And they have to, she has to think that the world thinks I hurt her brother. Like, come on. Like,
Thank you, Rocky.
oh,
Let me get it on the break. Lord Almighty. Lord.
but I looked at the autopsy report and it said, like, within the jaw, and it was like far away. But I always like try to sit there with them, try to piece together any of these pieces I'm missing. Like what point am I missing this part? I'm missing this part. Everything is like the evidence is all consistent. You're gonna listen, if you're gonna kill somebody, you don't shoot them in the jaw. Murderers kill people. Most female people who kill people are psychopaths and they poison people and they do all these harm. When not even knowing it's them and they hit them in the jaw. And they paint it as this murderer just listen, or like some children like come on. Never had a scratch on their body. Ever in their life. Ever. So this is happening. And trying to get these people to like understand that is the hardest thing ever. Because had I not, maybe if I hadn't been going through it, I was going through the day thinking my stepdad was still alive. Maybe it's like trying to replay everything. Maybe it's like I wasn't worried about these people not letting stay home that day. You know, maybe you wouldn't have left because I thought the whole car situation, people trying to follow me from the stupid car accident thing, like, and I tried thinking that might have switched, that might have kept me from being at the state I was in. But then they like painted this whole thing about cleaning supplies. If you guys have seen the receipt, the carpet. I mean, I've memorized the receipt. There's trash bags, carpet powder, candy, nothing in there ever sent anyone to get cleaning supplies. Pull up the receipt all day long and say it. But it's not true. I
can understand it's worked a lot. Also had a very long day. We'll probably be stopping here at this point in time.
It's almost done. It's about to be done. Video.
We'll wait.
you guys hear like a lot of like stuff known to like what people do and stuff. Whatever you do, please just don't ever take the whole mindset these people took. You won't ever find it in my history. Ever. He said, ever, nothing like that comes to children.
I appreciate you all.
Worked pretty hard to consider all of the
Remember to say a lot, but I don't deserve this. At all. Some people will be just easy to be like, oh, I don't have anything to do with it or none of that. From the beginning, I got in and out of it at CJC in the beginning, and I kept being like, this is not real. But at some point, it hits you, and you're like, okay, no, those cameras are coming out. No, this is really going on. And people just got to see me, and they're like, wait a minute, something right. Like, you are like, always follow rules. You don't do this, you don't do that. Like, just don't make any sense. And so I know last time you guys know that they were like, I was part of the jail, but like, once they got to know that that's not who I am, things got easy. Like, they weren't, I say easy, but you know what I mean? Like, they didn't think of me like, of how this is. They started more and more being like, there's something we're missing, and I always just feel like you just have no idea what is actually missing from it. It's not because someone, that's not true. Whether you want to call it that on paper, that someone I stated, there's 100% no determination. Me not turning the light switch on or turning it on, off, on, me determining who was there, who was not, capered, under the cape or not, there was no determination of black after that. And I've read that, every part of that book I told you I read it. There was no determining black or not. Because in the reason he's here in this house, they need to be protected. So that, like, whether he was alive that day or not alive that day, I still struggle with that. Like, I'll still be at the jail, like, thinking he's there, having these nightmares, or whatever. And I'm like, I don't even know when it's going to stop. Like, I don't know if it ever stop. Like, he's doing those things.
The hell is she doing? Oh. A little milk carton. Like they're behind a plexiglass. It's over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10 till 11, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case with yourselves, don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you back at 10 till 11. All right, for the jury, please.
Lord Almighty, Lord. Lord Almighty, God help us. Letecia over here trying to be sick and shit. Said she wasn't feeling good. She might throw up or something. She's trying to avoid court today and shit. She's looking dreadful too. I mean, not that she looks any better than any other day. I don't know what kind of shirt that is she wearing. Letecia. This must be another personality.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess then.
All rise.
Letecia. The courtroom's looking fuller too. You see that? Oh, I see that lady wearing red. I see you. I see you, boo boo. All right, let's get some of the super chats. And I also have an interesting article that Tammy had sent me. Tammy sent this article about this story in Colorado Springs. And she thinks that Letecia derived her story from this story. Someone with cash in the belly, with a fake belly with cash. So we're going to get that in a second. Let me get these cash. I was going to say cash apps, super chats. And then I'll get the story and I'll probably need to do a little pre-workout. Maybe a little pick me up. Where do we leave off at? Damn, wow, okay. Wow. Lord. Okay. So thank you for all the new members. Tammy, Creton, Angie, Acid the Terrible, Janet, Snickerdoodle, Care Bear. I got those already. Good. Pamela, thank you for the super chat. Matthew Warren, thank you for the super chat. Says I can't miss my day job when I'm sick. And this murderer gets to miss court, right? Yeah, she's trying to get out, man. She's trying to cop a plea. Amy, thank you for the new membership. Kelly Van Glider. I like that name. Van Glider. Kelly Van Glider. Thank you for the super chat. Says, can't she send Nicole, Maria, or Anna Sanchez out? Cherry and Max, thank you for the super chat. Says, good morning from Ohio. And you rock. Thank you. Samara Designs, thank you for the membership. Sadie, May, and Cole, thanks for the 9-month membership. Amazing. Says, I wonder if her lawyers are just over her BS. I don't know. I'm not necessarily sure. He was over here checking her temperature. We'll cook. A librarian named Val, thanks for the super chat. Says, can't the court go on without her though? By the way, it's a Libra named Val. Oh, a Libra named Val. Okay. Thank you. Elsa, thanks for the super chat. Freaking Maria sell hell to the no. Hell to the no. Casey Jackson, thanks for the 3-month membership. Love her channel. Thank you for always doing such a great job. Thank you. Angie Harper, thanks for the membership. Rebecca, thanks for the super chat. Says he's whispering to her, kick it up a notch. Tammy's Clips, thank you for the super chat. Says Gannon doesn't feel good either. Justice for G-Man. True. Sure, we're trying to cop out, plea out, slide out, slither out, skis out. Joey Girl, thank you for the super chat. Says the day is complete after you sung to us. Oh yeah, by the way, happy birthday, Sweetness. In the chat, she said it's her 50th birthday. Happy birthday! I don't know. Is that a congratulations? Yeah, congratulations. You made it. You're still alive. Congrats, 50, the big 5-0. Happy birthday. Renee, thank you so much for the stars on Facebook. Thank you for watching over there. Miss Dog Lover, thanks for the super chat. Says she watched the movie Split, didn't she? Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. Trudy, thanks for the super chat. Says you're a lovely person / dad Mel. Perfect balance of humor and professionalism. Thank you so much for your commitment to this trial. Thank you guys. The next trial I think we're going to do is probably, I don't know, maybe the Kohlberger one. Or I think it's going to be the preliminary hearing in June, I think. So I'm sure we'll do that. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if there'll be something in between or something like that. We'll figure out the next thing. Konas Mom, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Sheila, thanks for the super chat. Says, so Maria hurt Gannon and Letecia didn't snap back until next morning. So Letecia cleans up Maria. Maria's the protector. Evil deed. Let me read that again. So Maria hurt Gannon. Yes, Leticia's claiming that it's her Maria personality. So Maria hurt Gannon and Letecia didn't snap back until the next morning. So Letecia cleans up Maria's evil deed. Yeah, I guess so. Billy Girl, thank you for the membership. Pam Lamp, thanks for the super chat. Says, no wonder she wanted to be sick today. This story is such a convoluted load of ish, and usually she's the saintly hero of her stories. I know. Ben, thank you for the membership. Leslie P, thank you for the super chat. Says, okay, there it is. I did not know right from wrong. She did her homework on the subject of legal insanity. Corky Carolita, thank you for the membership. Rocky Search, thanks for the super chat. She's the victim / hero in every cover story, and when she ran out of people to blame, she literally had to come up with an alternate personalities because that would be the hardest to disprove. And if you see that, we watched that documentary last night, Crazy Not Insane, and you could actually see people with multiple personalities. It was really interesting. Cornus Mom, thank you again for the super chat. Thank you for all the support. Appreciate it. Thank you for the DMs as well. Laura Roten, thank you for the super chat. Says, oh my God, I think when this trial is over, Letecia and her defense attorney may have a thing. He is way too touchy-feely. I kind of noticed that too. Feely, close to her. What in the world? Yeah, he's checking her temp. The other day they were like talking face to face, like really close in the face. Sweet Tea, thank you for the super chat. Says, you're amazing, Mel. Appreciate you. Thank you, Sweet Tea. Thank you for being right on me for a long time. Appreciate that. Sherry McGovern, thank you for the membership. Spooky Wife, thanks for the membership. Dukes Gals, thank you for the super chat. Says, love your coverage. Keep up the great work. Phoenix, Arizona. Nice. Snooks, Ellie Mae, thank you for the memberships. And Lil Bit, thank you for the super chat. Says, Al had a red shirt on yesterday. Yeah, I think that was intentional. For sure. Shirley Harris, thank you for the super chat. Says, fake crying, polygraph, and PhD being sick. Yeah, they can never really corroborate the that PhD thing. Like to be able to verify it. Let's take a look at this article. And today started off with problems, right? Today started off with the whole conversation of that whole visitor log that we were pointing out, and I specifically made a video about it because I was like, damn, this is a big freaking deal. Like, I knew it when I saw it. I was like, oh, this is a huge deal, you know. And I was saying it was a big L. Now, this morning, the attorneys were talking with the judge before the jury came in, and Letecia was playing funk, and they were saying that, like, there was a WebEx thing that day. And I believe they said that the news for Gannon being found came out like at 12:15, and that the WebEx happened at like 12:30 something, 12:35, 37, something like that. So the attorneys could have told Letecia, possibly, we don't know, possibly, that Gannon was found in Florida before she had spoken to that doctor. The prosecution was trying to say where there's no way. I think there is way. It's possible, but it's messy. It's murky waters. They don't want to do the whole attorney-client privilege. They're trying to work out a way where they could just disseminate the information of there was a WebEx visitation, or there was a WebEx meeting that day. But then the prosecution's worried that if they do tell that to the jury, then the jury's going to be like, oh, so the prosecution was being sneaky or whatever. So like they're trying to like work something out. And the prosecution said they don't feel, or they're saying that they don't think the defense was trying to be deceptive, even though the way they worded it was like they were physically there, like they made a physical visit. But it also seems like the prosecution's implying they don't believe that they told Letecia that Gannon was found in Florida. And they're trying to say, too, that the whole point of that is not even to say somebody is deceived, being nefarious or trying to deceive, but that the fact that she said, I think it was Gannon was found in Florida, or that I'd never been to Florida. So I don't know, man. That whole thing, I don't know how they're going to work that out, because I think both parties don't want to have to go into the whole attorney-client privilege. So maybe they could just make it to a point that like there is this WebEx thing. Nobody was trying to deceive anybody. We don't know if the attorneys said Gannon was found in Florida, because that would open a whole freaking door and a mess. So I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, right. Lobo says they said the wrong verb. The way they said it, they imply like a physical visit. You know, maybe it was a mistake. I don't know. So, who knows? Maybe they watched my video or somebody's video online. All right. Colorado Springs Mexican restaurants accused in money laundering scheme with ties to El Chapo. Now, this was March 1st, 2019. Okay. A Colorado Springs food distribution company and at least 6 local Mexican restaurants are linked to the Sinaloa cartel and drug lords Joaquin El Chapo Guzman Lorer and Ismael El Mayo Zambarada Garcia. It says a recently released federal complaint providing the first evidence of a cartel's operating in the Colorado Springs. A cell phone of Jose Aguilar Martinez, who purported to own the unregistered wholesale distributor of El Potosino Foods, had significant contact with suspected cocaine distributors in the city and in El Pueblo, and was linked to Guzman's and Zabara's trafficking, the complaint says. The 6 restaurants, El Potosino, which means the one from San Luis Potosi, Mexico. Potosi, I don't know. Mexico, an area associated with drug cartels, are accused in a drug money laundering scheme. In the sealed federal complaint filed in November, a 50-page version of the sanitized confidential information was filed publicly February 22nd. All right, anyway, the part we just want to skip to this part where they she thinks that Letecia might have taken this story. Okay, here we go. The 2C, okay, so a seventh restaurant with ties to the Colorado Springs also was named in the complaint. Rodolfo's Mexican restaurant, Mexican grill, and is in Cheyenne, I can't read for shit, Wyoming, where the investigation began with a suspicious vehicle purchase. Its owner, Hilario Montejano Aleman, also operates in the local Viva El Taco, 594 North Academy Boulevard. The two seized deposit boxes tied to Monica's taco shop contain more than $800,000, the complaint said. Authorities believe a woman accessing the safe deposit boxes faked pregnancies to make deposits, carrying the cash inside of a false belly. Gangster. Defendants have denied any involvement in the scheme. I guess that's, somebody thinks maybe that's where this woman got her story. Oh, here we go. Cheyenne. Cheyenne. Okay. Okay. Eduardo. Don't blame me. Blame Eduardo. I didn't do this. I didn't pick this life. Cherry and Max, thank you for the super chat. Says Eduardo and Edward are other personalities. She just hasn't met them yet. I should have just read the one little blurb from the article. What's the date of what? The article? The article is from 2019, March 2019. Colorado Springs. The cartel. All right, so yes, they should be coming back. Not actually now, they should be coming back any minute. If you guys could hit the like, please. We get to at least 2,000 for now. We got 4,200 people here, and we got 1,700 likes. So if we can get to at least, I'd say 2,500. Let's get 2,500. That'd be good. And let me see what else. Oh, might have to do an update on this thing too. That story I covered yesterday with that poor little girl that was found in a bucket. If you guys haven't seen that shit, you need to go check it out. I posted it yesterday. BL sent me some sort of update this morning. So they released a picture of this girl. And this is another crazy stepmom. Another nut job. This woman here, so this is oh damn it. This is the stepmom. And she lived with the father of the kid.
All right, courtroom call 20 CR 1358.
We're back.
Courtroom, is there anything we
I'll
need to
cover it
take up
later.
at this point in time, Mr. Young?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Mr. Tellini? Mr. Tellini? Anything we need to take up?
Oh,
at this
no,
point?
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
I mean to tell you something about this morning. I came in.
Thank you, Amy. Amy, thank you for the gifts. 5 memberships. Amazing. Thank you so much for the support. And Cherry, thank you for, I think you're gifted today too. Cherry, thank you so much as well for the 5 gifts. And Sam Panther, oh, can't talk. I can't talk at all today. Sam Panther, thank you for gifting as well. Thank you so much. By the way, I'm going to do the members live stream Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to do one more Q&A. We already did a Q&A. I'll do one more Q&A. And then from there on, we'll do different topics or something. I don't know, for the members stuff. So Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. I'll
All
post
right,
it
the jury, please.
on the community tab later today. We had a lot of fun the last time we did it. Mr. Tortellini. Tisha. Oh, Lord, she's looking rough today. Oh. Lord Jesus. Will Cook. You know Will Cook simping. You tell. Oh yeah, hi. Yeah. She's smiling too. Look how she's looking.
Dr. Torres, that's probably your, the microphone.
Thank you. May all be seated. My bad. Sorry about that. All right, court will call 20 CR 1358. Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. You might be surprised, but I have some questions based on the last clip that we just saw. So the jury understands, is this the last time that you talked to Ms. Stauch on March 24th, 2022?
That was the first time that we spoke to her for our sanity interview, because we saw her again in June.
I meant because we saw some other clips that took place, and it looked like there was breaks and sessions where she would leave. Is this the last session on that day that you talked to her?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end, you said you're going to have her come back, and we're going to talk about June in a moment. But did she eventually come back and you asked her some more questions?
She did.
Now, in this particular clip, you and Dr. Gray didn't ask a lot of questions. I think Dr. Gray asked one with about 20 minutes left. And then you said some things towards the end there. Was that unusual?
It depends. Every case is different. Some defendants give practically a full account, almost in the way that Ms. Stauch did the first time that we asked them to explain it to us. Some defendants give a very brief account and require a lot more follow-up questions. So given that she spoke so much, there was a lot to process and a lot to think about and a lot to go through before we could ask further follow-up questions.
But as she's telling these things to you on the clip that we just saw, were you thinking that whether or not that was consistent with what you read in discovery or what you've seen other statements that she made about this incident?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask her those things?
During the first recounting, we usually don't like to interrupt. We like the defendant to just let us know the things that essentially they want us to know. When it comes to things of inconsistencies, that can come up the second time we go through it, or in this particular circumstance, we ended the evaluation that day because I think we had already been going for about 5 hours or 5 hours and a half. In some sanity interviews, we'll ask follow-up questions immediately based off of the notes that we're taking.
Is the entire contact that you and Dr. Gray had with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on March 24th, 22, was that video recorded?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to her at any time off camera?
No.
During the course of her statement, she alluded to the fact that she's read discovery or read police reports. Do you recall her saying things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about the body-worn camera that she reviewed and things like that?
Yes.
She also alluded to the autopsy and said do you remember what she said about the autopsy?
I believe she said she had obsessed over it.
She memorized the autopsy report?
Yes.
Ooh.
Was that unusual in a forensic setting for someone that you're evaluating in an insanity evaluation, for them to be verbose on discovery and know everything that was been discovered?
Again, this is one of those, it depends. Sometimes people are more aware of what the discovery says in their particular case, and sometimes they're not, or they have less of an idea.
Do you recall her using terms such as psychosis, disassociated, things like that?
Yes.
And are those terms commonly used in your everyday conversations with people?
Not in everyday conversations with people.
She indicated a couple times that she's read the whole book and things like that. Towards the end of the interview, she indicated that I know right from wrong. I read the book from cover to cover. Do you recall her saying something to that?
Yes.
Did that give you an indication that perhaps she may have reviewed the DSM-5?
I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
You know, may we approach?
DSM-5, the Rolodex. Rolodex of mental health. Yeah. Man, that's like torture, man. So that I think, yeah, one of those videos is 5 hours, man. Oh my God. They really could use it as a torture technique. We talked about this before. They could put somebody, tie somebody in a room, play the audio on loud, and just loop that shit for like 24 hours. That person they would give up. Nobody would make it through that shit. I don't think they make it past 24 hours. Just loop that shit in a dark room, zoom that shit in, maybe put headphones on them. Oof. Tisha. So I think they have another video that says like an hour long, and then I think that's it. And then I don't know what else is next. I know I had heard the prosecution say, I think on Wednesday, that they have like one more witness as well. So I don't know how long that's going to take. The latest the prosecution said it would take them to be done is by Monday. I'm kind of hoping they wrap it up today, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe this last witness is not going to be that long, but it could run into Monday. So, thank you for the memberships. Lisa Guillaume, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all you do, Mel. We love you. What's a company that helps remove personal info on the web? I advocate for the missing and doxing me. It's called Data Seal. You should check it out. I use the service as well. It's my sponsor.
I apologize, Dr. Gray. Sometimes we have to have conversations with the judge.
Yeah.
Dr. Torres. I apologize for that as well.
I look a lot different than he does.
Okay. So we were talking about her knowledge of using words like disassociation, right from wrong, and psychosis. Are those not necessarily the right from wrong, but is disassociation a term that is in the DSM-5 in regard to dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
And does it state in the criteria in the things that might be apparent in someone who suffers from that mental illness, the terms of people may disassociate?
Yes.
And what does disassociate mean in general?
Disassociation is it's a term that is used when a person is no longer able to integrate things like memory, perception, awareness. It can be seen in a few different ways. I mean, we talk about dissociative amnesia, so not integrating memory, forgetting that you've done things. We've talked about more normal components of disassociation that we just reference as absorption. So like when you're so absorbed in a task that you are not really aware of what's going on in your surroundings. But pathologically, there's amnesia, there's derealization, and then there's depersonalization. Derealization is more of a feeling detached from reality. Things seem more like a dream than they do actual life. Depersonalization is almost as though you are in your body observing yourself, but you don't feel integrated.
This is going to sound like I did this on purpose, but I didn't. But for instance, when I called you Dr. Gray, is that a form of disassociation?
I would not say that.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you then what it is, because I'm afraid of what the answer might be. The fact that she gives you this version of events, and we talked about how as she's given it to you, you may be reflecting back on the police reports and the discovery, thinking that it's not consistent. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
When she brings up this thing about going to church, kind of at the beginning of the interview, based on what she's telling you happened on January 26, 2020, do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that? There's police reports that indicate
Object stating facts that are not in it.
Well, the question's not all the way done, so let's wait until we get to the end of the question before we take the objection.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the police reports in this case that talk about surveillance video in that neighborhood and monitoring 6627 Mandan Drive during this entire time frame?
I'm aware of them, yes.
Do you recall reading them?
I likely read them, and I don't remember very specifically what those might have said.
But needless to say, there's reports that talk about movement from that house during a specific time frame. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
And certainly, if she had gone to church that morning, we would see the vehicle leave on the video camera. Is that right?
Yes.
And you probably don't remember if you read that report or not, but do you remember reading anything about her leaving the morning of January 26, 2020?
I don't remember that.
Okay. The other issue is, are you familiar with reports with regards to her vehicle, the Tiguan, and the GPS data that was on that Tiguan?
Some of it.
If she took the Tiguan to church, would that be reflective in the GPS data?
I would assume that it would be, but I don't remember specifically reading that.
Well, what do you do as a forensic psychologist when someone's telling you something that you know is not consistent or is flat out not true?
Occasionally, we might specifically ask them about that particular point. As I noted, it depends on the relevancy to the question that we are trying to answer, which is what is her mental state at the time of the offense. So this could be an example where what was happening the day before was less relevant for us. As evaluators, we're not there as investigators. We're not there to fact find. We're not there to find out, is what she telling us the truth or not, but we are paying attention to whether there are inconsistencies in self-report from one conversation to another, as well as in the other data that we have, because that speaks to issues of credibility.
Well, I'm assuming when she brings up about this Michael, the Archangel, handing out business cards, and that's what caused her to go on the hike, that something may have been going on there. What was your take on her telling you that?
You know, that particular point, I did have a question about it, but ultimately I don't think that it comes down to very much. It doesn't seem to be an issue of psychosis or dissociation. If it is true that there was an individual there handing out cards, it was just another point in her day.
Okay.
Look what Teabag made. It's on the screen.
Do you recall her talking about the video? The court reporter needs to take a drink. Wait. Okay. Do you recall her talking about a video that she made with regards to the burns on Gannon? How she video recorded everything?
Yes.
Is there any significance as to when the video stopped recording?
I don't know.
Do you recall the video?
I don't recall that video specifically.
If I told you, and this is to get what your opinion is of it, okay, is if the video stops after Gannon says, "I'm worried about my burns," and then she says, "Well, tomorrow," it stops. Is that any significance to you in your evaluation?
For the purpose of our evaluations, it just helps corroborate that there were burns on Gannon. I don't know about the severity of the burns, but it's interesting that he was worried about them. And then in terms of stopping it at tomorrow, I wouldn't know what to make of that.
Okay.
Teabag, that was amazing.
She alludes to her stepfather several times during her narration here. What did you and Dr. Gray take from that?
The references to the stepfather, to me, sounds like she's trying to tell us that she was having flashbacks of her stepfather. at this point, I think we've established her self-report that she had an abusive childhood. So that is our take specifically whenever she mentions him, is that she's trying to make that point.
And does she refer back, as she mentions her stepfather, as to why she would text her boss at 4 a.m. or close to 4 a.m. that morning saying, I'm not coming into work because my stepfather just got killed in an auto accident?
Mm-hmm.
What was your take on that?
I think it's curious that it happened at that early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
When Ms. Stauch was talking to us, she told us that she doesn't remember specifically doing that, and that she knows that that happened because it's in discovery.
And that was going to be my next question. Did Ms. Stauch appear to refer to things that are in discovery as she's explaining her accounts?
Yes.
And in that particular moment, did it appear to you that she's trying to explain as to why she would say, my stepfather just died, I can't come into work?
It's possible. I would say that whole interview, the first time around, we had concerns that she was explaining evidence more so than trying to give us her version of what occurred, which is something that we tried to address the second time that we spoke to her.
And we're going to play that later, maybe this morning, maybe this afternoon. During the course of her interview, she repeatedly said, my team, my attorneys, we came up with this. What was your take on that?
Again, it was concerning for us as evaluators because we picked up on that language as well. As I noted earlier, we are trying to get a pure version of events from a defendant during sanity evaluations. So when she says things like, this is what we came up with, it does make me wonder a bit further what that means, because it does sound like, again, trying to explain the evidence that is available.
Is it consistent with how she did on the psychological testing that stated she was exaggerating symptoms?
I don't know that I would say those two things are specifically consistent, but I think that throughout this case, there were concerns about Ms. Stauch's credibility, whether it was in regards to the way that she told us what happened that day, given the inconsistencies, in addition to the exaggeration of mental health symptoms on the testing that we did.
She talked to you about falling down the stairs. You recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then later in the interview, she talks about being in the garage naked and noticed that her head was matted with blood. You recall that?
Yes.
Did you recall reviewing a report by a SANE nurse in this case by the name of Van Ness?
Yes.
And were there pictures associated with that report as well?
I don't remember.
Do you recall the SANE nurse mentioning anything about any injuries to her head?
No,
Did she have any injuries to her head?
not that I'm aware.
Another fabrication.
During the course of the interview on several different occasions, she wanted you to know that Gannon was killed on January 28th and not January 27th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
From reviewing the police reports, what is your understanding as to when, at least from the police reports, the killing happened?
The police report suggests January 27th.
And would that have been sometime between 2:30 to 3:15 that afternoon?
Sometime in the afternoon.
And so it's real clear that she's telling you it didn't happen then. It happened the early morning hours of January 28th, sometime after midnight. Is that what your recollection is?
Correct.
Which would mean the police had already been in the house. They looked around the house. She told you she memorized the body-worn camera as well. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was your and Dr. Gray's evaluation of that?
For us, again, the timing of it was less relevant to the question that we were trying to answer. We do note that there is that discrepancy in terms of what the police reports say and what she is saying.
Was part of her, was your opinion was that she was trying to convince you that the police had it wrong?
At least in terms of when the killing actually occurred.
And is that something that if someone truly suffers from dissociative identity disorder and they're having some kind of amnesia because they go into a different state of mind, would that be consistent with that?
I would expect if somebody was dissociating, there would be more of that loss of time and potential disorientation, switching from one state to another.
Would that individual make it a point to say the police are wrong, they got it all wrong, this is when it actually happened?
I think that's going to be an it depends.
Okay. I seem to ask a lot of those questions. I apologize for that. Now, when she's talking about the incident that she says happens on January 28th, 2020, sometime after midnight, just so we're in reference here, she talks about, we all decided that all of us were going to sleep upstairs. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
And she's referring to herself, Harley, and Lena?
Yes.
And then she goes into the details as to what she thinks happened to Gannon.
Yes.
And she somehow says, or she tells you that a person by the name of Edgar comes by.
Yes.
And Edgar has a relative named Angelica.
I don't remember.
Okay. Again, from review of the police reports and the surveillance video that's monitoring 6627, did you ever see a black BMW show up with two individuals come out and go into the house?
I don't remember seeing that.
She talks about her and Edgar going downstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what do you recall her saying that she sees as they're going downstairs?
She says she sees someone in the house, someone who's wearing a cape.
And in your expert opinion, is that when, if it happens, a triggering event occurs and she changes into Maria Sanchez?
It's a little hard to tell from her self-report. It seems as though that's what she's trying to imply to some degree, because she talks about going into protection mode, and she often references Maria as the protector. And at the same time, in her self-report, it seems as though she's explaining what she is seeing, presumably as Letecia Stauch, in terms of seeing someone in a cape.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, is someone who has dissociative identity disorder, are they going to be able to recall what happens as a different person? I know that's a weird question, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Once that triggering event happens.
In terms of how Ms. Stauch has explained her dissociative identity disorder, she doesn't have access to Maria. She can't tell us what Maria is thinking at any point in time. So I would think that if Ms. Stauch had dissociated into Maria, there would be a lack of awareness or understanding or memory for that period of time from Ms. Stauch's perspective.
And would it be common if someone is truly legally insane at that moment? Would it be common for them to say, I blacked out, I don't know what happened after that moment?
That happens a lot.
Does that happen a lot in criminal cases?
I suspect it happens often enough in criminal cases.
Where insanity is an issue.
Where insanity is an issue, it's common, I would say, for people to have periods of not remembering, especially if they are having some sort of acute mental health crisis at that moment.
So in this particular case of Ms. Stauch, if she had dissociative identity disorder to the point where it turned into a severe mental disease or defect as defined in the insanity statutes, would you expect her to have recall of the events that took place after she went to a different persona?
I would expect her to report more loss of memory for those things.
I think that answered, I think we're saying the same thing. So you wouldn't expect her to give you details about Gannon standing on the bed with a blanket around him?
Not if she was dissociating at the moment.
And did she ever explain to you and Dr. Gray how she could go from protected mode, where Gannon was part of this protected mode, to killing Gannon?
We never asked her that question specifically. However, her self-report to us implies that she didn't know it was Gannon and that she thought it was somebody who had come into the home, possibly an intruder.
But as she talks about Maria, is it clear that Maria Sanchez, based on what Mitch Stauch is telling you, knew who Gannon was and that she was there to protect him?
That's my understanding.
And as she's telling you about this tall person who she perceived to be tall because Gannon's on the bed, do you recall her mentioning that that's what she talked about with her attorneys and that's what her attorneys told her?
I think she did make mention that that was part of the conversations that she had with her attorneys.
And you know the circumstances of how Gannon was found in Florida?
Yes.
Do you know the bedding material that is wrapped around him in the suitcase?
Yes.
Is it consistent with what she's telling you he has wrapped around him, this red and black blanket?
I don't remember the colors of the blanket.
At some point, she says Lena wakes up. And she says Lena actually helps carry Gannon after he's been shot up the stairs, the car, and the garage. Do you remember telling you that?
Yes.
Did you review the interview that was conducted with Letecia Stauch with regards to this investigation?
I did.
Do you recall the last time she said she saw Gannon?
I don't recall the last time she said, but I don't think it's consistent with being present or carrying a body up the stairs.
If she would have said that in her interview, you think you would have remembered that, especially when Ms. Stauch says it here?
Yes.
Do you remember other interviews that Ms. Stauch gave where she talks about Lena coming home from school and that she had to do her laps and went to the mailbox and rode her bike and didn't come into the house?
Yes.
She goes into the fact that she tried to bring Gannon back to life. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there any significance to her saying that to you?
We considered that. So I would say that it does have some significance. However, as it pertains to the issue of insanity, again, insanity is such a narrow focus. This is stuff that would have happened following the actual shooting. So it doesn't speak so much to the time of the offense as it pertains to the issue of a murder. In terms of the charges of tampering with a deceased human body, it has more weight on that. So it was interesting to us that she said that she took the body from one place to another and then even was hopeful to find this Mr. Womack to have some sort of resurrection.
And do you recall Lena saying anything about that in the review of her interview about them driving around trying to bring him back to life in the car?
I don't remember her saying anything about that.
Do you remember reading any police reports or seeing any surveillance video of that happening?
No.
She also tells you that she got hit in the leg with a bullet. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was that all about?
I don't know. We didn't follow up on that.
Had you read or seen any medical reports or anything that said she had been shot in the leg with a bullet?
No.
At some point, she says that Harley and Lena's faces are white, like they just seen a ghost. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Would you expect Harley to recall that if that actually happened?
Yes.
Would you expect Lena to recall that if that actually happened?
Possibly.
When she was talking to you about Gannon talking to her and Lena as they're going up the stairs, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
She said that she was switching, or she was having different personalities at that point. Do you recall her saying that?
As they were going up the stairs?
Yes.
Vaguely.
Okay. Any relevance to that, to your opinion?
If the events occurred as Ms. Stauch has said that they did, to me, it would not surprise me that somebody might go into some sort of shock. And if she had a mental illness like a dissociative identity disorder, it wouldn't surprise me if that would cause some sort of a reaction or exacerbation of symptoms. And at the same time, it's unclear to me from Ms. Stauch's report who she was dissociating into, or what exactly was occurring, how much of it was her or one of the personalities that she shares worlds with, as well as when events occurred, when she looked at the body to find out it was Gannon's body, given some inconsistencies.
I'm going to use the word you used, if this happened, if she's switching personalities and going through this disassociated state, would a family member notice that right away?
I would think so.
Would Harley notice that right away?
I would think somebody would see something.
Would her brother Dakota Lowry notice that right away when he got his town?
Potentially.
What about Al Stauch when she picks him up at the airport hours later? Would he notice something like that?
I would think so.
In fact, in the DSM-5, does it not state that family members would certainly notice something obviously strange with an individual who suffers from dissociative identity disorder?
I would think eventually, if it was a severe presentation of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about how sometimes it's subtle and it's not readily visible to other people when somebody's switching from one state to another. But that being said, family members might notice a loss of, family members might notice that person reporting a loss of time or even seeming to forget things that happened in the day, potentially even forgetting who they are. It just depends on how the specific illness presents in that person.
She talked to you about not knowing how to shoot a gun. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what she told you earlier about how she took the gun away from Edgar and shot this intruder?
It is somewhat inconsistent, and at the same time, I could see somebody saying that they don't know how to shoot a gun, but still being able to carry out that act.
Is it common for people who own guns not to know how to shoot them?
I would hope that people who own guns know how to shoot them.
Do you remember saying that she memorized the autopsy was wrong, it was only one gunshot?
Yes.
You remember attributing the stab wounds to saying they weren't stab wounds, they were burn marks?
Yes.
What was your take on that? Her inconsistency with what actually happened in the death of Gannon Stauch?
Again, it was noted that her self-report of the events didn't line up with the police reports or the other evidence available.
And did she ever mention to you anything about blunt force trauma to the head that was in the autopsy report?
No.
She goes into talking about whether or not she moved Gannon's body afterwards. Do you recall that?
Yes.
She said she didn't want to incriminate anyone, and so I'm not going to tell you a person's name. Do you remember saying something like that?
Yes.
Did you see any indication in the police reports or anything that you reviewed indicating that someone helped her move Gannon from A to B?
No.
Is it pretty readily noticeable in the police reports that Gannon's body was taken to the Palmer Lake area first,
Yes.
that his body was then picked up,
Yes.
and then later drove to Florida?
Correct.
And did she at any time explain how all that happened?
No.
In fact, Dr. Gray, I believe the question that was asked with about 20 minutes left was, so you don't recall going to Florida, or words to that effect? Do you remember that question?
Yeah, he had asked how the body ended up in Florida, or we were trying to clarify her statements because she seemed to be suggesting that she was not involved in that.
And again, she indicated that she wanted Gannon to have a proper burial in South Carolina on his grandparents' farm. Do you remember saying that, her saying that?
Yes.
Is that inconsistent with not moving the body to the East Coast, I guess?
It would imply that at the time of the shooting, or around the time of the shooting, that she had some thought that the body should go to South Carolina. We know it didn't end up there.
Okay. But in your opinion, is that kind of inconsistent? One hand, she's saying, I didn't have anything with moving the body. The second hand, she's saying, I wanted to have a proper burial in South Carolina.
Again, I feel like both of those things could exist separately from one another. It's just interesting to me that she would have had the thought that the body needed to be moved, given the circumstances.
And do you recall her telling you and Dr. Gray that a male person, a family member, helped her move the body?
Yes.
And do you know who that family member was?
No.
Did she ever tell you who that family member was?
No.
Do you know who the only male family member who was here at that time was?
I think it might have been her brother.
And would that have been Dakota Lowry?
Yes.
I just have a second, Your Honor.
Well, Cook over there researching.
At some point, she says, I know I was in a form of psychosis, hallucinations, person in a cape.
Yes.
Is that common for someone to say those words if they are truly, in fact, experiencing a psychotic event?
Only if they have good enough insight after the fact to be able to relay that information.
And she said that she read certain books cover to cover. Do you remember saying things like that?
Yes.
In specific, when she was talking about, I didn't know right from wrong, I read a book cover to cover. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Did it lead you and Dr. Gray to the understanding that maybe she did some research prior to coming in and giving you this statement?
The verbiage that she used during the interview suggested that.
And when she said that, is that when she said, I'm telling you the 100% of the truth? It was on January 28th, not January 27th.
Yes.
She showed emotion, what appeared to be emotion during the video. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did that happen when she would talk about what others were saying about her?
Yes.
Did she show any emotion when she talked about bringing Gannon up the stairs and his last breath that she talked about?
Not in the same way.
Does that contribute to your initial diagnosis of, correct me because I'm going to wing this, is it borderline narcissism?
Yes, a personality disorder.
Is that the narcissism you're talking about where she cares about herself?
I think it can be expressed in that manner.
She talked to you about CJC, which is the jail, right?
Yes.
Not being real. Do you remember her saying those words?
I don't remember that so clearly.
We won't ask questions about it, or I won't ask questions about it. Towards the end of the interview, she says, females who kill people are psychopaths. They poison people. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall from the autopsy whether or not Gannon had quite a bit of hydrocodone in his system when he died?
I remember reading that somewhere.
Now, she comes back on June 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Was that date already in plan, or how did that date come about as for her coming back for you and Dr. Gray to interview her?
That was the soonest that we could set the interview, given some vacation time, but also we were waiting for some documents, I believe, from Mr. Tolini as it related to possibly interviews with family members. We were waiting for something else in addition.
Okay. And so up until this point, had you made an opinion with regard to Ms. Stauch's sanity?
Not yet.
You're still gathering information?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to play a portion. Let me see how much time we have, Your Honor. Do you want to start it now, or do you want to wait? And
Counsel, approach for a minute.
Somebody sent me a filter on, it's kind of funny. Let's show it when I get a second. It's almost lunch break. This was really funny, this thing here that T-Bag did. The whole trigger for Letecia when she sees red and black. Everybody coming red the next day. Let's see the trigger.
we're going to go ahead and start the video, and then we're going to take a lunch break. So if you want to have a seat in the back, you can do that. And so for the record, Your Honor, this is going to be People's Exhibit 728. We're going to start it at 57 minutes and 33 seconds. and we'll stop it when I see you look at me and tell me to stop it.
Sound like a plan. Oh, Tisha, no, Tisha.
Around dark, Harley comes home, we go to stuff we're supposed to get, or whatever. And at some point, we were gonna go eat sushi. That's when we started. Would have been Friday, maybe 5:16 or whatever. So then we started looking for Gannon. One of us text Albert. I don't have any of the contact numbers of anybody that was there. So when the police come out, which was not till, I thought, must have lost track of time, but I was just confused because he was doing the 5-day challenge. We would pull him out hiding by dark because he would have to eat his dinner. He just wasn't there, so I was just so confused. Like, I know him well enough to know he was going to be dinner. So that's why I didn't get worried. So when it got really, really dark, because at that point in time, I'm like, hold on. But then it was raining outside, leaving. Wasn't sure why maybe didn't walk home, so we tried to go find him. But that's when we called the police. The police showed up, which would have been hours later. But they know I never left the house. Evidence. So the cops came out, looked around the house, they did interviews and all of it. Because I couldn't figure out where this hiding spot was at. Because when we did this, whenever all the YouTube challenge rules, we went over, like, don't do this, don't do that, don't hide in certain spots that you can't breathe, or don't, you put yourself in a bind. And the kids have their own YouTube channel, so they did this when they looked at their moms too. So. It almost felt like this wasn't really going on, because I'm like, okay, now how in the world did you hide? And the cops have came in here, they're looking for you, they're looking through the house, they went in the cars, they're like, we need to go in the cars. I gave them permission to go to the house. So if anything out of order, they walked in every room, anything out of order, anything here, anything there. Because nothing happened, nothing out of order. So that's when I just started being like, okay, where is this hiding spot? I thought at the time maybe it was just like at a friend's house. And the only friend knows that guy, kids had people going to that junior kid's house or whatever. So it gets dark and we're all just sitting there, like, trying to figure out what's going on. I was in a little bit of a shock because it wasn't, like, if this would have been Lena, like, who went to the person's house, those are strangers or whatever, then I'd have been like, it wasn't a shock to me. But it being Gannon going to a stranger's house, that was very shocking too. So I couldn't really figure out why. So please come back out to check on me, because that's when I started panicking. Albert sends the police back to check on me. That was late night, like 11. So please come back to check on me, and I'm just in a panic at that point in time. And he's like, well, we're going to put people all around the house. Observers are like, and this had been going on hours of searching the house. We're all upstairs because I told Harley and Lena to sleep upstairs with me, because I didn't want them downstairs. I wanted them in my side. But I remember going on the sofa. I don't know how long it was I was sitting on the sofa. I kept hearing knocking sounds. Well, if you ask for like the one footage of where my car just goes out the driveway and comes back in or whatever, that would have been around the time of the knocking sounds and what we did together. That was that time we did it. So I heard the knocking sounds and I kept trying to figure out whether there's someone at the door because I thought they were trying to, if I had walked out to the garage to leave at some point, but then if they'd have been knocking on my door, on my window, who would have known that was our bedroom window? Like, why were they trying to get me to go outside? I just kept going up and down the stairs, going in the room checking. One of the times I fell down the stairs, that's how my blood got on the stairs, because I would like hit my head with socks on running downstairs or whatever. That's how my blood got on the stairs or whatever. Kept hearing knocking, I kept going and searching, I kept asking girls if they hear that. Then Guy's dad came by. We're still coming during the night, like during the late night or whatever. At some point, I remember laying back on the sofa and just kind of like dazing out for a while because honestly, I thought this was all just like some nightmare I was talking about. But then, there's noise. I run down the stairs. I don't know exactly how. My handgun was inside a car. I was already, like, earlier, like, is this your handgun? Yes, I told him, no, be careful, there's a handgun in the car, like, all that stuff. So, I don't know if he had my possession, I got possession of them. I said, I don't know, at some point, somehow, I saw come across the vision down the stairs. It's like someone in the shadow. I seen a shadow running across. I ran back up the stairs, started freaking out, and then came down the stairs. There's a shadow. There's some moving object, body moving in the house or whatever. Then I didn't hear anything. I heard a loud noise when I was back upstairs. If you've seen the views of the house, there was top floor, bottom floor. So I was going up and down trying to figure out, where these noises were coming from. So I heard the loud noise upstairs. And his room was in my room. So when I was in my room, I heard it again. At some point in time, either I grabbed it from Edgar and it moved like someone in a cape. Or he was wear. I said I used to wear these, like, are you familiar, if you're familiar with, like, the Native American culture, they wear these, like, regalia things. He had this whole red and black thing, because Dad's shirt killed his mom. And it was like someone in red and black. I don't even know how quickly it happened. I just kept hearing Ecclesiastes 3:3 in my head. Ecclesiastes 3:3, Ecclesiastes 3:3.
Lord.
I'm to kill.
Die.
Kill. Like,
Lord Almighty.
Because obviously, my stepdad, when he died, he got carried 602 feet in the car. He got hit and died. My son was around the road. I'm sure it was fast. But that was just what I kept saying in my head, make it fast. Ecclesiastes 3:3. I don't know how long had transpired after that, but when I came back through, Lena was freaking out. She was just standing there. I don't know what I said to her, but then she tried to help me take Gannon upstairs. take him to the hospital. If you look at Mimi's report, you'll see she talked about trying to help carry Gannon. We just had her days all running together because it was very traumatic for her too. But when we tried to take Gannon to the hospital, to the car, to the outside, I don't know how long I was sitting in my car. I just was in the passenger. Like I was in and out. One minute I could see myself on the passenger side. Next minute, I couldn't figure out who was driving the car. And I didn't see palm trees when we tried to pull out. And that's why I think I must have thought I was in Carolina, because there's palm trees going to the hospital. If you've ever seen a picture of like how like Rodeo Drive goes down with palm trees, that's exactly how it looks in Carolina. Then you go down to the beach and there's Grand Strand Hospital there, which I've been to many a times. Yeah, that's Grand Strand. Then on, I think I was completely shocked because I was trying to like get a better life. Because if you think about it, like there's a lot it went on in the Bible where Jesus was able to Jairus' daughter bring her back to life. Many situations where he gave his disciples the ability to bring people back to life. I know at some point in time during that, Maria felt a threat of what she does. Child molester, someone who hurts children, someone who rapes women, not to mention what was going on in the garage. That's the way she protects me. Eliminate the threat. But one, being laying there or sitting there trying to go to the hospital, like, I'm realizing, like, what is going on. Mode kicked in of the I tried to get him through. Even when at the GameStop, they tried to get the footage from GameStop. I don't know if they got it or not, but I was trying to get in the game. I already told him he was going to get it for $60. Edgar was with me during that time, but I don't know where he went during that time. Well, going back through and I was sitting in the car again on the passenger side. I go back in the house and everybody's just like, Lena's like white, like a ghost, like she's seen a ghost. I kept telling everybody he's going to be okay, he's going to be fine, and they're just asking me questions like, where is Gannon at? He's going to be fine. I'll find him. Because I didn't. What had happened during that traumatic experience, I wasn't real to. You gotta imagine if you were just somewhere and all of a sudden you're trying to bring somebody back to life and then now you don't know where he's at and you're telling everybody it'll be okay. Coherence, all a gap. A little bit of coherency, a gap. As you can see, if you look at the evidence from then on, it just spiraled. Telling people about getting me. What was going on? Because I was trying to piece together what had really happened. You know. At some point, I'd always been Rita telling them about Mike was dead. That was what she would have done. Eliminated someone who the molester. So the stories that are on the evidence are all over the place because I really didn't know how to put together the pieces. I had time memories here and time lapses there, and then visions here, visions there. One minute I was in Carolina, one minute I wasn't. And then I thought it was just a nightmare I was going to wake up from. I thought there was going to be cameras just pop out. Like one horrible, cruel joke, you know. Talking in like word salads. Talking like this, that. Going to Disney World and like, so I have no idea I even done. I have no idea what I was talking about. Talking about like the evidence somewhere it has searched on my phone. I think it was February or January or something. So I'm trying to find what to do and go get shot and went to shock. Like I don't remember even putting any of that stuff in any of the searches, but all of the things that had happened over my life just all goes in one, in and out, doing this, doing.
And I stopped it at 113.41 just because I thought that might be a good spot.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. If you go out for lunch, try not to get blown away by our Colorado breeze. And we will see you back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please.
I guess it's lunch break time, guys. Lunch break. Lunch break. And
Thank you. You may all be seated.
Well,
I wanted to make a record about a couple of things.
Oh shit.
Get to it.
What up, Judge? It's time to go. I gotta go. I get the fuck out of here, bro. Oh Lord.
Nope, I guess not. I already made the notes. Exhibit 728, 727 and Exhibit 728 have been officially admitted. When my court reporter came in this morning, she gave me an extra sheet because mine ended at 726. So I was adding some things in.
That was a sheet that came from us, Judge, just so that you were tracking with that, yeah.
Okay. And we have not yet gotten to 729 through 734, but it looks like those are Dr. Lewis's, so we'll deal with that on Monday. So I'm okay there. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page regarding exhibits. And then I wanted to talk briefly about something that occurred. I don't remember what time it was. It was about an hour ago. It was when Mr. Young had asked to approach the bench. This was after Ms. Stauch had responded no quite loudly in response to a question that was asked of Dr. Torres. Ms. Stauch, it's been a long trial.
I'm sorry.
And
I couldn't hear I didn't.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's make sure we're all on the same page. It's been a long trial. I know it wears on everybody. And I know that it has to wear on you especially. I also know that you're not feeling well today.
Oh,
so I do know that too.
Oh, come on.
But remember what I told you a couple of weeks ago about the conduct I expect in my courtroom.
Bolt her down.
You can't just blurt out comments or express your disagreement with someone. I've already given you an advisement
Bolt her
of
down.
your right to testify.
Bolt her.
You do have a right to testify. And when it comes time, you can testify if you want to, and you can tell the jury what you want to tell them. But you can't do that while you're at counsel table. You just can't start talking from counsel table. You can't express disagreement with anything that is being said by a witness, or even agreement with anything that's said by a witness. So just be careful going forward, because again, I could have you removed. That's not in your best interest. It's not in your lawyer's best interest, but it can occur. So just remember that, and I'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point in time, prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes.
Okay. All right, court will be in recess then. Thank you.
Bolter. All of a sudden, she snapped to normal. I'm sorry, Judge. All of a sudden, she's normal and shit. She was slooped over all the time. And she says she's sick today, so we got a baby Tisha today. Poor Tisha. Oh, Tisha's sick. Tisha. Yo, so I'll be right back. About 30 minutes long. About 30 minutes. When I come back, we will talk about the 6-year-old, I believe, that was found in a bucket. Stepmom put the girl in a bucket. She's literally seen on video. I posted this video yesterday. You should check it out. I posted it on YouTube, Facebook, and I also did a short little video on TikTok. I'm going to post it to YouTube stories as well, like a short story. So for people that missed it, or they just want a little preview, that video is actually blowing up on YouTube, the one I posted. I mean, not YouTube, Facebook. So, but somebody had said earlier that they're going to have a press conference today too. So I don't know if the Moz or somebody can kind of look for that. Well, I have an idea. I think it should be on that Facebook page for the police. I'm going to check it out. No way we can talk about that later, okay? But yeah, I'll be back. I can't do music either because yesterday I did music, and it's royalty-free music, and it's through Streamlabs, which I pay for, like an annual thing. And this company came in and claimed the video for shared revenue. So I'm disputing it. So I'm going to wait to see what happens with the dispute. Might have to forward it to Streamlabs, but I don't want to have to deal with that every video, every live stream. That's going to be ridiculous. So I'm just going to leave it with silence for now until we figure out the music situation, okay? Oh, you're right. My bad. 3:30 p.m. I put 1:30. Thank you, Cicely. Yeah, my bad. All right. Thank you. Both, Vic, thank you for the 18-month membership. 18 months! 18! Bolter down and muzzle her. Thank you guys for the time. I'll be back. Love you guys. Chill, relax, take a nap. I'll be back. Back streets back. All right. AT&T called me. Well, I was on the phone. AT&T called me, and they were like, "Star, like we have what did it say? We have what, fiber in your area or some shit like that." I'm like, "I already have the internet." They're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I see." And they're like, "Oh, well, how many devices do you have?" I was like, "I have the fastest thing you guys provide." "Oh, okay, no, you should, yeah." I was like, "I have 2,000 down, 2,000 up." And they're like, "Oh, okay, so I see, okay." Because they asked me to what I do for like work and stuff. And then he was like, "Oh, you want a cable TV? You want?" I was like, "No." I don't know why they all of a sudden they're like onto me and shit, like harassing me. "I don't want your calls." And so I said, "No, I don't want TV because I use other services." When you have really like good internet, why am I going to pay for like cable TV? Even though I kind of pay for YouTube TV. Why am I going to do that? And I got a lot of channels on YouTube TV. And then he's like, "Oh, you want to open another line? A phone line?" I'm like, "No." Because I already have another phone. That's just a paperweight. That's an open line with them that I don't even use. I don't know where that shit's at. The battery's dead. That's the old number of people are still calling looking for me. Rad ass Atkins cat. I like that. Wait, rad ass Atkinson's cat. Have I missed anything today? I mean, there was a little quarrel this morning with well, not a quarrel, but the judge and the attorneys were talking about the whole WebEx visitor log thing this morning, and then just the hours of Tisha on video, having her, I don't know, her psychiatric consultation and shit, whatever. Let me see what else we got going on. So let me see about this 6-year-old. I wonder if they come out with a press conference yet. I forgot the name of the police department. Parish? Something Parish? You know, Louisiana got that weird parish stuff. Parish. Okay, no press conference yet. Supposedly they're coming out with a press conference later. Let's take a look at this update here. Let me get the super chats too. Hope you guys are doing good. Oh no, Lisa. Lisa said, "I'm rewatching the live, Mel, and I want you to know that I watch everything." And so I saw what you said about me. Didn't mean anything bad. Sent you instant. I added a lot to that. Lisa, I love you. Don't take anything offensive or anything like that. It just reminded me it was really funny when you said that, because I've had that happen like at work before. I don't care. Okay, your message is like buried. Here we go. Thank you for the super chat. Let me get some of these. Yatsy. Miss Good Trouble, thank you for the membership. Libit Walkabout Bridge, thank you for the membership. By the way, doing a members video on Sunday, 6 p.m. I'm gonna do one more Q&A. Okay, we're gonna do one more Q&A because we had so much fun that last Q&A. I think that was the most watched members live that I had. And so because we have so many new members, I know a lot of people got gifted the memberships. Just come on by while you have the membership. If you're not sure about renewing, or maybe you will or you won't, whatever. Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern, we're doing the second Q&A. We're just going to have fun, kick back. I'll probably have some wine. Whatever. Oh, you saw the creeper video? What creeper video? Well, the one with the skin? It was actually pretty funny. I don't know if you guys could hear it if I play it here. Parish. Jefferson Parish. Okay, let me first of all. Cat C, thank you for the super chat. Yepa. Thanks for the super chat. Do you think she's going to take the stand? I don't know. You know, some people think she might. It would definitely not be in her interest, but her personality and her craziness and her fixation on proving that she's like right and stuff, and thinking that she's right and thinking that she can convince the world and she got everybody under her spell and shit. Maybe. I would love it if she did, just for the entertainment factor and just for her to bury herself. I'd love it. They would have to stop her though from talking. That'd be the thing. They're gonna have to step in, interject, object, whatever. NYC Beanie, thanks for the super chat. Prosecutor reminds me of John Walsh so much. From South Korea. Jody Turnbaugh. Thank you for the membership. Danielle, thank you for the super chat. Says Letecia Stauch has time in jail and are allowed to do research. Letecia Stauch made all of this up and ready for the 4th new interview with FBI when they find his body. Oh, is that the one? Because they have one more witness. I think it's going to be this FBI guy. Is there one? Is that the interview they're going to do? I hope that they kind of wrap this up today. I think it's actually taking a little bit longer than maybe anticipated today. Love you, Mel. I don't know what I would do without your channel. You go to another channel. I'm just kidding. I hope not. Everyone hit like button. Justice for Gannon. Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate that. Heavy Rains. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Lordy, I looked away and thought the devil himself was in the courtroom. Oh. K's beautiful struggle. Hey, Mel, I was late today. We'll catch up later. Thank you. Thank you, K. DLC Vida. DLC VDA. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Mel, keep doing what you do. By the way, eres Dominicano. Yes, I am Dominican. They don't, I mean, I don't know. Every time I've been over there, they call me gringo. And they used to tease me when I was growing up, when I was a kid. There was this aunt. She used to tease me for being like overweight. I forgot her name. Jenny? Chala. And she was overweight herself. She looked hideous. I mean, if I had it in me back then when I was a kid, I would have snapped on her. But that's all right, because I punched her kid one time, because her kid, he was trying to push my sister down the stairs. It was like these long ass stairs, right, that led up to the other house. And this kid, that was her son, kept trying to like threaten, like push my sister. I kept telling him, like, chill. He just kept doing it. So I popped him in the shit. The whole family was mad at me. My mother was mad at me. Everybody was mad at me and shit. But I was like, yes. That was many like years and years ago, decades ago, probably. But yeah, that lady, she's dead now. Rest in peace, I guess. They all used to like tease me and call me gringo over there, because some people don't realize. Let's see, what did they do here? Some people don't realize. They claim that video. Amazing. When you come from over here, they don't look at you as you're from over there type of shit, you know? They just look at you as you're American. They're looking at you like what they can get out of you. You know what I'm saying? Trying to come up. Mimi Moody, thank you so much for the super chat. Member for 4 months. Appreciate that. Says thank you. Thank you so much. The Fire Hearts. Amanda B, thank you for the 13-month membership. Whoop, it's Friday. All you beautiful people. Amanda, I hope you're doing amazing. I appreciate your friendship too. Good person. Mimi Moody, thank you for the super chat. Mimi Moody, thanks for the super chat. Says poor Gannon. Cutie Pie 102, thanks for the super chat. Says say it, Mel. What the hell? How do you say that? Escalades? Escalades. I don't know how you say that shit. Escalades? Was that from the Bible or something? What was it? You know how to spell that shit. Escalades. Lord mercy. Escalades. What the hell is that? ECC LES. Oh, it's a scripture shit. Yeah, how you say that? How to say escalades? Escalades. Escalades.
Ecclesiastes.
Oh shit, not even close. Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes. Charisma, thank you for the 15-month membership. Holy crap, thanks for the coverage. Thank you, Vic. 18 months. Bolt her down and muzzle her. Miss B, thank you for the membership. Belinda Ibarra. Thank you for the membership. Lisa, thanks for the super chat. And Shirley Harris, thank you for the super chat. Letecia is the seed of Chucky, seed and the child of Annabella. It's that Bible shit. It's from the Bible. All right, let's get this update with the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. They're supposed to do, I heard somebody say something about a press conference. I don't know. It says here, let's see. Let me just check this real quick because okay. Boom. 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 Okay. Update and Harahan homicide investigation. Landon was booked earlier this morning at the Jefferson Parish Correctional Center on counts of first-degree murder and obstruction of justice. Later this morning, a judge determined that Landon is to be held without bond. Original release, the sheriff reports that the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, in conjunction with the Harahan Police Department, is investigating a homicide in Harahan. Investigators believe that the homicide occurred sometime yesterday evening/night and was discovered this morning. The victim was identified as Bella Fontanelli, if that's how you say it, 6 years old. At around 7:30 a.m. this morning, the father of a missing child walked into Harahan Police Department to report his daughter, victim, and girlfriend suspect missing. At around 7:45 a.m., Harahan police units arrived at the man's residence on Donlone Drive to begin their investigation. At around 8:20 a.m., Harahan police relocated to the victim's mother's residence in Sedgefield Drive, around the corner from Donlone residence and less than 2 blocks away. So they live very, very close to each other. At the Sedgefield location, officers discovered the victim's remains inside a large plastic bucket in the front yard. The victim was pronounced dead on scene. Harahan police requested the assistance of Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, and the Sheriff's Office assumed investigative responsibilities for the case. The investigation quickly focused on the suspect, Hannah, which she has multiple names, also known as Bunak Lim and Bunak Landon. Video evidence collected in the area showed Landon pulling a wagon containing a bucket down both Donlone and Sedgefield Drives. An autopsy was conducted this afternoon, and the victim's death has been classified as a homicide. The cause of death is being withheld for investigative reasons at this time. We still got about, I think, 30 minutes. Interviews were conducted with both parents, and at this time, our investigators do not believe that either parent was involved in the victim's death. Around 2 p.m., detectives received information that the suspect was a patient at a local hospital. We were able to determine that the suspect showed up at Harahan Police Department after midnight last night and was eventually transported to the hospital for evaluation, which they haven't released. And I'm kind of wondering, why was she there in the hospital? What happened? This afternoon, our investigators secured an arrest warrant for the arrest of Landon for the first-degree murder. Landon will be booked at the Jefferson Parish Correctional Center, and there she is. Evil stepmom. Let me see, because Flossie had sent me a link earlier, I think. Oh, here we go. Here's the video. Oh, it's a short video. Okay. Let's take a look at this. This is the coroner. It's interesting when you see the coroners doing like these press releases.
Well, the Jefferson Parish coroner has released the autopsy results showing how a 6-year-old girl.
Where's the source video? Do we have a source video for this?
And Harahan was murdered. And we warn you, this story is very graphic.
It is, and the coroner also explained why they did not release the information right away. The child's body was found in a plastic bucket on her mom's front yard. And Alyssa Curtis is joining us now live with the latest on this very, very sad story. Alyssa?
Good evening, guys. Yes, Bella Fontanelli's family is getting a few more answers tonight. As like you guys said, the coroner's office has released those autopsy results. The Jefferson Parish coroner said they wanted to wait until they released them, first to allow officers to interview some suspects and continue on in this investigation. They also wanted to wait so they can notify Fontanelle's family. Those family members have now been notified. So now take a listen to what that coroner had to say just a few minutes ago.
Our preliminary cause of death, as determined by the forensic pathologist, is manual strangulation, along with multiple blunt force injuries to the head. Child deaths are always terrible, especially ones like this that should not have happened.
just an absolute tragedy. And as you can imagine, the past 24 hours have been extremely difficult for the Harahan community. You can just feel the sadness and grief today in the city. Community members say the city has gone through many difficult times, but nothing like this.
When I got the call, it literally just ripped the heart right out of my chest.
Just like the rest of the city, Harahan Mayor Tim Baudier is still in shock.
I don't think I slept much last night. Just sitting there thinking I have 4 children of my own. And it's hard because it really touches your heart. I know it's touched this community's heart.
6-year-old Bella Fontanelle was killed, her body found in a bucket on her mom's lawn. The tragedy has left the community in pain. Some who knew her, like Katie Cox, Ashley Kiefer, and Shannon Fitzner, say they couldn't believe it.
Speechless. It took my breath away when we realized who it was.
I actually felt like ill. Sick. Yeah.
Bella and her family were regulars at Rosemary and Rue, a restaurant owned and managed by Cox, Kiefer, and Fitzner.
The girls were very sweet, quiet. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the one little girl described as a tiny princess, and yes, both of the girls were very
energetic.
Yes, sweet, kind of quiet, well-behaved in here.
They hope justice is served. 43-year-old Bunak Hannah Landon has been booked on counts of first-degree murder and obstruction of justice. The kindergartner from St. Matthew the Apostle was supposed to be honored at City Hall soon for her achievements in track. But instead, the community is now grieving her.
I think the community has to align with one another. I don't think that I help the community heal. I think the community as a whole heals. I think we all heal together. Heal together. I can tell you this as an elected official. This is it was the hardest day in my elected career.
Landon is being held without bail, and the investigation into the incident is ongoing. There is a prayer service being held tomorrow at 3 p.m. at St. Matthew the Apostle Church. Reporting live in front.
Okay, so that's the update. I'm curious to know more about this stepmother, the history. Must have obviously had some issues, hated the biological mother because she went to the effort to kill this child and then casually walk over with the 6-year-old in a bucket and dump it on the front lawn so the mother would see that. That's pretty wild. She might even have some shit over Tisha. Let's see. Okay, let me get these super chats. They'll be coming back in about, 25 minutes. Marianne, thank you for the super chat. Says Gannon and Blue Hearts. Where are you at? DKK. Wonder where that's at. What kind of currency is that? What country are you in? Let's see. Crowd. Oh, Danish? Ooh. Interesting. Well, thank you for the super chat. DLC Vita, thank you for the super chat again. Says yo también. The LVC VDA is Dulce Vida. Oh, Dulce Vida. Okay, I like that. Okay. Dulce Vida. Sweet Life. Brittany, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. Karen Newton, thanks for the super chat. Very nice of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mel, for all you do. Love this channel, chat community, and mods. Amazing. Danielle, thank you for the super chat. Says you asked, you cracked me up. Glad you're a great sport. No, of course. We're all good. Past Nola in the chat says the stepmother and bio mother had physical altercations before. Really? That's what I'm saying. I want to pull up. Let me type in the bio. The stepmother's. Hannah Landon. Let me just do a little Facebook search. Where her Facebook at? Anybody pull up her Facebook at? Personal profile and stuff? Wonder what's on there. Hannah Landon. Probably all smiles and shit. Maybe do something too. I've been meaning to fix this. Oh, YouTube changed it. I mean, Facebook changed it. Damn. Okay. There it is. Okay. To fix this video. So we'll see what else we have left for today, man. This video it's kind of, for me, it's dragging a little bit. Kind of. I mean, it's interesting, but it's also like to have to hear the bullshit because you know it's bullshit, you know. Malarkey all over the place. Okay, can't do it. I guess that's the update with that. And Landon, let me just do another search for her. What day is it today? Friday! Friday, man. I'm glad we made it to Friday. Friday. Louisiana woman allegedly kills boyfriend's daughter. Court documents reveal the history. All right, let's take a look at the history. No.
From Fox 8, this is breaking news.
Loud. Wake you guys up.
Good afternoon. I'm Lauren McCoy.
And I'm Liz Reyes. The Jefferson Parish coroner says a preliminary autopsy shows 6-year-old Bella Fontenelle died of manual strangulation with blunt force injuries to the head. Meanwhile, the woman accused of her death is now in jail, booked with her murder.
And the horrific killing left the Harahan neighborhood in shock, but police say their investigation is far from over. Natasha Robert explains.
She had the biggest smile. It seemed to be, she was the first one that would approach you, you know, and share and just giggle and how you doing.
The Harahan community is still reeling from the tragic death of 6-year-old Bella Fontenelle.
And I would see the little girl and her older sister out in the driveway playing many times, riding their little bikes, and the mother would sit out there with them. The grandmother and grandfather would sit out there with them, and it was just beautiful to watch them.
Investigators say her father's girlfriend, Hannah Landon, also known as Bunnick Landon, killed little Bella, stuffed her in a 10-gallon chlorine bucket, and left it on her mother's front lawn late Tuesday night. The sheriff's office says it recovered surveillance video showing Landon walking down the street that night with a wagon in tow, carrying the bucket. She's now booked with first-degree murder and obstruction of justice and is being held without bond.
We've been a small bedroom community for years. You know, we average a murder once every 3.5, 4 years. And it's a tragic thing.
Harahan Police Chief Edward LaPrey says just after midnight, early Wednesday morning, Landon came into the Harahan police station asking for help.
Officer spoke to her. She seemed a little bit out of it. And they called to have her, she was asking for a transport. So they called for an ambulance to come pick her up. And once the ambulance came and picked her up, they transported her to a local hospital to be evaluated.
And that's where police say they eventually located and arrested her for murder. People who live near Bella's mother say they're in shock.
I thought everything was all American, as you would say. You know, I know she was working through a stressful divorce. She did share that. But it seemed to be, she was okay with it. I mean, she seemed to be moving forward with that situation.
But court documents show there was conflict between the mother
Ooh.
and Landon or Lim dating back to 2021. In one incident, court documents show the two women got into a physical confrontation
Ooh.
during a swim meet for one of the kids, and Bella's father had to intervene. In another incident, the two seemed to scuffle during a soccer game. Chief LaPrey says the investigation into the little girl's murder is far from over.
We're going to work to the end to try to make sure we get a conviction. This is a small baby, and any family would be devastated. I can only imagine what the mother and father is going through right now.
When it happens 2 doors down from your house and you look outside and you see multiple policemen, it is like, what in the world is going on here?
People who live in this neighborhood still cannot believe what happened, but they say they're leaning on each other to cope with the tragedy. In Harahan, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
Okay. So they've had previous issues, altercations. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, they got everything on this art. That's a good article to save in case I do an update. They got the coroner. They got the video of this woman walking with the bucket. Oh, they even got the court documents. Damn, you don't see articles like this anymore. That's nice. Amazing. Okay. I don't like. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Plaintiff fears. I'm gonna have to do a video on this. We can do that because they're coming back soon. Plaintiff fears she will suffer immediate and irreparable injury, loss, or damage from defendants before the adverse parties, their attorneys, can be heard. In opposition, defendants have committed battery upon her and threatened her with additional bodily harm. Therefore, she seeks the injunctive relief of this court for the reasons that follow. Defendant Jennifer is the mother of 2 children whose father is the plaintiff's boyfriend. On multiple occasions, Jennifer has assaulted and battered plaintiff, including but not limited to shoving, aggressively grabbing and grappling, and making threats of harm to the petitioner's body and life. The most recent incident of abuse on June 8th, 2021, which prompted plaintiff to file this petition, occurred while plaintiff was tending to one of her boyfriends. Mr. Michael Fontanelli, daughters at Mr. Fontanelli's request, while at an outing at Riverside County Club in Harahan, Louisiana. At the time, Jennifer, the child's mother, positioned herself behind the plaintiff and grabbed and aggressively pulled and shoved the plaintiff. The physical confrontation continued for some time until Mr. Fontanelli intervened. During this altercation, Jennifer made multiple threats and harm against the plaintiff. So hold on. The plaintiff, why isn't this working? And they all got multiple names and shit, okay. Temporary restraining order, okay. Petitioner, so the crazy bitch, she put on a petition. The petitioner, Bunkin Landon, therefore referred to as a plaintiff, an individual. So we don't even know if this is really true, but that's what really happened. But crazy bitch over here is getting a restraining order? Am I getting that right? I remember I had to get a restraining order one time. Back in my time, back in my day, I had one too, a crazy one, and I had to get a restraining order. She didn't show up for the thing. I went to the court, I filled out all this paperwork, then there was a date, she was served. Oh, the way she got served is because she showed up to the house. Again, this is a long, long time ago. And, she would just randomly show up. And so, like, it would kind of creep me out because sometimes I'd wake up and I see like a silhouette at the window and shit, and that shit would creep me out. So one morning she showed up, Mel, Mel, let me in, Mel. Mel. I'm like, fuck. You know? And so I was like, yeah, I'll be there. I'll be right. Oh no, I didn't even talk. I texted her back. I was like, yeah, I'll be there. I'm in the shower right now. Called the cops. All right, and got her served up. But so anyway, the most recent incident of abuse on June 8, 2021, which prompted plaintiff to file this petition, occurred while plaintiff was tending to one of her boyfriends, Mr. Michael Fontanelli, daughters at, I think I got this already, at Mr. Fontanelli's request while at the outing at Riverside County Club in Harahan, Louisiana. At the time, Jennifer, the child's mother, positioned herself behind the plaintiff and grabbed and aggressively pulled and shoved plaintiff. The physical altercation continued for some time until Mr. Fontanelli intervened. During this altercation, Jennifer made multiple threats of harm against the plaintiff. Past incidents of harm include Wednesday, March 17, 2021, where plaintiff was in attendance at a soccer game for Mr. Fontanelli's children. Jennifer approached the plaintiff and forcefully grabbed plaintiff's wrist while pressing her body close to the petitioner and stating, "I will hurt you." Later on the same event that day, Jennifer Zeledon approached plaintiff from behind and aggressively grabbed the plaintiff once again and began to cause another altercation. Defendant Evelyn is the sister of the defendant, Jennifer. On the incident of June 8th, 2021, described in paragraph 3 of this petition, Evelyn charged plaintiff aggressively and shoved plaintiff hard enough to jolt plaintiff's body. Plaintiff felt extremely threatened and feared for her safety. During this struggle, Evelyn attacked plaintiff by kicking, clawing, and grabbing her arms and shoulders and pulling her hair. Evelyn and Jennifer continued to yell and harass plaintiff until plaintiff left the area. Did she not call the cops? Due to the immediate present danger of abuse, plaintiff requests that a temporary restraining order be issued immediately pursuant to the provisions of CCP Art 361 without bond. Number 1, prohibiting defendants from abusing, harassing, assaulting, stalking, following, tracking, monitoring, or threatening plaintiff in any manner whatsoever. The prohibition includes the use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force and or that would reasonably be expected to cause bodily injury. Prohibiting defendants from contacting plaintiff personally through a third party or via public posting by any means, including written, telephone, or electronic, text, email, messaging, or social media communication without the express written permission of this court. Prohibiting defendants from going within 100 yards. Okay. Prohibiting defendants from going within 100 yards of plaintiff's person. Prohibiting defendants from damaging any belongings. Court should order defendants Jennifer and Evelyn to show cause on a date and time fixed by the court with why preliminary writs of injunction in the form of substance of the above suggested temporary restraining order should not be issued herein, and why defendants should not also be ordered to pay the costs. Blah, 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 blah. The batteries and threats that petitioner has endured at the hands of the defendants has caused pain, suffering, and anxiety, by reason of which defendants are obligated to make reparations pursuant to the provisions of LARCC. Plaintiff prays that a temporary restraining order be issued in the form and substance suggested in paragraph 5 above, that the court issue an order commanding defendants to show cause as to why a preliminary injunction in the form and substance as suggested in paragraph 5 should be issued, that in due course the court issue judgment permanently enjoining defendants as set forth in paragraph 5, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So they had a hearing August 5th, 2021. It's further order that defendants show cause on August 5th. Okay. Read all that bullshit. Okay. Oh, Zoom meeting. Ooh. I wonder what that Zoom meeting looked like. Ooh. Lord almighty. All right. That's an interesting update. I'm going to keep this article information and document. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. If you guys could hit the like button, please. If you haven't done so already, I'd appreciate that. We're almost 2,500. We can get 2,500, like 15 away or something. That'd be nice. They should be coming back. I'm not too excited. I'm a little kind of like, Lord Almighty. Amazing grace. Well, what about the gal who forgot her husband was in a suitcase? Yeah, they keep pushing that back. Just me, JB. They keep pushing that. That trial keeps getting pushed back, and that lady seems pretty upset because nobody really wants to represent her. Seems like she ain't happy. I might look for something for lunch too, maybe something like. Oh, I have soup in the fridge. I could just warm up soup. I don't know. I have groceries coming later, around 5. I have soup in the fridge. It's cloudy outside. Cloudy. Thank you, Ashley. It's cloudy outside. Chill weather. Sunday, I'm going to have a bottle of wine. We're going to chill. Sarah Boone trial, July 24th. Yeah, they keep pushing that back. I mean, I don't know. Heather said, go on your kids' iPads and other devices and hit the like again. I did that 3 times. Amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I tell like my friends and stuff too. I even tell my mother. I think I told my mother yesterday. I'm just like so just appreciative for for you guys, for what I have. I was literally in a studio last year. So I'm just happy where the channel's gone and where things are going, grinding, And I think this trial too, I think I took better care of myself than the other trials for longevity, but it's starting to a little, I mean, this trial, the timing worked out well. It's kind of weird though, like going into 7 p.m. because like normally the morning trials, if it ends around 5 for me normally, I still got a lot I can do. At the end of the day with this thing, it's like trying to rush to do what I got to do with Maddie and chill. I mean, there was the other night where I edited a video and then we jumped back on live. Danish. So yeah, I appreciate everything. I'm grateful. Rebecca. There was a story. I never followed up with it. The whole P.O. box thing. There was somebody I thought on Twitch. Somebody told me the story about this person, this woman that had like a really big following, and some guy started stalking her P.O. box, waiting and hoping that like she would show up. And he was like literally like live streaming it. And he kept getting his stream shut down, but like he would be there just waiting around the clock, hoping that she would show up.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up at this point in time?
There you are.
All right. I assume we're going back with Dr. Torres at this point? Or, oh, no, that's right. We're in the middle of the video.
We'll just
Okay.
play when the court tells us to.
Okay. All right. All right. Do we have everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Okay, so they're already back. Oh, where am I? Boom. Thank you, Moparchik 10. Thank you. Yeah, I have some really good mods, man. They're super amazing. I consider them my personal friends too. Like, they know a lot of shit. Do you get a discount for people? I get a with data seal, so I get like a percentage of the sign up. And I get like a little base pay too.
Go back to my chambers and get my laptop. I left it on my desk and just needs to unplug it.
And I use the service myself. A long time ago. I mean, I can talk.
All rise for the jury, please.
We can talk about that on the break, or a long time ago, especially with what I do. I learned that I need service like that, like especially people on the internet. They're always trying to look you up, find where you're at. If I didn't like protect myself, people could easily find like not even just me, like my family and stuff. Where they live, and so you got a lot of like people that are malicious. So for me, it's like it's not even a question. Like I started doing that a couple of years ago, and I've warned people that are creators to use that service too.
20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video, and that will resume.
Teacher's sick.
Maybe.
I think Mr. Gibbons.
Just to let the court know where we're at, we're going to start it at 113:41, which is where we stopped it. And we're going to stop it again at 149:07.
Okay.
Like, I have a hard time even believing. Like, some days I just like hanging out in this one space until things clear up in my head. Some days I'm in a bad depression and despair because I've never ever the one thing I prided myself on. If I wasn't consistent in my life on a lot of areas, I'd be in and out doing crazy stuff all over the place, very impulsive, managed, doing this, doing that, but I've never, ever. Yeah, I might have not showed up somewhere, but I'd be on a plane somewhere, but like nothing that would anyone ever changed. You're like, but there and that's hardly, you could ask anyone. He taught kids, had them across the country, this place to that place. Like sometimes I would just be manic and get everybody in a plane and end up somewhere. No one ever. But it's part of like, put it all together and just looking at evidence, and then you look at evidence and you're like, that's.
When we spoke to you last time, you had mentioned that you thought it was an intruder escape, and that you and Elena had moved the body before you even realized.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. We got to go to the hospital, but like I didn't know it was until we got to. We have to go out the house, up the stairs, or whatever. Like I never even knew what was going on until we got to the house, and I heard that noise.
Yeah. And I guess my question is, why even where the body was, why move it?
That was the question I can answer for you. That would have been something that would have been like an instinct from another part of my body to do, because it definitely wasn't to hide or conceal or do any harm in any other way. 100% probably more than likely that would have been like Maria's interpretation. Like, I mean, looking back and forth. In Maria's mind, if it's a person who is child molested, then they need to be eliminated. To be honest, I know you guys have a hard job, but there's not a person here who can stand speed. That's just natural. Rape. there was definitely a lot of the in and out and definitely switching back and forth. Because I didn't even realize. Not even the thought of being an intruder. It was more so the thought of someone in a cave. I told you the cave was red flag. To me, if I had been having thoughts of me and my stepdad throughout that whole time prior there, it's not even dead. And I'm haunted with that off and on my entire life. Like, of him being there, him being in a certain situation, or me being back in that house that I grew up in, or in the night terrors of all the abuse that we had lived through. So that's why it would be. If he's come now and I'm dealing with all this with Gannon, mentally, which probably 100% his stepfather is messing with him, like how could it be? This is how protection instincts work. Right? If you were to give me a test on protective instincts, I'm scored 90%, because that's how the brain works. And I think I got Bobby upstairs, Green upstairs. So, and how Maria works is it's not always to eliminate people, they take them out. It could be just to remove people from the situation with everybody. And she has extreme power to that, you know, to actually carry somebody and to do those things. Like, when I'm in the Maria mode, like, I have extreme power. Unbelievable. Special powers, I guess you could say.
What?
Something like that. People come back and tell me, oh, this happened since I was young. Police reports, so when I was young. Dismissed it. And Maria has power to eliminate a threat. You know Maria pretty well. I can like an audible conversation, but I can't go to Maria. But I can have an audible conversation. Or over time, I've been able to. Incidents started happening. My grandpa used to always say, "Something's wrong with that youngin." You would think country stuff. It's always wrong with that youngin. She's always hanging out with all these people. And my grandma would be like, "Oh, it's just imaginary friends." Like, no, it was beyond imaginary friends. Like, I would try to bring my grandpa to people. You know, like, everybody always thought I was just different. Had I hit my head. You know. As it kept going on, situations kept happening, or I'd end up in a situation and, like, dead straight would not even know what it was. I went to a doctor in Florida about it one time, but I think they tried to give you all that information, but Dr. Bushman had deleted his feeds every 5 years or something like that. I tried to sign that form for you guys 2 years ago, but I guess now is the 5-year mark or something that you don't have it. But like, I ended up in places like that in Florida, and that's how I ended up at his office. And he it happened so much that finally I became to know who it was around here. I was not visual for Maria, but I can see Taylor, I can see Victoria, but I can't just say it has to be an extreme emotional perspective. If you wanted to see her and talk to her, you'd have to put me in.
Did you say to have a conversation with her, meaning you can ask for something and she?
Yeah, because like the people that come and see me, they've been coming up and they've been trying to figure out if I can find out why I have so much traumatic stress about growth. And I figure out why I feel the way I do about how to conversation, because they wanted to feel why I felt the way I do about drugs. Because through a lot of those methods, they could talk to Maria. I was younger, my stepdad used to take me to Randy Ray's house, which was his nephew. And during Randy Ray, they always said he was just something was wrong with him, but he did bad drugs or whatever. That's when she triggered things in my memory that I came back to myself and I remember taking Randy Ray and my stepdad at a very young age to go get the guy in the car. I was just big shit. So that's why I have to wait. That plus, you know, all the, like I'm pretty sure my mom has ritualism or whatever. You always wanted to break. So
sorry, going back to what I was asking before. No, it's okay. You said you have an audible conversation with Maria. You also said that there are people coming to see you, I assume doing some sort of treatment or therapy with you.
Yeah.
Associated with this, and that's how you talk to Maria?
no, so like it's been a couple weeks that we've been doing this, but they wanted to know why I felt that way about drugs. So, you know, when someone kind of gives you a certain small thing, like you start having those intrusive memories. Like you could not remember something, but then see something that like triggered that memory. And so as I was doing that, it triggered that memory, and that's how I could hear Maria and have the conversation with her about it. So it was part of those methods that we were doing. Find out.
And who's doing these methods with you now?
Whoever might offer.
I don't remember. All right. Well, I'm wondering, probably if you can have an audible conversation with Maria. I have the question now if you can tell Maria, you know, what she was thinking and what she was.
Eventually, if you bring it up like traumatic stuff, I can dig myself into harmony, which in depth what any kind of abuse was like. It's very hard because that's the only way you get it like extreme. So like, well, the surroundings like it feels like, and I've had to do that once for this process, and it's very difficult because, you know, for the other person having to hear it, you know, I go back and read their, you know, the report of what they typed about what I said in harmony, and it's very expensive. So yeah, so it.
I definitely don't want to take you back to your childhood. I'm just wondering about, you know, at the time, the alleged offense.
Oh, future
where, you know, for you, the memory gets fuzzy, right, between, you know, you're looking for getting, you're thinking someone's in the house, you see the shadow, you're having kind of that repeated thought of, you see out these 33, time to kill, time to heal. Mm-hmm. And then the next thing you sort of remember is being in the car. And on some level, it sounds like your perspective is an assumption Maria took over at that point in time. And that Maria is your protector. She comes up in these situations where there's a threat. So I'm wondering, you know.
Can you talk to Maria through me is what you're after?
Yeah.
Okay. If you just said it that way.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You said it a lot clearer than I did.
Yeah. How we got into work before was I had to just kind of put my mindset, like, I'm conditioned to hang out like that. So, like, I have to take my mind to hang out in those, reliving it, you know what I mean? And then that's how I can do it.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering why Maria might have moved the body. I don't think you guys have any other stuff, because like how we did it before, is we have like the evidence she's been on. We don't have any of that. Would have to have something for me to switch or trigger me, like going into that thought process, or to, it's not really daydreaming, it's like would have to have something in order to do that in order to hear. Can't just be like, oh, it'll be fine. Like, yeah. Have any other questions about?
I'm still a little unclear about these gaps. When you can't remember, is that when?
Usually when I can't remember, or when there's a blur around me, like let's say I would be in one of those states right now. You guys could be in here and I never even know you're in here. Things around me would not be the same. You know what I mean? So during any time, so okay, let me explain to you from how it started. So when I would get abused, sexually abused by my stepdad, I started noticing like Letecia, always abused. But then I didn't want Letecia. So if I trained my brain to go somewhere else and let harm me get abused. So that way, if anyone, like when the counselors and stuff like that at school would ask, like me, Letecia, have you been abused? I always kind of like, no, because harm is the person that would be abused. So, back to what you were asking, that's why those gaps come into play, because I can take myself to those worlds. Like, when one of the worlds is Christina, and how Christina works is when I was younger, my mom used to leave me by myself, take care of the kids, and she would try to leave my stepdad with me. But then she'd leave us by herself with this place, and I would be taking care of kids while she was on his house. So that's how Christina came along, and she's a gymnast. So like if I have a gap or I go somewhere, I go to when I was a child, I go to Christina because that was during the time of the Olympics, the 1996 Olympic Games. Everything in my house became like a gymnasium and apparatus. So everything around me was like that. Not like crazy stuff where people be like, oh, there's natives. It's just that the surroundings are like that, or either like my body gets put in the surroundings. And that's how I had, so that's why whenever there's a gap in it, I went to this place and then something else. Or I make a mess of things if I deal with the trauma. Really. Nothing straight. If I didn't do that, I couldn't have been a teacher. I couldn't have got my degree. I couldn't have done a lot of things because of how I deal with something like that. It goes on into my adulthood. It doesn't just stop at my childhood, you know. Right there because I'm conditioned to move out there. Something else might be going on in that world. It's not like I just am driving on the road and I'm like, oh, over here. Let me just look. That would be dangerous. It's not like that. If something happens that causes me not to want to deal with it, then I can switch. But the thing about Maria is I cannot just switch to her breaking out. It has to be in the form of protection, or it has to be in the form of like getting me out of it. So like the other day at the jail, I say the other day, I don't know. I ended up in a turtle suit. I didn't know how I ended up in a turtle suit, right? And so I'm trying to let you see how that got worked. I remember being on the phone, getting ready to dial a number, and I heard them say, hey, you have to leave the cell 9 because they're having some construction going on at the jail, right? So they took us out of our ward, and so I won't go to the tower, so I have to that house of segregation until the ward is finished. So I remember hearing them say cell 9. Well, cell 9 is where I developed Janelle because so much trauma in segregation. That's where I developed Janelle. Well, that was the last thing I remember. Then next thing I know, I ended up at SB, and SB was because I was in a turtle suit, and they said I was trying to hurt myself. So I kind of put it all together. I'm like, why was I trying to hurt myself? But what happened was the trigger from cell 9 brought back the memory of the fact that I was going to have to be able to survive in segregation right now, meaning, no book, no radio, no food, nothing, started all that because there's no instruction that apparently I called my friend Amy, Maria. I called my friend and she was talking in another language. And during that time, they said that I went upstairs at my body, Maria, and the deputy gave me a play-by-play. Deputy Lee said that because she was watching from another camera. She said that Maria looks this way, looks that way, and then tries to jump off. So you know how the jail, they have the rails, and there's like rails like this, tries to jump through the rails. But once I was able to come later on, like piece everything back together, Maria had called my friend, she was talking another language, and then she tried to rescue me. How she tried to rescue me was, she wasn't trying to kill me. She was trying to like bungee jump off. Because in her mind, I was like, bungee jumping off. But I am the one that ended up in the truck. So then I had to go through the whole protocol of why are you going to hurt yourself? So the deputy, when she came, Deputy Browder came to SC, is when I came back through. She said I was talking to her first with Maria, but then she was like, when I came back to myself as Letecia, she said, you were just Maria. And then I was like, why is that turtle suit? But then once I got everything back together, you could piece it together. So answering the question, what you just said, that's how it works. So the only way I'm left to piece stuff back together is like the evidence stuff, or like, okay, well, this has got to be clearly you on the camera, and I see myself. Okay, yeah, that's clearly me on the camera. Looking at it, like, that's me. I don't know that I'm there, That's kind of how, I don't know if I helped you understand what I'm saying about the gap, but it's not like I'm just like, hey, I don't remember. It's, I'm not there.
So, like when you find yourself in Orlando, who gets you there?
Well, I found out through this, is that fire?
I will bet you large money to drill. As one friend of mine used to say, I'll bet all of your money and some of mine.
Okay.
outside. Okay, yeah, so you find yourself in Orlando. At the end.
All right. Try not to focus on it.
Distracted.
Well, no, I'm telling you, it's just like crazy because I'm like, I told you how to throw my fires. So what I've learned throughout this investigation is that like they found different things where that she met me before and I was all three. Someone else met me and I was tired. So there are personalities that I'm aware of. Like one of the reports they were asking about was like the FBI talking to some girl and she always knew you at Albany. I'm like, I don't really think about that. So I think that must be one of the person that wasn't Taylor. That's not me, Letecia. So it just has to be one of the ones I either don't know about or either I just stayed out for minutes and hours because obviously a plane ride from Colorado to Orlando, 3 to 4 hours. So you got to imagine what it's like. I did this before and ended up in Jamaica, and my daughter been like, "Why are you in the middle of the ocean?" Right? I also think that sometimes that's part of like one of my personalities, which is me, Letecia, is very polar. So I think you got to factor in the manic part too, when I just am so impulsive that who cares what's going on around me, you know? So I've been asking myself this question for years. In places like schoolwork, and not even know that I did schoolwork. Like, wow, I submitted. Oh, I thought I didn't do my homework, and I didn't do it. Guess that came in handy with the fact that I didn't struggle with degrees, but I also don't remember a lot about doing some of it because there was so much of that going on. And I was living in Chancellor, that was the time I was thinking. That's just not the very traumatic time.
So it was other personalities doing some of the work
Right.
for your degree.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But presumably when they would turn things in, it made your name.
Right, but they know about me. You see what I'm saying? That's always been a thing. Like I tell the people at the jail sometimes, like me, they can call me what they want. But then when I'm Taylor, sometimes the deputies like will come by and be like saying my name, and I'm just like, hey, that's Letecia's name. Taylor's name, you know what I mean? So it's just it's hard to like help people with it. Or someone else who's on the outside looking in, they always thought I just hit some piece all around. Well, fight too much, or questions.
How would these other individuals get on a plane without ID?
And control of my body. So now they do know that I did have an ID and everything that was Maria Sanchez. But they do know that. So yes, the times that I crossed the border, which people in Border Patrol, times I've crossed the border have been as Maria Sanchez. How we ended up in Canada and the whole situation. So they were working on the Border Patrol for that. But that's why, like, on some of the questions, when I answer and I'd say, like, 4 or 5 or 6, because, like, when this would happen. It's not like all the time. It's only when certain things have to trigger it. You know? It's not like every day I just wake up and then, oh, I don't know what happened. Like I don't have cognitive. I don't think I do. Memory as far as like you do their little memory things. Of course I'm great at them, but you catch me in the middle of a situation, I may not even be able to tell you the date. Right. So it's still the same. when I was talking to the people that come and see me, like, at the jail, like I said, I had to hit my hand, but I didn't feel it hitting my hand. It hit my hand in Maria. So when they come back and show me all the pictures of how my hand looked, and this girl had, she had drugs or whatever, and she had flaked this. And she was in depth stuff or whatever. Last thing I remember is I tried to get the deputy's help, and then when they hit me. So when I switched to Maria, that was a perfect example. I didn't remember anything after that because her instinct is protective. So when I hit the wall, it's Maria, and then it hurts. So by the time I came back to myself, they're all like, you need something for your hand. It hurt my hand. But the reason the whole thing happened with the shit was because when I was little, I wanted a dog. And some of the dogs were dirty, we're not allowed to have dogs. So they used to make me sleep outside, and like, hurt. She was like, here, dogs put shit everywhere, dogs are gross, you know, so that's another example of why I'm clear with something, because a situation like that, I'm not going to be the one getting shit thrown me, you know what I mean, or I'm not going to be the one solving the problem.
You said Maria was speaking another language, Spanish.
Maria can speak Spanish, but my friend said when Maria called her today, she was talking Russian. Because I guess my friend had to figure out what was going on or whatever.
Maria was speaking Russian.
That's what she said. Her name was Amy. Amy said that when I called her Maria, that she didn't understand at first what was going on. She heard the Spanish, but then she heard the Russian. She was like, wow, this person speaks Russian better than my own friends, what she told me later on. She didn't know that I and my brain do have a Russian.
You speak Spanish?
Mm-hmm. I don't know anything about Putin in Russian.
So where would Maria have learned these languages?
I don't know. I mean, I'm one of those, like I told you guys last time you asked me about what did I call it, like when I'm like, all these missions that I'm on, it's probably doing something, but it's missions that, when things like that happen, like, don't get me wrong now, when I'm in Mania, Letecia didn't make me. I get excited about everything, and I want to try everything new. I'll do this, I'll do that, I'm going to fly planes, I'll do that. Like, yeah, but I'm never Russian. So I don't. And they basic, like, hello, you, but not. What did you say the phone call was? So, all this stuff has been going on, and I've been in the hole, but I'm not, like, in trouble. So it would have been somewhere in the front line. Oh, yeah, because that, I had to be in that ward for 13 months, okay? And I had to survive a lot of traumatic things. Not to mention, during the time being in this ward, since being back in there, 2 people have died. So you add all that in, there's a reason why Maria would show up. My person does the radar children. The person was not even her name, because a lot of people we've seen have died at the jail lately. Reasons it was triggered is I can't say, like, I have nothing to do. And so when I have nothing to do, it gives me time to think. And that's time to think, it brings up church memories. I start avoiding family, I had paranoia, I'm looking behind and looking under this. When those things are happening, you know about to go into protection. Mention the thing happening and just flip it up. And like as Letecia, I have a jaw problem. You know,
I'm sorry, guys.
like TMJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like they give me like a certain diet and stuff for me when I'm at the jail because I have TMJ on the jaw. But like if I'm Taylor, I could eat whatever and it don't hurt my jaw. craziest thing, and people be always like looking at me like that. That's how they kind of can know the difference, you know. Yeah. How I experience.
Before, forget. One item here for 1 minute. Yeah.
Oh, that's why I didn't do it, because I was confused by that, because if you have dreams that you don't remember, then how do you know you had dreams? You know what I mean? Like, everybody has dreams.
Okay, so you're just not sure how to answer that.
Right, and like it says having dreams that you don't remember the next day, how would I know if I don't?
Yeah.
Unless I'm reading that wrong, that's just how I.
No, that doesn't make sense.
That's an interesting question. I mean, it kind of goes along with some of the problems. I think you have personalities that you don't know about. How do they know about you?
Mm-hmm. Well, that was what I was telling you about when I saw the stuff with like the Aubrey and the Kylie. Like, I don't know. I didn't know they existed. You know what I mean? Like it had like, and the crazy thing was like it's full. Like when they showed me the stuff, it'd be like full blown email account, full blown like whatever. Like, and then there was one of our personalities is Jasmine, and they had this whole thing where Jasmine went to Dubai. I'm like, oh my goodness, we're booking tickets to Dubai. And so like. You gotta imagine what it's like too when you go to like a job, like say a job interview or whatever, and then like if another personality intervene while I was filling out application. Someone asked me about something and I'm like just looking at them like and the reason I bring that up is I had saw that in one of the evidence pieces too. It's like, oh, you don't know what you think about that.
We stopped it at 149.07, Your Honor.
Right.
Dr. Torres, we take the
Dr.
stand.
Torres, if you would resume your seat in the stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I kind of want to pick up where you stopped there. There was a piece of paper that was slung over or under the glass to the defendant. Do you know what that paper was?
Yes, I believe that was one of the papers associated with one of the tests that we had given her that morning, the multidimensional inventory of dissociation.
And apparently she didn't fill out some of the questions with regards to dreams. Is that what was going on?
It looks like there was one question that she didn't fill out.
Okay. She talked about Dubai and going to Dubai. Do you recall just hearing that?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever in this case that the defendant was in Dubai?
No.
When she alludes to talking to Amy in Russian, you recall that conversation?
Yes.
She said that was a jail phone call.
Yes.
Did you have recorded jail calls from the defendant to various people in this case?
We did, but I think that they were closer in time to her to her arrest. If she was saying that they had occurred within that past month, I don't think we had any access to those.
Okay. Did you ever see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Russian to anyone on a phone?
No.
Did you see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Spanish to anyone on the jail phones?
No.
Some kind of alarm went off during the interview. What was that all about?
It was a fire alarm. They do them at the hospital every so often, and usually it's a drill.
Okay. And so when that goes off, the defendant seemed to be worried about that.
Yes.
Did you see any change in her personality, any triggering event where she turned into someone else at that time?
No.
Did you at any time during either this interview process or the interviews in March?
No.
You asked her a couple times if she could talk to Maria. Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
Did you ever ask to talk to Maria yourself?
I think we were addressing that with her in terms of whether or not we could have access to Maria to ask her some questions. And as we saw, she explained that it doesn't exactly work that way, but she did say that she could have some sort of audible conversation with Maria, which is what, again, we were trying to ask if that could be possible. But then she seemed to suggest that the only way to do that was if she herself was under some sort of emotional distress or triggered in some manner. She talked about bringing out some of the discovery to put her in that particular mindset. But we were not prepared to do anything like that with her.
Now, is yours and Dr. Gray's insanity evaluation the first insanity evaluation that took place with the defendant?
Yes.
You're familiar with Dr. Lewis's insanity evaluation, that the interview was in November. The report came fairly close to trial, before the trial started.
Yes.
When she says how we got it to work before, when she turned into Maria, was there any context given about that?
It's unclear. I know we asked her if she had she had said that she was seeing someone at least for a couple of weeks. We had asked if that was some sort of therapy or treatment that she had been undergoing. She seemed to imply that it was, but it was never clear to us exactly what sort of meetings she was having as it relates to that, as she told us that she was informed not to talk about it, so we left it alone.
Would that be a reasonable triggering event for someone who suffers from a dissociative identity disorder, showing them a photograph, for instance, out of discovery?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Dr. Gray was asking questions about whether or not when she was in school, other personalities help her get through school. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And Dr. Gray asked whose name was on your assignments or words to that effect. You recall that?
Yes.
Why was that question asked? Do you know?
Essentially, he asked that question because if Ms. Stauch did undergo schooling under one of her other personalities, you would think that that personality would be more in control than Ms. Stauch and would be filling out assignments using that personality's name as opposed to Ms. Stauch's name.
And you recall her telling you that she had identification with regards to Maria Sanchez and that name?
Yes.
And she would use it to go across the border in Mexico and get back that way?
I think she had said Canada.
Okay. We'll talk about Canada as well. Did you ever see any identification with the name Maria Sanchez related to this defendant?
No.
Did you ask the defense to provide everything that you would need to make your determination with regards to insanity?
Yes.
Was that ever provided to you or Dr. Gray?
No.
Speaking of Canada, I'm not going to play this segment, or maybe I will, but let me ask you first. Do you remember her talking about it? And she talked a little bit about it in this last segment about having issues at the border and family members had to help her get back from Canada, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did you recall her telling you that she had a conversation with one of the Border Patrol agents about golf and Myrtle Beach and that kind of thing?
I vaguely remember that.
Do you recall her telling you that you could look at her passport and see that she's been to Canada?
No, I don't remember saying that.
Did you know that her passport's in evidence?
I think I do remember that.
You know that there's no stamp for Canada?
I don't remember specifically the details of the passport at this point in time.
I'm not going to ask you anything else about the passport then. Did you ask the defense to provide to you all the documentation of her prior medical visits?
Yes.
What did you get?
From defense, I'm going to look at my report as it's listed here.
Sure.
From defense, we were provided with records from Naval Health Clinic from Charleston, North Carolina, Evans Army Community Hospital from Fort Carson, Colorado, and Fort Greely Army Medical Clinic from Greeley, Alaska. And these records detailed general medical and mental health treatment that was received from February 2016 through February 2020. We also got a letter that said it was accepting Ms. Stauch into intensive treatment at House of Freedom from Kissimmee, Florida, but it was undated. We received Doctor's Care Carolina Forest records from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and this just documented one medical visit. So it wasn't anything related to mental health treatment. We got records from Grand Strand Regional Medical Center from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And these detailed, again, general medical visits. There wasn't anything associated with mental health treatment there. It covered varying dates in 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2020.
Oh, no.
We received South Carolina Department of Social Services employment records. We also received employment records from Whitefield School District. We received an unsigned letter from Rhonda Niederhauser. And that letter talked about stress-related health and mental health symptoms experienced by Ms. Stauch in December of 2019. We received emails from Ms. Stauch to State Trooper Rusty Sanchez related to some accident follow-up that she references to us in our interviews. We received Humana military records. This only detailed bills associated with general medical and mental health services from 2015 to 2018, but there was no details. It was just billing. We also received a number of documents that were authored by Defense's social worker, Mr. Kyle Varville, that were related to in-person interviews that he conducted with different individuals who were familiar with Ms. Stauch.
Any of those documents that you just read, did they have anything to do with any inpatient psychiatric treatment?
None of them.
You alluded to Dr. Niederhauser's visit in that report. Do you recall in her medical record whether or not she asked the defendant if she had any prior psychiatric treatment or psychiatric inpatient treatment?
If Dr. Niederhauser asked that?
Yes. Is it in her medical record?
I don't remember. That is a question that is typically asked, but there was no indication of inpatient psychiatric hospitalization.
Do I need to show you her medical record, or do you recall it not being in there?
I recall it not being in there because I don't recall it being in there, but I'm also happy to look at it if I'm misremembering something.
No, and I guess that's a good way to put it. Obviously, if it was there, you'd probably do some follow-up to see what that was all about, right?
Yes.
Same thing when she booked in the jail. I think we talked about that yesterday. She denied having any prior psychiatric treatment, either inpatient or outpatient.
Yes, I think the only time she's really mentioned the inpatient psychiatric treatment would have been from that hospital that she wasn't able to tell us what hospital it was in Canada.
Okay. I want to go back to you trying to talk to Maria during this last segment we saw. Did you have an opportunity to look at Dr. Lewis's interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, in November of 2022?
Yes.
And did you see times where she was able to at least appear to have Maria come out and talk to her?
Yes.
Did you see any triggers, anything that she had to use to trigger some kind of traumatic event to have Maria come out?
It didn't appear that there was anything associated with a traumatic event during those particular interviews.
In one portion, does she appear to write something on a piece of paper, slide it over to Ms. Stauch, and then Ms. Stauch responds using her right arm, and it goes back and forth, and then she switches to using her left arm?
Yes, I do.
Then Maria somehow appears and she has a conversation with Maria, and Maria has a Spanish accent. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, you didn't get an opportunity to go back to talk to Ms. Stauch after that evaluation, I take it?
Correct.
Anything about that interchange impact your opinion as to whether or not Ms. Stauch has dissociative identity disorder?
No.
Why?
In terms of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about what it is and what the criteria is. And throughout this entire evaluation, we've always had concerns about potential feigning and exaggeration. The reason we have those concerns is because the things that Ms. Stauch talks about are symptoms that pretty much anybody who has watched movies or had some sort of access to television would know that this is what multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder looks like in terms of speaking about amnesias, blackouts, different personalities. We've talked about how the typical presentation for a dissociative identity disorder tends to be more subtle, and at the same time, how someone would have seen something, someone who was close to Ms. Stauch. But there's no corroborating data from collateral interviews or even from the mental health record. Ms. Stauch talks about having this mental illness when she was 16 years old, and it's never repeated anywhere. Essentially, individuals who have genuine dissociative identity disorder do experience significant problems with their functioning. Usually it does rise to the level of needing some sort of psychiatric treatment, probably inpatient hospitalization. Those individuals are disturbed by what they are experiencing. And there's a quality to dissociative identity disorder that is involuntary, and it's not something that can be controlled, which is why it is disturbing to those individuals. They tend to be overwhelmed by the symptoms that they are experiencing. In addition to that, they tend to be ashamed about their experiences. So there's a tendency for them to essentially try to withhold some information, maybe minimize that information. They don't want to readily put it out there for people to know I have dissociative identity disorder. They don't enjoy having this condition. And Ms. Stauch's presentation in our interviews would suggest otherwise. One of the most striking components to me is that she doesn't particularly seem to be disturbed by having all of these personalities ending up in different states or different countries. And that's meaningful to me. So taken together, the lack of substantiating information outside of Ms. Stauch's self-report is not enough for me to be convinced that she actually has this illness.
And did you consult with Dr. Gray about the reasons why you felt it wasn't there?
Yes.
Does he agree with your conclusions?
He does.
And I'm not going to ask you about that again when we go forward, but did you have enough information to rule it out, to not even consider it as a rule out in your diagnosis?
We felt that we had enough to substantiate that this is not what was going on with Ms. Stauch.
And even though another forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Lewis, wrote a report saying she does have this, she diagnosed Ms. Stauch with that disorder. Anything about her report or the interview that you reviewed change your and Dr. Gray's opinion?
No. Again, looking at the timeline of everything, considering the fact that we saw Ms. Stauch in 2020 for the competency evaluations, her presentation then, her presentation when we saw her for the sanity interviews, we noted that this claim of dissociative identity disorder and the symptoms that she was proposing, they change and they seem to increase over the course of the 2 years from the time of the offense to the time that we saw her and even to the time that she was seen by Dr. Lewis.
Okay. I'm not going to show him your clips. We're going to talk about your report, okay? Is your report and the way it's written, is that dictated by Colorado statutes?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
Sure. The Colorado statute indicates certain information that does need to be included in these types of evaluations. So the evaluation that we submitted is pretty standard, meets those requirements in terms of outlining Ms. Stauch's background, all of the information that we had access to, the information that we attempted to seek but didn't actually get by the time we were able to do the evaluation. And then in terms of the sanity analysis, within our test, within our report, we have the culpable mental states outlined, what they are, what the definitions are. We have the general account of what occurred from the police reports. We have Ms. Stauch's self-report and the analysis of whether she, one, has a mental disease or defect as is defined in Colorado statute. And then we would have gone into the analysis of how does the mental disease or defect impact the behavior at the time of the crime, except Dr. Gray and I determined that she doesn't meet that threshold for a diagnosis that would be considered a mental disease or defect here in Colorado.
And I want to talk about that a little bit later in your testimony. Is part of the insanity evaluation in Colorado also include another competency evaluation as part of that?
Oh,
Yes,
no.
it does.
Please explain that to the jury.
Oh, no, please, we had enough.
For these types of evaluations, regardless of whether the individual has already been evaluated for competency, it's important to address the issue of competency at the time that we are doing the sanity evaluation. That step comes first before we get into the defendant speaking about what happened to them at the time of the crime, because we want to make sure, since mental health issues are usually involved in these types of referrals, we want to make sure that the individual is not currently experiencing symptoms of mental illness that would impair their understanding of the evaluation that they're doing, of their defenses, of moving forward with this. So it's an ethical component. It's in the statute as well that it's a part of these types of evaluations. But if we were to find that somebody had a current mental health symptoms that were impairing their understanding of issues associated with court, we would stop the evaluation right there, refer them back to the court saying they were not competent so that they could get some form of treatment before returning to finish the sanity evaluation.
And so obviously in this case, since you went forward with the evaluation, did you and Dr. Gray find her to be competent back in March of 2022 into June of 2022?
Yes.
And is that in your report?
It is.
Is your report 22 pages long?
It is.
Who gets this report?
This report is submitted to the court. I believe we directly submit it to the clerk, who then distributes it to prosecution, defense, and the judge.
So the basis of the report is to go to Your Honor.
Yes.
And then we get copies?
Yes.
And you get a subpoena, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. Who wrote this particular report? You or Dr. Gray, or?
Both of us.
Did you consult on the entirety of the report?
We did. Essentially, I took the lead on one part and he took the lead on the other part, and then we reviewed each other's parts and added anything additional that needed to be there.
Let's talk about what diagnostic impressions you had with regards to Ms. Stauch as part of your insanity report.
Okay.
What did you find?
Ultimately, we stuck with some of our impressions from when we saw her for competency. So we diagnosed the personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic qualities. We also provided a rule-out diagnosis for post-traumatic stress disorder versus unspecified anxiety disorder.
And why did you not seek further information with regards to those two disorders?
Regarding those two disorders, essentially, we felt that we had all of the information that could be provided to us at this time. We noted that in her history, there's a lot of mention of generalized anxiety disorder. We wanted to give credence to her self-report of the abuse that she experienced. She did report nightmares, some intrusive thoughts, the idea of flashbacks that could be associated with a post-traumatic stress disorder. There just wasn't sufficient information to reach the threshold to say with confidence she has these diagnoses at this point in time, or rather at the time of the alleged offense.
Okay. Did you look at other dissociative disorders with regards to Ms. Stauch besides dissociative identity disorder?
We considered them.
Were you able to make a diagnosis on any other dissociative disorders?
No, the way that she presented her mental health symptoms, it was pretty clear that she was outlining symptoms associated with dissociative identity disorder. There are other dissociative disorders, but she doesn't quite capture the nature of those specific conditions.
Is there anything else that I'm missing with regards to what you put in your report with regards to that disorder?
Which disorder?
The dissociative disorder. Anyone?
Okay. Yes, we did not diagnose dissociative identity disorder.
Now, I want to turn to the question of legal insanity. I think yesterday we talked about that being a legal term.
Yes.
Is there any relation to the type of disorder that you may diagnose someone with to insanity, the legal definition?
Here in Colorado, it's a mental disease or defect, and the definition associated with that is essentially a mental health issue that impairs somebody's understanding or perception of reality.
Is that kind of the first step in the evaluation, or in Dr. Gray's evaluation with regards to legal insanity, to see whether or not there is, in fact, a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
If you do not find a mental disease or defect, do you stop there?
Essentially, yes. If there's no mental disease or defect, then there can't be anything that impairs their capacity to form intent or their ability to understand right from wrong. Both of those things have to be tied together. So if one condition doesn't exist, then legally there would be nothing impairing the definition associated with the sanity evaluation.
And so, just to make sure I understand you correctly, are you saying that the mental disease or defect has to be the cause or the reason why an individual may not have the capacity to know right from wrong or have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
Correct.
So if that's not there, there's no reason to look at the other two, correct?
Correct.
I want to do that anyway.
That's fine. That's fine. Yes.
What are some of the things you look at in determining whether or not someone may have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
For that, we look at what the specific culpable mental states we're talking about, which are included in the definition of the charges. I believe I may have said this the other day, but in these charges, we have the culpable mental state of with intent, knowingly, and recklessly. All of those have specific definitions. With intent, the definition is whether that person has essentially a conscious objective to create or have the actual action associated with the statute occur. So more simply, for that one, that's related to tampering with evidence, and moving the body. So is that action done with intent, with a conscious objective in mind? Whenever we're considering that, we're thinking, what does it mean to be conscious? We are looking at somebody's ability to think, reason, form judgments. We also take into account issues associated with emotions as well, to see if there's anything that is making it so that that individual is incapable of forming intent. It's a very high bar to meet. I'm not sure that I've ever seen somebody who a mental illness lacks their capacity to form intent. Certainly, intent can be skewed because of irrational thoughts, things like delusions, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case here. So we also look at the other culpable mental states, which are knowingly. And knowingly is just, do you have an awareness of what is going on? So again, we consider, what does it mean to have an awareness? You have to be awake, conscious, have some sort of understanding of what's going on. Recklessly, the definition is...
And Doctor, I'm going to stop you there because that doesn't apply anymore in this case.
Okay, thank you.
But there is another culpable mental state that I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
It's called after deliberation.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to read you the definition of after deliberation, and then ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay.
The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Okay? Have you heard that definition before?
Yes.
And I really want to talk about the facts of this case with regards to that culpable mental state. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
When you look at this particular case, do you look at the facts that are presented to you, for instance, things that Ms. Stauch did before the crime?
Yes.
Do you look at her actions during the crime?
Yes.
And do you look at her actions after the crime?
Yes.
And are all those things taken into consideration when you and Dr. Gray are deciding whether or not Ms. Stauch is legally sane or legally insane?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What did you look at in this case with regards to the facts when we talk about after deliberation?
When it comes to the facts, there's a lot of information in the police reports that outline Ms. Stauch's whereabouts. Even afterwards, there's a lot of information that outlines her whereabouts, varying stories that she told to the police as it pertains to what actually happened with Gannon. We take that into account. I feel like when we're conducting a sanity evaluation, we do tend to focus more on what it is that the defendant is telling us in terms of their perception of what happened. Hopefully what they are telling us is somewhat in line with what the facts of the case are. However, even in this particular situation, Ms. Stauch outlined having some, she says, paranoia. I might say it sounds more like a hypervigilance or being on guard that someone is watching her or tracking her associated with this accident that occurred. And the accident did occur, so it's not a delusion. It's a reaction to something that did happen in her life. We are very focused on the time of the actual offense and her perception of what was going on with her, as well as what's going on afterwards. All of those times we are looking at, is there some sort of mental health issue that is impacting her behaviors, her thoughts, her thinking, her emotions at all of those stages. Usually the police reports can't tell us the perspective of the defendant, which is why we rely so much on what it is that the defendant has to say. As I said, we're looking for a mental disease or defect. And if we can identify what that is, we are looking at how does that impact the behaviors, the emotions, the motivations, the intentions that are happening throughout this period of time. In terms of what happens afterwards, there is always the question of how does the person respond to the actual crime? Does the person call the police themselves? Does the person try to hide evidence? Does the person run away? All of that's important when considering whether somebody's insane at the time. And what's even more important is the why, if you can get to that.
Fortunately, in a lot of murder cases, you don't get to that why, right?
Correct.
And that's usually because there's only one person who survived who knows why.
Oftentimes.
Now, we didn't talk about the capacity to know right from wrong, but it sounds like you incorporated that into your answer a little bit. Is that what you were saying?
Perhaps. I know I was saying a number of things. I mean, we're looking at both of those definitions as it pertains to the issue of sanity. And we've gone on about capacity to form the culpable mental state. And the other one is whether or not a mental disease or defect impairs the individual's capability to understand right from wrong.
What about the autopsy report and the nature of Gannon's injuries? Does that help you and Dr. Gray evaluate whether or not she had the capacity to form the intent to kill or the capacity to form after deliberation with regards to HB?
Autopsy reports give us some information in terms of what happened to a victim factually, but it can't tell us exactly what was going on with the person who committed the offense.
What about the capacity to know right from wrong? The fact that Gannon's body was discovered in Florida and the evidence suggests that Ms. Stauch drove his body left. Does that impact any opinion with regards to the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, I don't know if it's so much those details that weigh in on the analysis of somebody's capability of understanding right from wrong. For us, it's whether or not there's a mental disease or defect that would undermine or impinge on that ability. And Ms. Stauch, even if we were to believe that she had a dissociative identity disorder, she speaks about how after the actual act of shooting Gannon or the person in the cape, how she dissociates and that it is her personalities that are trying to help cover up what it is that occurred. Even so, there is no particular mental illness that is impacting Ms. Stauch's ability to understand what is right and what is wrong. And there's no clear mental illness that would appear to impact any of the personalities that she told us about as it pertains to understanding right from wrong.
Does that also apply to her decision-making, her ability to make decisions? Does a mental illness come into play when you're rendering opinions as to legal incidents?
Yes.
Same analysis?
Same analysis, that there is no mental disease or defect that impairs her understanding of reality that would make it so that she was incapable of forming judgments or thinking things through. Even in her own words, at least as it pertains to the shooting, Ms. Stauch talks about how she thought that there was an intruder in the home. She reaches for a gun. She hears these words, Ecclesiastes 3-3, time to kill, time to heal. All of that suggests that there is some capacity to form some intent. She's not lacking in that.
I think you answered this question already, but knowing me, I'm going to ask it anyway. The diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, does that raise to the level of a mental disease or defect?
It does not in this case.
Ultimately, what is your final opinion, along with Dr. Gray, with regards to the defendant's sanity at the time that Gannon Stauch was killed?
It was that Ms. Stauch was seen at the time of the crime.
And did Dr. Gray sign the report, this 22-page report that you both authored?
He did.
And obviously you signed it as well?
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination. Me.
Oh, they plotting. Oh, what's up, man? What it be like? Yeah, let's see what they got. They took this was a good witness. They took a very long time with her, so they have to fight back. Oh, it's not Will Cook. Will Cook was getting snappy the other day, so I guess they got this guy who's more collected.
Dr. Torres, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am very good. I want to kind of first just clear up some procedural history on this case, so I think that everybody has a little bit better understanding of how some of this stuff occurred. You're aware that myself and Mr. Cook are not Ms. Stauch's first set of attorneys.
Correct.
She had a different set of attorneys for a little over a year.
Yes.
And those were the ones who were actually involved with the first competency evaluations.
Yes.
And then at some point in time, Ms. Stauch was pro se.
I feel like I vaguely remember that.
Okay. And are you aware that when somebody is pro se, they would be given all of the discovery and access to the body worn camera and everything else for the period of time that they were representing themselves?
Yes.
And so there wasn't the fact that she had reviewed all the stuff and had access. There's nothing, there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree.
Okay. And then at some point, I think it was May of 2021, myself and Mr. Cook took over the representation of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And when the statute, the not guilty by reason of insanity statute in Colorado is kind of designed for a flow of information from you to me and me to you and the district attorney, is trying to get everybody as much information as possible.
Yes.
And generally, when you guys, if there was something that came up in one of these interviews, sometimes then you would either email me or call me and said, can you get this type of documentation that we're looking for?
Yes.
And there was efforts. I mean, it appeared to you, there was efforts we tried, when you guys asked for stuff, we tried to get it to you.
I agree with that.
Okay. And there was cooperation by the defense and the prosecutions. Everybody cooperated to try to get you guys as much information as possible.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't judge differently information given by the defense than information by the prosecution. And what I mean by that is you were given reports written by my social worker regarding interviews that were done in South Carolina.
Yes.
You don't necessarily disregard that or give that less weight or reliability or credibility than you would necessarily with police reports.
Correct.
The social worker is a professional person, and a professional person, you would assume, is going to try to give you accurate information.
Yes.
And kind of, on that train of thought, is there concern by forensic evaluators at the state hospital regarding implicit bias?
Could you say more?
Well, and I'm asking this, and I'm doing it, not making any accusations or disparaging or anything. I'm just exploring the implicit bias. You would agree with me that things are difficult at the state hospital right now, as far as staffing, bed space, and so forth.
Okay. Yes, it's having its difficulties.
Okay.
Let's go, baby.
The state hospital is actually currently under a contempt order by a federal judge.
Yes.
Oh.
And that's in regards to competency.
Yes.
And that's in regards to that the state hospital had been taking too long to get competency evaluations done for people that are in custody.
Yes.
And it puts a strain on the state hospital.
I would say yes.
Okay. And there's actually a significant backlog for people who are in custody in jails to get into the competency evaluations completed at the state hospital.
That remains true.
Okay. And if Ms. Stauch was to be found not guilty by reason of insanity, she would more than likely be housed at the state hospital.
Yes.
And if she was housed at the state hospital, she would take up resources at the state hospital.
I can see what you're trying to say. And I would say that that doesn't go into the analysis of a sanity evaluator. And to the best of my understanding, the beds that they have set aside for individuals who are adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity is separate from those that they have for people who need competency restoration treatment.
No, and I understand that as well. But as far as one of the issues at the state hospital is a lack of staff, is as far as like forensic nurses, other forensic types of staff, that's difficult at the state hospital right now, correct?
They are having that problem, yes.
And wouldn't somebody who, regardless of the bed space, if they were on, you're adding an extra person who has been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity, isn't that person going to take some resources away as far as staff?
I could see that, but again, as an evaluator, that's never something that we're considering.
I know, and I understand that. And I understand the professionalism of both you and Dr. Gray. But is there, and I guess that's my question, is there any concern that there could be implicit bias? So a bias that you're maybe not even aware of that could affect an evaluation?
I don't think that there is an implicit bias in the way that you are describing it here. Obviously, biases are a thing, and we do our best to check our biases as often as we can.
Okay. And then, like I said, I wasn't meaning that in a disrespectful way. I was just asking questions regarding it. So thank you. Let's talk a little bit about,
that was a reach,
first start with disassociation, and then we'll kind of move on to dissociative identity disorder.
Okay.
Have you ever actually treated anybody who had dissociative identity disorder?
I have never treated anybody with dissociative identity disorder.
Have you ever diagnosed anybody with dissociative identity disorder?
Not yet.
Okay. And so then when you are presented with something that you may not have a ton of personal experience with, what both you and Dr. Gray will do is you'll go to literature to see, what is dissociative identity disorder? How does this look? How does this present? And you will use that in making your evaluation.
Correct.
And that's what you guys did here.
It is.
And you guys were actually kind enough. We had emails exchanged. I gave you guys some articles on dissociative identity disorder, and you guys gave me some articles and everything as well that end up actually a very lengthy book on dissociative identity disorder that you guys, used to make this diagnosis and determination with Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And so as far as disassociation, it's kind of a tricky term, isn't it? I mean, as far as what exactly it is, there's some differing standards, especially in the book that you guys gave me, as far as what exactly disassociation is and when it occurs and what causes it.
That's one of the issues of the controversy around dissociation and dissociative identity disorders.
Well, and let's talk, I mean, historically, it's been somewhat of a controversial diagnosis.
Yes.
It goes, I think initially there's diagnosis of it all the way back, the late 1800s, there was diagnosis of it. It was kind of there and thought of a lot. And then it kind of, as we started learning more about the brain and how the brain chemically works and everything like that, it kind of fell out of favor. Would that be fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
And then we had, kind of pop back up again in the 80s and the media and the movie Sybil, which everybody watched as a kid, or at least I did. And it was kind of in the forefront nationally, but still there was a lot of controversy regarding it amongst the mental health community.
Yes.
But it would also be fair to say that in the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a lot of scientific study and data that has come forth to kind of confirm that disassociation actually occurs and is a real and actual phenomenon.
I think that that's fair to say.
Okay. And while the exact definition of what occurs off, it's more or less, it's an altered state of consciousness.
Dissociation?
Yes.
Yes.
And it can be anything from, I'm like I do almost every night for the last month and a half. When the day is done, I get in my car and I leave my office and all of a sudden I'm home and I have no memory whatsoever of the drive. That's kind of a disassociation, isn't it?
Yeah, they describe that as a normal,
Yeah.
non-pathological type of dissociation that anyone can experience.
And that kind of gets me into the next thing that I wanted to talk about. Disassociation, some of the literature and everything kind of breaks it down between adaptive and maladaptive disassociation.
Okay.
And adaptive disassociation could be when disassociation is positive and it helps a person, in their day-to-day life, and it's useful for them.
I feel less familiar with the research that makes this particular separation, but I am following you.
Okay. Well, I mean, as far as the altered state of consciousness and disassociation, I mean, to some degree, in kind of personas. I mean, and some of it uses personas and disassociation a little interchangeably, but oftentimes people have different personas, and it's adaptive. For example, we talked about this with Dr. Grimmett, when I come into court, I've got a tie. I speak differently than I do with my children. And once I come into the doors and everybody's here, I don't have to think like a lawyer. I take on the persona of a lawyer. And that's a different persona that I have with my children.
Sure. We all tend to behave differently depending upon our context.
Yes. And kind of the theory or the thing with dissociative identity disorder is amplified to a degree that it's become non-adaptive or maladaptive, that the person has different personas within them, but they don't have the authority or ability to control the shifting between the two of them, and they're much more pronounced as far as the differences between the personas.
I think that is a fairly accurate description of one of the criteria of dissociative identity disorder.
Okay. And again, for it to be a disorder, it would indicate that it's impacting my life. And so by just calling it a disorder would indicate that I don't have the ability to control it.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you're using as far as whether or not somebody has that disorder or not, being able to control it would be much more like me. I'm a lawyer here, and then when I go play with my kids, then I'm not serious. I laugh. I do stuff
Right.
like that.
It becomes a conscious decision, so to speak. And as well as with the idea of it being a disorder, that would suggest that it has to have some sort of impairment in your functioning. So is it impairing your relationships, your ability to work, your ability to have an education, some other part of your life?
And also, a disassociation can affect how memories are stored.
Yes.
And to some degree, would you agree with me that happens that can be adaptive and that can happen with normal people. For example, a soldier who is in war and has experienced trauma in that. So they have their soldier kind of persona, and then they come home, they're on leave or everything with the family, they'll have a different persona.
Yes.
And they may try to disassociate the memories of those traumas and keep those trauma memories over here while they're at home interacting with their family.
Like just trying not to think about it.
Yes. And trying to keep, and it's easier because that memory, and this is part of the theory of disassociation, because that memory was stored when I was in my soldier persona, it's a little bit easier to keep it over there when I'm in my other persona.
Okay.
Then have you seen some of the literature that reflects that?
Again, I haven't specifically read anything that outlines it in that matter, but I'm following you, and I believe that that is something that can happen.
Can happen, and that would be adaptive.
Yes.
And people you're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in your job.
Yes.
They're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in their job. I'm exposed to secondary trauma. And keeping that memory at bay when I'm at home with my children may be an adaptive semi-form of disassociation.
I don't know that I would use that term. And at the same time, I think that that is something that we all naturally do.
And again, then part of the theory when we go to dissociative identity disorder is those memories are stored with the other persona and they don't necessarily have access to it.
Sometimes, yes.
I mean, and that's kind of the theory, and kind of going into that, into how dissociative identity disorder is informed or caused. I mean, the literature is pretty much in agreement. It's almost, as far as dissociative identity disorder, is almost always and exclusively caused by childhood trauma.
There is a very high correlation with that.
And generally, it's not just one instance of childhood trauma. It is complex or long-standing childhood trauma.
I think it either has to be fairly severe, it can be prolonged, and everybody responds differently to the issue of trauma.
Sure. And I guess that's actually a good point. Not everybody who suffers childhood trauma, not everybody who suffers complex childhood trauma develops dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
And what are the different types of factors that would cause somebody who suffered complex childhood trauma to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Some of the factors are going to be related specifically to that person's personality, how sensitive they are to issues of trauma. Some of them might even be related to the context or environment in which they are raised and whether they have support in place to help them deal with trauma versus not having that.
Especially the lengthy book that you gave me, a lot of it, sometimes it talked about how dissociative identity disorder can be connected or can kind of grow through attachment, especially disorganized attachment.
Yes, it is, again, correlated with that type of attachment style.
And just what is disorganized attachment?
Disorganized attachment, like I'm going to take a step back from that question. It's a much lengthier response. There's different attachment styles. All of us have some sort of attachment style. There's healthy attachment styles, and there's less healthy attachment styles. Secure attachment, that is when essentially you've been raised in a family, you've learned to trust your caregivers. I would also go ahead and say that attachment is something that forms when you are very young, probably within that first year or two of life. So there's secure attachment whenever you have learned to trust your caregivers, that they will be there for support. And for the most part, relationally growing up, you don't tend to have too many difficulties as it relates to attaching to a romantic partner. And then there's less healthy forms of attachment. We'll just go straight to disorganized attachment. I think they also call it ambivalent, avoidant attachment. Essentially, whenever somebody is raised in an environment, and again, thinking you're very young when this happens or when this forms, where things are inconsistent, you yourself have some sort of confusion in terms of whether you can trust a caregiver or not. When we're considering issues of abuse when you are very young, it can result in problems in attachment style. This can affect your relationships in the future. Disorganized attachment or ambivalent avoidant, it's when, or is it anxious avoidant? Anyways,
I think it's anxious.
yeah, thank you. It is anxious avoidant. There is ambivalent attachment, but we won't get into that. Anxious avoidant is when you feel like you need that security, you want it, but you're not sure that it's there. So you might also be semi-avoidant to trust individuals. You see this in the push-pull that you sometimes see in relationships with people who do go on to develop a borderline personality disorder. And even in a dissociative identity disorder, as we've noted, that attachment style can be present.
Okay. And Your Honor, would this be an okay place for a break?
It's your call.
I would, because I was going to play a video, but I got to get that hooked up.
All right.
So we could do that. That would be great.
It'll work. You can make it work.
Thank
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, we'll see you at 3:20. All rise for the jury, please.
Amazing Grace.
And I'll show it to you here on break. Yeah. It's a.
We're going to show some of that clip.
Yeah, I'm gonna show, it's from 324.
We can do it on this one if you want.
Do you know the timestamps?
You want to hook it up?
I'll look it up.
Okay.
I don't have the exact. Well, actually, I do. It's 324.
What day and what clip?
It's March 21st at 34:20.
Why don't you play
Why
it?
I'll play it? Okay.
Yeah, just so.
Yeah, because Roger.
Yeah. No, that's why we can.
Yeah.
It's just
All right. Thank you. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We'll be back at 3:20.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Judge.
Sounds good.
Just for you, heads up.
What time, Your Honor?
3:20, 3:20.
Okay.
Boom, 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 boom. So what do you guys think, man? What do you guys think of today? It's Friday. I'm a little hot in here. I feel like I'm looking crazy. I don't know what's going on. The hair is growing. Everything's growing. Doctor's good. The doctor, she good. She nice. I like the doctor. The whole thing with the defense, I thought Homeboy was kind of reaching a bit because he was talking about, at first I thought he was pulling out something good though. Cause he was talking about aren't you, what did he say? You guys are understaffed and I don't know, they cited you or some bullshit. And I was like, oh shit, he's going there. All right. And then it's like, oh, so there would be like some biases, right? I'm like, wait, what's he talking about? He's talking about like, in order to keep the place empty because it's so full, these people are just going to say she's sane so they don't have to send her to the insane hospital because they're understaffed. I'm like, bruh. Okay. Let me get some of these super chats. Thank you guys so much today too. Appreciate all the super chats, the likes. If you can hit like, please, I'd appreciate that. Please subscribe. If you're not subscribed, you should be. Sorry, my tax person. I'm trying to get her to do okay. Sherry McGovern, thanks for the super chat. Says, I can't wait to hear Maria's Spanish accent mixed with Myrtle Beach. Siobhan Velez. And I hope maybe at the end of the trial, maybe they'll release everything, because I still wanted to see the sing-along that Letecia was doing. How wild would that be to see Letecia singing along on that ride, that cop ride? And supposedly they were all singing along. Kay Williams, thank you so much for that nice super chat. Appreciate that. Great job, Mel. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 30. Reverend, thank you for the membership. Allison Faye, thanks for the super chat. Says, thank you for all you do. Love your dedication. Your love and dedication to your members and your channel is noticed and appreciated much. Thank you. Libit. Well, I'm thinking her doctorate degree is in psychology. Sheesh, this girl, I just can't. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. I'm away next week. Doubt Wi-Fi, so gonna miss you all. No, you can't. Thanks, Mel, chat and mods. Catch up one back. No, Sam Panther, you can't. You cannot do that. You must find a way to watch. You must. Elisa, thank you for the super chat. It says, set your DM on Facebook of her saying no. Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold up. Hey. That was on an episode. Hey. Elisa. Okay, you sent me a video. Thank you. Can I download this? Let me download this and play it for everybody. Lisa. I think I remember her when she did that. I didn't know she actually physically talked, but I saw her.
You may have reviewed the DSM-5. I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
Or have the actual action associated with the statute occur.
You may have reviewed the DSM-5. I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
Oh, you can hear her saying it. Oh, shit.
I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
Or have the actual action associated with the statute occur.
Oh, no. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Molly's Grifton Academy. Carly Marie, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. Ashley, thank you for the super chat. Her voice is so soothing. Thank you for streaming this trial, Mel. Thank you. I could probably play this later and go to sleep. Sam's Rock Collection and more. Thank you for the super chat. I collect rocks. I probably collect like dope rocks though, right? Like some cool colored rocks. I don't know. Aren't there like really cool rocks? I don't know. I'm thinking of something I can't put words to. Something sparkly. Mass Colo Gal, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. So we still got 2 hours, man. Tenemos 2 horas todavía. No sé qué más tenemos. Tenemos otro witness. They said they got another witness or some bullshit. I think the defense is going to take their time with this lady because they got to try to, I don't know, bring it in for Dorothy Lewis. This guy, I forgot his name. I don't know. I know Will Cook. I forget the other guy's name. The guy that's talking now. I feel like maybe he's doing okay. He was reaching with the first thing, but I also feel like he's trying to impress. Okay, let me see. Is it possible to do S-Corp? Sorry. This is like, it's hard to, we're always like missing each other. Gemstones, yeah. They've got to upgrade this shit. Come on. Let's do the S-Corp shit. Let's do it, man. Tattletales. Prisons are more populated than mental hospitals. Oh. Tisha. Yeah, I'm Dominican. Oh, sancocho. You know what I really like? Sancocho's good though. Sancocho, I haven't had that in a while. I think I don't know who last made it. My mama. Was it mama that made that shit? That shit is pretty good. That shit is bomb. I can't lie. That shit is actually really good. Sancocho. I like sancocho really. That stuff hits the spot. It's filling. It's Dominican soup. I really like mofongo también. I like mofongo. But mofongo is like, it's almost too filling. I'll eat like a little bit. Mofongo, you could order that thing and it could last you the whole day. You can have it for breakfast. You can have it for lunch. It's plátano, salami, fried cheese. What else? Fried cheese, salami, plátano, onions. I think that's it. But it's like really, really filling though. Like it's almost too, like you'll be slumped like Tisha. Yeah. I like that a lot too. I rarely eat it though because it's so like, I wouldn't be able to move. I wouldn't make it through a stream if I had a mofongo for breakfast. Are you in Jersey? Jersey Shore. Oh. Somebody said salami. No, it's pork. No. No. Mofongo, that's not Puerto Rican. You guys, aren't we the originators of mofongo? We're the originators of mofongo, right? Oh, they even have one with shrimp? I've never seen. So, you guys do mofongo with shrimp, I think. I want to know who's the originator of mofongo. Who invented mofongo? No way, it's Puerto Ricans? Oh, hell nah. All right, I was wrong. I think we still do it better. Well, you know what? I haven't had Puerto Rican mofongo, so maybe I shouldn't say that. Mofongo was created in Puerto Rico. Was this created by a marriage of foreign and local cultural influences? When the Spanish invaders started colonizing the Caribbean. Oh no, the Spanish people did that too? They never talk about that bullshit. In the 16th century, they brought their West African slaves with them. Oh hell nah. They always talk about the white people, never talk about all the other people doing slavery. The entire black people, Spanish people, all kind of people doing slavery. These slaves in turn brought their culinary traditions with them. Okay. Or the Taino, isn't it Puerto Rico? Was it Taino slaves or something? Or was that, let me see, Taino? I forgot what it's called. I don't know my history. Taino slaves. Taino slavery. Taino had an elaborate system of religious beliefs and rituals that involved the worship of spirits by means of carved representation. They also had a complex social order with the government of hereditary chefs and sub-chefs and class of nobles, commoners, and slaves. Weren't they enslaved by somebody? Spanish colonists forced the native Taino people, there we go, on pain of death to perform almost all labor on the island. Christopher Columbus, who needs to demonstrate the wealth of the New World after finding no gold, loads his ship with enslaved Taino people. Yeah. After the new conquerors arrived on the island in the late 15th century, the natives were enslaved and most of them died of diseases and exploitation. Despite all of this, Tainos left a profound legacy on Puerto Rico. Yeah, that's true, Kelly. Sliding down the ADHD Google search. Let's see. So let me see the Puerto Rican mofongo. Oof, get rid of this evil stepmom. Oh, by the way, yeah, did they do the press conference? Yeah, or maybe there's not going to be. Somebody said earlier there's a press conference, but I guess not. Maybe it was just the coroner. All right, so Puerto Rican mofongo. How I got from mofongo to slaves, I don't know. Dominican mofongo. Okay, so y'all do it different. The Puerto Rican way maybe looks a little bit healthier. Maybe I don't know how healthy shrimp is. It's just cholesterol, right? But I still love me some shrimp. Even the Dominican one doesn't look like how I'm used to it. They got all this fancy shit. They don't got the real Dominican stuff on there. There it is. Mira, you got all this BS, right? All this shit here. But this is the shit I'm talking about right there. The salami, the fried cheese, the onions. Oh yeah, eggs too, fried eggs. Ooh, that shit hits like a brick. It's a brick. House. That's the shit right there. That's what I'm talking about. Now this looks kind of nice though. I never seen this, like a mofongo and a churrasco. I mean, that's those are heavy hitters though. They eat all that shit. Be digesting that shit for days. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's the shit I'm talking about right there. Nothing but grease. Oh, mango. Oh, that is mango. Oh, see, I don't even know what I'm talking about. So mango is Dominican, right? Let's see. Mango origins. Maybe that's what I was thinking about the whole time. I like mango. I thought it was mofongo. Who invented? So maybe mango is the Dominicans. Oh no, that's not even, it still goes back to Africa. Wow. According to a gentleman who spoke at the festival, mango originates from Africans from the Congo region who came to the island during the height of the slave trade. The man stated that the original word was something akin to manguis, and referred to almost any root vegetable that was boiled and mashed. Yeah, because they boil and mash the plantains. This Dominican dish was created in the Dominican Republic by the West African slaves. Oh shit, that's gangster. Just like the mofongo, these slaves, however, boiled yams or plantains and then mashed them with salt and some milk or butter. The older word for mango was the African manguis. Oh shit, that's gangster, man. All right, I didn't know that. So we stole all the shit. All right, got it. This place of origin, Dominican Republic, but it's from slaves, but it was, I guess, originated in Dominican Republic from slaves, something like that. Yeah, West African slaves. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. I didn't know that. I just thought it was a Dominican thing. It kind of is, but it's from slaves that were in Dominican Republic.
I'll be seated. Thank you.
All right.
Court call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. You're running it from there.
Right, yes.
Tres golpes? That sounds dope. What the hell is that? The dish with fried cheese and salami is tres golpes. No.
Oh, all right. Look at that.
Want to be?
That is where I want to be.
Tres golpes. Isn't that beatings? 3 beatings?
Oh, you're already there.
Oh, she's dope.
Dr. Torres, I just remind you that you're still under oath. Now it sounds like we're good to bring the jury in then.
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back.
That is another name for it. Tres golpes. 3 beatings. No, I've never tried Filipino food. I would, but I haven't tried it. I'd be down. Do we eat food to live or live to eat food? Yeah, a lot of the times, man, it's like just self-indulgence. I think a lot of the times it's just for the taste and like the dopamine and stuff. I mean, I realized that when I was trying to do keto a while back, I realized that a lot of the times I'm not even really hungry. The hell was that?
Don't go you.
Look at me.
Someone let one rip. I heard that.
All rise for the jury, please.
Damn, she looks like death. Tisha? Damn. I love sushi. I do. As long as I get some wasabi and soy sauce and mix it, oh yeah. It's pretty good.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. Mr. Delaney.
And Dr. Schwartz, I'm going to play a short clip from your interview with Ms. Stauch. For the record, this clip is from March 24th, 2022
let's check
at
it out.
time mark 34:20, and it's just right about 3 minutes.
We'll talk a little bit about the abuse that you suffered.
Yeah. Oh.
We were physically abused. So, like, some people might not consider it physical abuse. It depends on your perception of it. But, like, belts, mop, broomsticks, switches, like, wasn't a bad kid at all. I mean, I might pop off with a mouth and have a smart mouth, but I never.
So?
We're having some technical, let's give it a second. If not, then I'll just ask you about it.
Oh.
The way they upbringing of people, like, you know, the whole spare the rod, spoil the child type thing from scripture is very Bible Belt, Southern Baptist, like that's what the community is. So feeding people with sticks and make you go get your own switches and stuff like that is common, you know what I mean? Now, the part about putting me in the closet all the time, that's like the extreme, because that's not part of the spirit of rod or child type thing. To keep me from finding out what my stepdad was doing, and my mom. Okay, with the like abuse and stuff, that was them to keep me. But they knew I was smart enough to figure it out. You ever see your stepdad? Your mom or your other. So when he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant, that was when we were living on the base. That I call it military police, 911. I got in trouble because he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant because he hit my mom and she went across the kitchen table and it busted her head open and an ambulance had to come to the base. I was always told that that was my fault, that he lost money if he got demoted. We were on base, and they told us, like, my mom would be like, oh, so, like, you know how bases are by range, like the different houses you can live in. So we had to move into a smaller house because he got demoted, and, like, everything was my fault for calling 911 for it. That was the first time that, like, I like, really remember vividly, like, how the abuse was, and then it only got worse and we went back. There would be consistent fights, consistent blood, consistent sleeping in cars, running from him. His own family wouldn't even like when he was like that, wouldn't even come over there. And like my stepsister Amy, we lived like adjacent to the house with her grandma. We wouldn't even stay with us on weekends because she knew how bad it was. Like everyone knew, no one wanted to like. Basically, I used to say across the street because the community, you know, they didn't want to go over there because he'd get so bad.
And so she's basically describing an incident where her stepdad hit her mother so hard she was knocked unconscious and busted her head open. She called the police. The police came, and then her stepdad, because he was in the military, was demoted, and the family suffered. They had to go to a smaller house and lost income, correct?
Yes.
And that incident was documented both by Aunt Brenda and by her mother actually confirmed that incident took place.
Yeah, I remember her aunt, because we spoke specifically with her aunt, largely corroborated that there was abuse going on in the home.
And that specific instance in the reports done by Mr. Varvel, that was given to you, and the mom admitted that occurred.
I don't specifically remember that simply because I don't remember every single detail.
If I could approach. Okay. I'm approaching you with the report from the social worker that we provided to you.
Thank you. Yes, it does summarize that.
There
we go.
And then in other parts of that interview that you did with Ms. Stauch, she talks about James sexually molesting her and that she would go to her mother to try to say, you know, he's doing this, intervene, help. And that what she relayed to you is that her mother wouldn't do it because last time we got the police involved, the family suffered financially.
Yes.
And as far as the impact that that would have on a child could be substantial as far as trauma.
I think it counts as trauma, yes.
And and not only the sexual molestation being the trauma, but then the rejection by the primary caregiver of protecting.
Yes.
And again, just for the record, the book that I keep referring to is Disassociation and the Dissociative Disorders, Past, Present, and Future. It talks about the correlation between children who suffer childhood trauma and the ones that develop dissociative identity disorder. And it talks about one of the issues that there is a significant correlation is betrayal.
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And betrayal, it could be, but this is that type of instance that you have a step parent or something who is committing the act, and then the child goes to the caregiver to try to get help, to get safety, to get this stopped, and they refuse to intervene.
I think all of that can be subsumed under emotional trauma.
Emotional trauma. And kind of when we're talking about the phenomena of dissociative identity disorder, this would be the type of thing that could cause it in a child who still, I mean, she's describing the sexual trauma starts 9 and continues on until she leaves home.
Yes.
And so a 9-year-old child still needs their mom. They still even need, the stepdad for food, shelter, and kind of how we went back to attachment. Children need emotional support as well. And so they need that attachment from their caregivers, correct?
Yes.
And the theory behind dissociative identity disorder is, especially when the other primary caregiver is not intervening, the child has to make a split. And the abuse memories, the emotional trauma goes in one personality, and those memories are shielded from the other personality who can then go to the mom, go to the stepdad for food, shelter, and emotional support.
That is the theory around how dissociative identity disorder can come to be from issues of trauma.
Okay. And both the reports that we gave you and your interview with Aunt Brenda described a very turbulent upbringing.
I agree.
I mean, it seemed James was a very violent and abusive alcoholic.
Yes.
And while there was no direct corroboration of the molestation, would you agree with me that James seemed to engage in conduct that it would at least raise concerns regarding molestation?
We're not negating
Okay.
the abuse that Ms. Stauch says that she experienced when she was young.
And there is some comorbidity between pedophiles and substance abuse. in the DSM-5?
I'd have to read the DSM-5, and I would say that there's comorbidity with substance use
And
with a
just about
lot of disorders.
Sure. And also when you talk about, one of the things when you look for molestation is somebody who crosses boundaries can be a concern.
Crossing boundaries, yes.
So, and there was documentation that Aunt Brenda talked about to us, and I believe with you, of James would often walk around in his underwear with the kids present.
She mentioned that, yes.
And James giving her, after Miss Stauch had moved out, giving her younger siblings alcohol to the point that they passed out.
That detail I don't remember.
Okay. That could be a concern as far as somebody crossing boundaries in regards to molestation.
It's certainly a concern about parenting behavior.
Sure. It's somebody who has dissociative, well, let me rephrase this. The theory and the literature seem, the theory and the literature supports that dissociative identity disorder is a defense mechanism, is primarily a defense mechanism dealing with substantial childhood trauma.
Yes.
And kind of in that vein, and I think you were, stating this in regards to some of the questions Mr. Young had, because it's kind of a defense mechanism and it's impacting, a child when they were growing up and everything like that. And every child is different and the trauma is different and everything like that. It often presents itself differently in different people.
Yes.
Sometimes it can be very subtle and sometimes it can be more pronounced.
Correct.
And there's lots of theories, but nothing really definitive for an explanation as to what causes severe, substantial DID and what causes minor DID, or what causes a child who could suffer this horrible type of trauma and seem to relatively function okay, and another child who could experience this type of trauma and be an absolute mess.
Correct. There's no consensus.
There's no, and that's with a lot of psychiatry. It's not, I don't want to say not an exact science, but there's a lot of nuance to it because it's how different people's brains develop and how they react to different factors.
Correct.
There is some differences amongst how much memory would be shared between different personas.
Yes.
And there are differences between how aware, and for lack of a better word, I'm going to use the term host persona, how much awareness they would have of the other personas. There appear to be differences between different people with DID.
Yes.
And how much memory would be shared between, and again, I'm going to refer to a host persona and memories that were encoded in other personas. How much of that is shared? It appears to vary between individuals who suffer from this disorder.
Yes.
And there's lots of things that we look at in determining if somebody has the DID. And obviously, one of the main things that we would look at initially is, was there childhood trauma? Because it almost seems you don't get DID unless there's childhood trauma. Would you agree with that? That would be one criteria. Okay.
It's not a defined criteria for dissociative identity disorder. However, given that there is such a large correlation between the two, you would expect one to be present for the other to also be present.
And I've seen different literature as far as the occurrence of dissociative identity disorder, anywhere between 1.5% of the population all the way up to possibly even 6% of the population.
I think I've seen similar numbers, and it tends to be based off of different countries.
Sure.
Or potentially even, I want to say, one substance use treatment center where possibly it was more present.
And in fairness, the 6% estimation seems to be more of an outlier.
I think so. More generally, I've seen about 1%, maybe 1 to 2%.
Well, yeah, any 1.5, 2%, that is more consistent in the literature than the 6% outlier.
Correct.
Generally, and I think this is one of the things that you talked about with Ms. Young, and one of the things, here, for the most part, its appearance and presentation is more subtle than we would, appear, that we see in the movies and so forth.
That is the more typical presentation of it.
Oftentimes, people who are eventually end up being diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, oftentimes they will be in mental health treatment for between 6 to 12 years before they are accurately diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I read that.
And oftentimes they'll have a lot of misdiagnoses. I think some of the literature says 3 to 4 incorrect diagnoses before they are correctly diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I certainly think that can likely happen depending upon how much information is available to whomever is providing the treatment and how consistent the treatment is.
And would you then agree with me that asking people who've only maybe missed out for an hour and had an hour-long interaction or a shorter period of time, if they notice drastic changes in her personality, would not necessarily be that helpful in determining whether or not she legitimately suffered from DID or not?
I think it would be really difficult to diagnose it in about an hour without any other indication that it might be present.
And would you agree it would be kind of misleading to suggest that somebody in an hour-long conversation would notice somebody with DID?
Just off of observations, I think it's unlikely to happen.
Okay. The DSM-5 indicates that one of the conditions that people with DID will initially seek treatment for is obsessive compulsive disorder.
I don't specifically remember reading that in the DSM. It also wouldn't surprise me that people might seek treatment for issues of depression or anxiety.
And the records that we have given you, I mean, they definitely document that since 2016, Ms. Stauch had been seeking treatment for anxiety.
Yes.
And we do have records from 2013. We don't have specifically, but there appears to be billing in those records that she was seeking mental health treatment since 2013, while we don't know exactly what that treatment entailed.
Correct.
One of the things that correlates or is often seen in people with dissociative identity disorder is suicide attempts.
You do see that.
Ms. Stauch talked about being in a turtle suit.
When she was at the jail?
Turtle suits at the jail you're aware of put on people who have attempted suicide.
Yes.
One of the things that you will see in people with dissociative identity disorder oftentimes is a sporadic work history.
Yes, you do see that.
And in some of his interviews that you have reviewed of Mr. Stauch, talked about Mrs. Stauch's sporadic work history.
Yeah, and I would agree that it was spotty. I think she noted to us that her longest period of work was approximately 6 years, maybe when she was in her mid-20s to early 30s, and that she didn't work for a period of time specifically associated with taking care of the children. Other than that, there's a little bit of jumping around from one job to another in the later years.
Some of the literature notes that sexual promiscuity can be present with people with DID, but that they actually don't enjoy it.
I don't remember that specifically.
submitted an article, dissociative identity disorder, a controversial diagnosis by a Dr. Paulette Gillig. If I could approach with it.
Sure.
Go ahead. I can give you my another copy of it.
Oh, if you got a copy, it's great.
Yeah. This one or this one? Take this one, I got. If I may approach?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
And so you had a chance to, these are some of the articles that I sent to you, both yourself and Dr. Gray.
This one does not look familiar. And I printed out the 8 articles you sent me and read 6 of the 8.
And with this article, however, does it appear to you to be the type of peer-reviewed journal that would be relied upon people in your profession?
I'm not sure if this is a peer-reviewed journal or more of a newsletter. I'm not 100% familiar with it.
Okay, if you go to page 28 of that article, it has references.
It does have references.
It appears to have over 43 references.
It does.
This article, if you go to page 27 of that article, in regards making the diagnosis a clinical description.
Okay.
If you go about so if you go about halfway down on that, it says patients who have been diagnosed with DID frequently report chronic suicidal feelings and some attempts.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with other literature that you've seen.
Yes.
Sexual promiscuity is frequent, but patients usually report decreased libido and have inability to have orgasm.
It does say that.
We've given you a lot of medical records of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
Are you aware, do you recall those medical records? She's had multiple treatment for sexually transmitted diseases.
I don't remember that specifically.
Also had both multiple miscarriages and terminated pregnancies.
That I do remember.
Could that be consistent, especially the terminated pregnancies? Could that be consistent with somebody with DID? For example, one persona wanting to get pregnant and have a child and another persona not.
I suppose that could happen. I also don't know that it would be specifically consistent with the diagnosis. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. One of the things that the literature indicates to look for or can be a sign of DID is depersonalization.
Yes.
And that could be talking about oneself in the third person. Could that be a sign of depersonalization?
Not necessarily in and of itself.
But it could be. I'm not asking for it in and of itself.
Sure. Okay. Well, depersonalization is more of a subjective feeling of feeling detached from one's body. So I'd say just because somebody speaks about themselves in the third person doesn't necessarily mean they're having that experience of depersonalization.
And would you agree that using different names could be an indication of dissociative identity disorder?
I think that's one of the indicators that one would look for when it comes to the different personality states.
And it's verified from both Al Stauch and Harley Hunt that Ms. Stauch did use the name Taylor.
Yes.
You reviewed the discovery in the case?
Yes.
Do you recall an FBI report regarding somebody who was in training to become a flight attendant at Spirit Airlines?
I remember Ms. Stauch wanting to become a flight attendant. I don't remember this detail where it was coming from or specifically what the FBI report said about it.
I may approach.
You may.
This is an FBI report dealing a conversation with Maria Boyer. Take a look at that. Go grab it. Okay. Sorry. That's okay.
Is this a STD? Lord. Lord Almighty. It's so loud. Hang on. Lord Almighty.
Okay.
In that report indicates the FBI interviewed a woman who was in training at Spirit Airlines,
Yes.
that she had had communication over text and Facebook with Ms. Stauch,
Yes.
but that she knew her as Aubrey.
Yes.
I may approach?
Oh. Oh, what?
Do you want this back too?
That, while not positive, could be consistent with somebody who suffers from DID.
The only question I would have about it are the details that Ms. Stauch provided to that woman that are consistent with things that Ms. Stauch told us that are in line with her history as she is related.
Part of the thing, when the report by Dr. Lewis was provided to the district attorney, there were some underlying data that was, or underlying things that she based that on that was provided as well. Was that shared with you?
The underlying data that Dr. Lewis relied upon?
Not data, but as far as collateral information.
I can't remember specifically what it noted.
Okay, specifically, there was a packet of signatures by Ms. Stauch that predated the offense. Do you recall reviewing those?
I did not review them.
Would somebody having different signatures as far as how that signature is presented that predates the offense, could that be evidence of DID?
Possibly.
Okay. I'm going to ask, what is the difference between structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Yes.
I feel like I would need to understand a bit more about what you were asking me to define.
Well, in the dissociation and dissociation past, present, and future, it talks about in a clinical setting how it can be difficult for a clinician to distinguish between structural dissociation and alterations in consciousness. And at least my reading of it seemed to be structural dissociation would be kind of more what we were talking about originally as far as adaptive dissociation, where a person may go to a different place or be different, maybe not paying attention to what the person is saying, and then alterations in consciousness being more consistent with DID as far as the changing in personas.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. I would have flipped those. And
Okay.
at the same time, to speak to the issue that I think that you are raising, there, in terms of it being subtle and not being able to readily observe it, a person can switch from one personality to another, but not necessarily show any behavior demonstrating that. It is something that happens internally, which is why a lot of the research and even the DSM says that typically dissociative identity disorder presents as multiple states kind of being present at the same time, and why it's subtle and one wouldn't necessarily notice it.
And I think sometimes it even talks about it's not necessarily, and again, the Sybil, where I'm a young kid and I'm an astronaut, but the personas will kind of shift as to which persona may be better functioning in a certain type of situation.
Yeah, that I'm not so sure. I understand it more as something that happens involuntarily that can't be controlled, as opposed to adapting to the environment.
But could it involuntarily shift subconsciously to a persona who would be better able to handle a situation?
The shifts can happen in response to some sort of trigger.
Okay.
And they can also happen randomly, to my understanding.
And when we're talking about triggers, one of the things that can be perplexing or difficult or cause the confusion to somebody with DID is they could be triggered by something that relates to a memory that is shelved in another persona, and so they don't even understanding why something is triggering them. Why the host may not understand why something triggers them.
Well, there would be that amnesia, so the host wouldn't have the realization necessarily that it is happening. And that's where the confusion and the distress that comes from having dissociative identity disorder can come into play.
Because a lot of times trauma and the trigger is that's stored in the body.
Yeah, there's literature that says that.
Yeah, and so the body can be reacting to trauma, but the host personality fails to connect why this is triggering or why this is causing this kind of trauma response. And that can be one of the things that can be very confusing to somebody who suffers from DID.
The whole thing can be confusing, especially because there's some component of amnesia associated with it. And then at the same time, the literature talks about how there's some awareness, sometimes even among the personalities, that it's a bit more porous, even though you would expect to see amnesia.
Well, and sometimes literature reflects clusters of personality may share certain memories.
Yes.
And when you were talking about whether or not somebody else, a family member or something, would have noticed these types of things, are you aware that Ms. Stauch left the home when her brother Dakota was only 2?
If she told us that, I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. But if they weren't necessarily raised in the same household or had a lot of contact with each other, that may be a possible reason why he didn't notice any of these issues.
I think that's possible. I don't remember off the top of my head how much interaction they've had.
Absolutely.
From her ages of adolescence forward.
But whether or not somebody would pick up on these subtle cues of somebody who legitimately suffers from DID would largely be based upon the amount of time that they interact with somebody.
That can certainly be helpful, consistency and amount of time interacting together.
And when Ms. Stauch was speaking, with you about her relationship with Al Stauch, the history that she presented is they actually, even though they had been married for, I I think 4 or 5 years at the point in time of the event, they actually hadn't really lived together for very long.
That's correct.
And so the sustained long interactions between the two of them may not have been as substantial as you would normally expect in a married couple who had been living together for 5 years straight.
That was my impression.
And, Mr. Stauch, in the interviews that he did talk some about her varying moods. As far as like 1 week she would be a great mother and the next week she may act like she doesn't pay attention to the kids at all.
Yes.
And again, he talked about her sporadic work, and that was a thing of frustration for him.
Yes.
In regards to Harley, we provided you with a memorandum regarding our interview with her in South Carolina.
Yes.
Do you recall that memorandum reflecting Harley being somewhat confused by Ms. Stauch changing her name to Taylor?
I remember, and I don't know if it's written in that report specifically, I remember her noting that she added Taylor as her middle name and used it with individuals outside the family.
Let me approach.
Yes.
Okay. Second, review that and see if that refreshes your record.
Thank you.
It's on the second page, I think the last paragraph off the top of my head.
Van Glider. Well, the choppers are about to take off. Where are they going? In California.
Okay.
That memorandum expresses that Harley Hunt had either frustration or confusion regarding the name change to Taylor, that she didn't even know what name to call her mom.
Yes.
It also indicates that her mom was oftentimes up and down.
Yes.
There was a lot of travel, that she almost felt like she was living out of a suitcase.
Yes.
And she talks about how oftentimes she would find her mom crying in a closet.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with what she kind of described to you, that oftentimes she would sleep in the closet.
Yes.
And would you agree that it's not unusual for children who are raised by parents who suffer any type of mental illness to not necessarily be aware of the unusualness until they have left home for a while and look back and say, now that I see other stuff, now I realize how messed up it was, because the kid only knows what they're exposed to.
Exactly. It becomes normalized for them.
I want to talk a little bit about the evaluation that you did, the sanity evaluation that you did. And I guess initially the main thing that I want to get out of the way is feigning or malingering is not exclusive of an actual mental health issue.
Correct.
Oftentimes in a forensic setting, you can have somebody who has a legitimate mental health issue, and for whatever reasons, they may either be making up something else or exaggerating the symptoms of the mental illness that they actually have.
Yes.
And that makes your job much more difficult.
It does.
Because so much of what you do in making these evaluations, having an unreliable narrator makes it difficult.
Yes.
And knowing that, that's part of the reason sometimes you guys give certain tests.
Yes.
One of the tests that you guys gave here is the MMPI-2.
Correct.
And what is that?
That is the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, 2nd edition.
Damn.
And what it is, it's a long test with a number of items. It's used to help with clinical diagnosis because it asks about a number of different symptoms seen in disorders such as anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, antisocial behavior, and other things.
And it's more helpful in a clinical setting because the belief is that somebody who is coming in for treatment is going to try to answer it as honestly as they can so they can get the treatment for whatever is causing them problems.
Yeah, we administer it frequently enough in these types of evaluations because it can be helpful with clinical diagnosis, especially if we get a valid protocol. It's also helpful because it has those validity scales on it, so it can let us know if the person who's sitting in front of us is currently potentially exaggerating symptoms.
But it's not a test that is specifically designed to detect malingering.
There is no test specifically designed to detect malingering. All of the tests that we have can detect exaggeration or feigning.
Okay.
I say they don't specifically address the issue of malingering because there is no test that gets to the motivation that would be important to the issue of malingering.
There are, and I'm going to get to this, and specifically in interpreting the MMPI-2, you guys relied upon an article. I think the primary person on it was a Dr. Brand.
Yes.
You're aware that Dr. Brand has other articles dealing with detecting feigning or exaggeration in people with DID?
Yes.
There are some structured interviews that they indicate can be helpful in making a determination of the validity of DID.
Yes.
You guys did not use any of those structured interview techniques talked about in those in that article.
We used the multidimensional inventory for dissociation, which is another self-report that looks at again, the gamut of the different dissociative symptoms, and it can be particularly helpful for teasing out whether somebody is experiencing a dissociative identity disorder or a post-traumatic stress disorder or borderline personality disorder, which is why we chose that test specifically.
Okay, but you didn't, as far as the structured interviews that Dr. Brand talks about can be of assistance in a DID determination, you guys did not use that specific structured interview.
Yeah, there are a couple, and we did not use them specifically because we were already conducting our own semi-structured interview of sanity, which does include a mental status exam, which goes into a number of the symptoms that one might exhibit for different disorders. And we had asked questions as it pertains to the issue of dissociative identity disorder. And those structured interviews, they simply go off of the criteria as it's outlined in the DSM, and they don't have validity measures. So we didn't see the utility in adding that to our interview.
Okay. And in the back to the article by Dr. Brand, dealing with the MMPI too, I mean, and not only Dr. Brand, but there's other literature that indicates people with dissociative identity disorder can score higher on the MMP2.
Yes.
And they can legitimately give answers that would lead for other types of diagnosis would be indicative of an invalid response.
Yeah, the limitation with the MMPI2, especially in these types of circumstances, is that there's a lot of items on this test, and there's a lot of item overlap on the scales themselves. And on some of the scales that detect the issue of exaggeration, it incorporates items that speak to issues of trauma. So when you have somebody who has a significant trauma history or even a dissociative identity disorder, it is said that they can elevate those scales and still be responding genuinely. And the MMPI has a third scale that looks at the issue of exaggeration that takes some of the trauma stuff out of it and just looks primarily at issues of what you would see in psychiatrically hospitalized inpatients. And she still elevated that one as well, which is you could say, prototypic profile of an individual who might be exaggerating issues of dissociative identity disorder.
And just for the exact quote by Dr. Brand at the beginning, or I think it's like the third paragraph, and I think it's a she, so I'm going to go. It's Bethany Brand, so I'm going to make the assumption here. She indicates the ability to classify individuals with severe trauma and DID correctly is challenging, as individuals with trauma-related disorders, characteristically, it's been a long day.
Characteristically.
Thank you very much.
There you go, baby.
Display high scores on a clinical and validity scales, including on the MMPI2. These traumatized patients may be misclassified as malingerers or psychotic because of the elevated scores on multiple scales.
Yes.
And basically what they do is they do a study to try to figure out what questions on the MMP2 would be indicated of actual patients who have been diagnosed with DID versus people who are attempting to malinger or feign DID.
Yeah, they compare them to people who have been coached by somebody in terms of what does dissociative identity disorder look like, as well as those who have not been coached. So they would just be going off of what they believe they know about dissociative identity disorder.
Sybil. Awesome.
Potentially.
Okay. And basically what they did is, so they had 3 groups of people, people with DID, people who've been coached in DID, and non-coached. They gave them all the MMP2, and then they compared scores. And what they found was certain scores seemed to indicate were endorsed more by the coached or the non-DID people than people with actual DID.
Yes.
And you guys use that in kind of making your determination that her scores did not fit with somebody who has DID.
Yes.
Do you have the raw data with you?
I should have the raw data with me. From which administration?
Let's go with the first one.
Jump out. Stay strong. 20, 45 minutes left. Can we start drinking now? Can we drink? Love, put your hands together now and clap your hands. It's gonna be all right. Oh, clap your hands.
I'm ready.
And so it kind of, and taking that and then comparing that, and do you have the article by Dr. Brand?
I do.
All right. Basically what Dr. Brand, and there's actually Dr. Brand and like 7 or 8 other people that helped with this article. They had some different scales, and they had basically DID endorsement direction. They had kind of most and then kind of least in comparison of the 2 groups, or the comparison of the 3 groups. Right.
Yes.
And then they kind of went to specific questions and had kind of percentages of, how much of the DID group endorses versus the coach group and versus the uncoached group.
Correct.
One of the questions, there's question number 12, which dealt with sexual difficulty. The DID endorsement group was at 90%. So 90% of people with actual DID in response to that question, which dealt with sexual difficulty, 90% indicated that they had that. And it's a true-false question, right?
Yes.
And 76% of the coach group indicated they had that, but only 59% of the uncoached group listed that as a symptom.
Correct.
She actually listed that she had that as a symptom.
Correct.
And so at least with that, in that question, she would be consistent with an actual DID group.
Well, I would argue that I don't know that that is the best item specifically to differentiate, given that 90% is a substantial majority, but I would also consider 76% a majority.
Okay.
And 59% is more than half.
Well, in regards to question 66, which deals with lack of regard for law enforcement, only 1.9% of the DID group endorsed that. That's compared with almost 29% of the coached and almost 50% of the uncoached group.
Yes.
And she said that she would be consistent in her response with the actual DID group.
Yes.
Stay strong.
Again, question 123, rejection of law enforcement laws. DID group that had it, 3.8. Coached 16, uncoached 53.7. She denied having that. So she would be consistent in that question with the DID group.
As well as the coached.
Yes.
Patient, man. Good.
Would it surprise you on, well, I'm not going to go through every one.
Okay.
Would it surprise you that she, on the questions that they list as kind of the flags, that 58% of the time she is consistent with the DID group?
And I would say almost the same with all of the others. It's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. In your report, when you're talking about how kind of her speech and so forth, at one point you indicate she displayed a tendency to provide unnecessary and unsolicited detail, a shift to unrelated topics, not responding to questions, and requiring redirection.
Yes.
Could that be consistent with loose association?
I wouldn't call it a loose association necessarily. It's that rambling behavior that maybe we saw in watching some of the interviews. Sorry.
In the rambling behavior, and I understand you're not calling it loose association, it appears, at least in the videos that we watched yesterday, would you agree, the topic that she's talking about somewhat seems to correlate with it. And what I mean by that, of all the videos that we watched yesterday, when that one where she's talking about the abuse, suffered in James, that to me seemed pretty rambling and almost a loose association.
I'd have to go back and look at that specifically. I would say that generally speaking, she had a tendency to ramble. She would usually come back to the main point or the topic, but sometimes she did need to be asked the question again simply because she had strayed.
Okay. And so you ended up diagnosing her with a personality disorder, and borderline with narcissistic features. Would that be?
Yes.
What are the similarities between dissociative identity disorder and borderline personality disorder?
There is some overlap, although I'd say that the nature of the symptoms tend to be different.
Okay.
But they both have that identity disturbance. They both have issues with mood swings. They're both correlated, even though it's not specific criteria for DID, with suicidal behavior and attempts, as well as impairment in functioning.
And in fact, there was some literature, I think like almost 20 years ago, but trying to say that there's no such thing as dissociative identity disorder, and it's just a presentation of borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of it?
If that's the article from 1988 that you provided.
There was a different one. It was another one by Dr. Brand, who seems to do a lot in this. It was the separating fact from fiction, an empirical examination of the 6 myths about dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I did read that one.
And the one that she disproves is the myth that DID is the same entity as a borderline personality disorder.
Yeah, I would agree that they are two distinct things and they can coexist with one another.
Okay. And so they could be comorbid.
Yes.
And what does comorbid mean?
Comorbid means you have both of them at the same time.
And borderline personality disorder has a correlation with childhood trauma.
Yes.
While it's not like the same as DID is almost all 100%, anywhere between 95 and 100% associated with childhood trauma. Just to be fair, borderline doesn't have that strong a correlation, but there's definitely a correlation.
There's definitely a correlation. I don't know what the percentages might be, but since it's a maladaptive personality characteristics type of disorder that develops in late adolescence into adulthood, it's usually stemming from some of those problematic issues that you see in abuse or neglect or disruptive homes.
And similar to DID, it also has a correlation with disorganized attachment style.
It does.
And that kind of goes on. One of the main features of borderline personality disorder is a almost irrational attachment to a romantic partner.
For borderline personality?
Borderline, yes.
With borderline personality disorder, as it pertains to the issues of romantic attachments or even familial attachments, people that you're close to, you see a pattern of idealizing them and devaluing them, and it can change very rapidly. So that's where that push-pull comes into effect.
And borderline personality, where does that term come from?
Ooh, it's from a while ago. I do know that borderline personality disorder originated in issues associated with neurosis and psychosis way back in the day, before it became officially a personality disorder.
And the thought was it was on the border between neurosis and psychosis.
Yes.
Because oftentimes people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from psychosis.
Yes, they do have the psychosis.
Okay.
The DSM says transient psychosis. The research says it's not always transient.
Okay. And what the DSM talks about, so people with borderline personality disorder, especially in times of high stress, can suffer from video and audio hallucinations.
Visual. You said video and audio, but
thank you.
Visual and auditory hallucinations.
And sometimes from delusions.
You see paranoia more so than anything else. I would say that it doesn't always rise to the level of a delusion, because to be a delusion, it has to not be based in anything that's reality. I think that they are quick to be suspicious about other individuals, which is where the paranoia can come in. And it can rise to that level of delusion. It just depends on the person and the severity of the presentation.
And so I guess you have some different, so is there more literature coming out now that psychosis would be longer present as opposed to transitory?
In borderline personality disorder, it tends to be transient, meaning temporary. It comes and it goes. The difference between delusions, as you might see them in a psychotic disorder like schizophrenia, is that the individual with a borderline personality disorder and that paranoia that can even enter the realm of delusion is that they tend to maintain more awareness and insight, and they're able to test whether something is based in reality or not. So they still stay within this realm of reality compared to a psychotic disorder that tends to not do that, and they tend to believe the things that they are hearing, whether it's an auditory hallucination or even the delusions that start to develop in their minds.
And would you agree that the characteristics of borderline disorder can kind of foster somebody who will make falsifications or distort the truth or lie or almost pathological lying?
That can happen.
And part of that reason is because people who suffer from borderline personality disorder, they lack kind of a consistent identity of self.
They do have trouble with their own identity. That's one of the criteria.
They kind of have contradictory towards views of themselves. Sometimes they think they're wonderful. Sometimes they think they're the worst thing in the
Yes.
world. They can be prone to loose and unstructured situations, and sometimes they can have a transient loss of reality.
That's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
And they're also, one of the things with borderline personality disorder, they can also be very impulsive.
Yes.
And so all of those features can lead to somebody who may almost pathologically lie.
Potentially.
Something that we may have.
It's going to depend on a case-by-case type of thing. You don't see pathological lying in all cases of borderline personality disorder, but
it can be seen in people with borderline personality disorder.
yes.
And again, not in all cases, but the underlying cause of both DID and borderline personality disorder can be similar as far as like the childhood trauma and disruptive household.
Yes.
And just to be clear, there is nothing in the Colorado statutes or in any case law that precludes borderline personality disorder from being a significant mental illness that could in some cases rise to the level of insanity.
Yeah, I don't know any case law associated with that. And the statute explicitly doesn't speak to what disorders can or cannot rise to the level of a mental disease or defect.
Well, it kind of excludes antisocial personality disorder.
Thank you. It excludes antisocial personality disorder and issues associated with substance use.
Okay. But any other type of mental illness, depending upon the circumstances, is not necessarily excluded by the statute.
Correct.
And the DSM-5 doesn't make any distinguishing between the level of severity. The DSM-5 itself doesn't make any differentiating between the level of mental illness between a personality disorder and even schizophrenia.
There's no severity level specifically associated with the DSM criteria.
Okay, the DSM itself doesn't say this is a serious mental issue and this is just nothing.
Because that's going to depend upon how much it's impacting the individual.
And that's kind of what we look at, is to see, we judge it by how much it impacts that individual's life.
And that's part of the analysis of a sanity evaluation.
And you talked about generally with somebody who is going to rise to the level of insanity, we would have to have, generally, I mean, especially when we're talking about, I can't distinguish right from wrong, you're generally talking about psychosis.
Generally speaking, given that the definition of mental disease or defect is a mental illness that impairs perception and understanding of reality, psychosis tends to be the one that we see most frequently.
And conceding that Ms. Stauch is not the most reliable narrator, especially in the second interview that we watched, she does relate symptoms that could be consistent with psychosis.
She says that she experiences them, yes.
Yes. And finally, lastly, in the definition of insanity in Colorado, is whether or not you know right from wrong, not whether or not you know something is a crime.
Correct, it's different.
And somebody can know something, think what they're doing is right, but still know that it's a crime.
Yes.
And I think that's what you were kind of alluding to. You could be insane by definition, think I am killing somebody because I think they're the Antichrist and going to bring the end of the world, but still try to hide that so that I don't go to jail for something that I think is good because of my mental illness, but know that I could suffer consequences for that.
It comes up.
And so it would not be the fact that I am trying to avoid punishment because of it's criminal. That in and of itself, while it could be a factor that you're looking at, doesn't necessarily exclude insanity.
I would say it's one of the data points that we consider looking at a variety of data points when coming to a determination.
Absolutely. But again, kind of Mr. Young was kind of indicating on his, direct review, I can't remember if it was you or Dr. Grimmett, that, and this happens, sometimes you will have people who, I've had clients who are insane, who are paranoid schizophrenics, who have gone off their medication, and they may brutally kill their own children, and then they'll just be sitting there in the blood waiting for the police to come. That happens.
Yes.
And that makes it pretty easy.
It does.
I mean, it's, they're talking about I had to get the devil out of her, and she's sitting there, and that's an easy determination. But you can have people that could be suffering from a psychosis that they think that they have to do this, but still try to cover up the crime. And that person could, not necessarily always, could still meet the legal definition of insanity.
It would depend upon the circumstances.
Absolutely.
And it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. And it's not excluded by the statute.
It's not excluded by the statute.
We have just a moment.
Well, I am Will Cook, representing Letecia Stauch. I got to do this job.
Thank you very much.
He's amped up. Boy's turned up. What's he doing?
Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Young.
Yes, thanks, Judge.
I am Will. I'm just here.
Let me clear out of here.
I got to do this, so I'm here.
Anything's possible, right?
Many times.
I could go through the DSM-5 and read you all kinds of criteria and say, hey, this is possible, correct?
I would say it depends.
You probably hate when lawyers do that.
She's not, though. She ain't
I
gonna
didn't
say
get
that.
one depends with him.
Lawyer's laughing, too. I mean, the judge laughing. That boy going through the whole
I'm going to read
definition.
something from the DSM-5 and
Jesus
ask you some
Christ.
questions, okay?
Okay.
It says, because deceit and manipulation are central features of antisocial personality disorder, it may be especially helpful to integrate information acquired from systematic clinical assessment with information collected from collateral sources.
Yes.
That comes right out of antisocial personality disorder diagnosis, right?
Yes.
And so deceitfulness and manipulation may apply to many mental illnesses.
I'd say yes. And at the same time, with these types of evaluations, the issue of not being completely forthcoming or truthful is something that we're always taking into consideration.
Especially in a criminal case where you're doing a forensic evaluation?
Yes.
In the DSM-5, we talked about the cautionary statement, maybe not with you, but other witnesses. You're familiar with that?
I am.
Caution should be used when using this manual in forensic settings.
Yes.
Did you consider antisocial personality disorder in this evaluation?
We didn't see sufficient information to diagnose an antisocial personality disorder here.
And is that because you didn't have enough information since the age of 15, which is kind of the first step in that?
Well, you are looking at lifetime functioning for many of the personality disorders. But when it comes to antisocial personality disorder, there was just not very much there from what we had access to.
Let me go through 3 criteria because it says you need 3 criteria to evaluate if you have information from the age of 15.
Okay.
Criteria 2, deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. Consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. Lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. Do you think those 3 criteria apply to Ms. Stauch's case?
I think it's possible. I also think some of the other things that we see in the personality disorders that we noted could account for a little bit of that.
And so antisocial personality disorder is not a mental illness, correct?
It's in the DSM, and it can certainly cause impairment in functioning. And when it comes to legal issues, antisocial personality disorder is excluded because it's associated with criminal behavior.
And that's right in the definition of insanity, is it not?
Yes.
When you state in your report that there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms, to the definition of mental disease or defect, what did you and Dr. Gray mean by that?
We mean that we diagnosed the specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, and we ruled out the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder and an unspecified anxiety disorder. But essentially what we're saying is that in none of these disorders do we see Ms. Stauch presenting with symptoms that would impair her perception or understanding of reality.
Are you giving your opinions because the hospital has overcrowding issues?
No.
What would happen to your license if you came in here and did something like that?
It would not be good.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do the job you're doing right now, right?
Just smiling. Don't smile.
DID is a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
And in the DSM-5, it talks about a study that they did with a group of classified people.
Yes.
What classified people are we talking about?
I don't have access to that study, but it does mention something about substance use. So I wondered if it wasn't conducted in a substance use facility or potentially in some sort of inpatient setting.
And they list out the percentage of people in that group that had DID as 1.4 or 1.4%.
Correct.
Out of that small group.
Yes.
Who has mental illness issues.
Yes.
So that's not related to all society. Although I think, well, I'm not going to ask you that. You know what I'm saying. I think anybody who goes to see a psychotherapist is probably going to be diagnosed with something. It's like when you go get your car changed, you need tires.
I would hope not.
At least you didn't say it depends. But we don't know who's in that group, but needless to say, it's a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
Are there any studies that indicate how often that diagnosis is faked in a criminal setting?
I wouldn't have percentages associated with that, and I'm not sure that I've read that anywhere. When it comes to dissociative identity disorder specifically, it is cautioned when it is used in a criminal setting because of the gain that a person might receive by saying that, essentially, that it wasn't them, that it was a different personality.
It's kind of like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right?
Correct.
I have another personality who happens to be a psychopath or antisocial personality disorder that I can't control.
Correct.
Pretty easy thing to just say, right?
Sure.
I just said it.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the childhood trauma that's associated with Miss Stauch. She told you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say she was 10 to 12 when this happened.
I think once she told us she was 9 and once she told us she was 12, so we stuck with somewhere between 9 to 12.
Okay. Now, is this something that's suppressed for over 20 years and just coincidentally comes out during the death of her stepson?
It's hard to believe.
Why is that?
As we've mentioned or talked before, essentially, you would have expected to see it at some other point manifesting itself, especially if she herself is saying that she's had these different personalities, including the personality of Maria since she was 16 years old.
And we talked about this again, but family members, when we talk about, as Mr. Cellini said, it sometimes it takes 6 to, I believe he said 12 years for it to be diagnosed, is because family members may not know what's going on because there's blackout periods and they can't explain it, things like that.
Potentially.
Is it rare that the individual themselves would know what's going on with it, or would they have to seek help and get into therapy for 6 to 12 years until they figure that out?
That's another, it's going to be, it depends on the presentation and what it is that they are going through. If it is so severe that they are blacking out, finding themselves in different locations, cities, acquiring objects that they have no memory of acquiring, you would think that they would say something to someone.
And the first time that you or Dr. Gray ever learned anything about the potential of Ms. Stauch having dissociative identity disorder is based on a psychological test that you did during the competency evaluation. Is that right?
Well, during the competency evaluation, we weren't looking for dissociative identity disorder. It was never brought up. She did not mention it. Her attorneys did not mention it.
Well, let me. I could be wrong, but I thought yesterday you said there was a test that you asked her about because she answered it a certain way. Am I?
Yes. No, that is correct. Because we gave, during the competency evaluation, 2 psychological tests. One was the personality assessment inventory, the PAI, is the first one that we gave, and she invalidated it. Given that we saw her the following day to finish up our interview, we asked her specifically about some of the items on that test that caused the invalidation, just to see if we could get a better understanding of what happened here. Why was this test invalidated? And one of those questions happened to be an item that asked about whether or not she felt like she had 3 or 4 personalities inside of her. And she had said true. So we simply read the item to her. We ask her, what were you thinking? What does this mean to you when you say true? And even when we asked her about that, she did not talk about having different personality states. She did not name any of these other personalities. Her response to us was essentially talking about different mood states, saying, well, sometimes I feel very competitive when I'm playing sports. Sometimes I feel more compassionate, or sometimes I feel like I lack empathy with my family.
And then was it during the second competency evaluation where Dr. Grimmett actually looked into the DID diagnosis and said it doesn't apply here. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was well after she had been in the jail for months.
Yeah, I forget exactly how far after our evaluation Dr. Grimmett conducted hers.
And Dr. Christine Moore, who is a psychologist at the jail, who was meeting with Ms. Stauch almost on a weekly basis, would she be in a good position, based on her weekly conversations with Ms. Stauch, to make a decision as to whether or not she had dissociative identity disorder?
Potentially, and it might depend upon what Ms. Stauch told her. As I imagine, I bet Dr. Moore could tell you better than me, but I imagine that those meetings could potentially be pretty brief.
Do you recall reviewing her notes where she indicated there's no symptoms of dissociative identity disorder based on what Ms. Stauch was telling her?
I remember those notes suggesting that situational anxiety associated with her case was the predominant thread of a diagnosis that they saw during her jail time.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Torres? Looks like we have a couple. Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those and counsel approach, please.
Oh, shit. I have DID. I have DID too. I'm suffering from DID. I'm suffering from DID too. For all the people that sent super chats, for like a drink, do a little shot. I mean, they probably cancel me. But I have DID. I have DID too. I have DID. No. I shouldn't do that, right? That's not funny. All right, thanks for the super chats. I'm just going to do one. That's it, just one. One. This is water. Friday. Made it to the end of the week. I have DID. I have DID too. Yeah, I have DID also. Give me that DSM-5. I'll find some shit for myself too. If I ever do some countable shit, I'm gonna order the DSM-5 because I want to keep this shit here. And if I do some crazy shit someday, I'm just gonna go through the Rolodex of mental health and say I got some shit, and then you can't say nothing. DSM-5. I'm gonna order that shit right now. Fuck it. Damn, this shit kinda. I ain't trying to spend that much now. Give me the paperback version. I have it also. You know what? I do as well. Tired of this shit. That's gonna be the most interesting part. I'm tired of it already. Asking the same fucking questions over and over. I like how the attorney was like, you could just go down to DSM-5 and start asking whatever, right? Anything's possible. Damn. I'm gonna buy this for no reason. I'm just gonna buy it. I'm never gonna read it. I'm gonna buy this shit. This one will come tomorrow. I'm gonna keep this handy. The hardcover is $150. I'm just gonna buy the $34 one because I'm never gonna read that shit. The paperback version. I should put that. You know what? I'm not gonna spend $150 for that hard. Because I kind of want to put it next to the plaque behind me. I want to put that shit on the desk. Maybe I'll go on that side. I'm gonna put the DSM shit. What do you guys think? That'd be the backdrop, the DSM-5. Fuck it, I'm gonna put that. But if it's soft cover, can it still stand up? Can a paperback book stand up? A paperback can stand up, right? Somebody that actually suffers from that is gonna be really pissed. It's rare though, but it's always somebody, right? Buy it used. I don't want a used one. I want a brand new one that I'm not gonna use. I want a brand spanking new one. What do you guys say? Just yeah, tax write-off, right? Fuck it. Don't order the hardcover, right? Or should I order the hardcover? I mean, it's kind of a waste. It feels like a waste, but like, fuck it. You know, I don't. What's the difference? I mean, I like, so the one I'm looking to order, I like this one because it has these little dividers in there. Let me show you. This is paperback, this one. You know what? I have the ID also. I do as well. I was going to order, this was paperback, $34. Encase it like the brush. I really like this brush. I don't know, but I should encase it. Paperback, yeah, I'm just gonna get paperback. I ain't spent $150 on that bullshit. All right, that's a waste. I mean, the brush, you know what I'm saying? We'll spend, $300 on that, but the DSM-5, I just get the paperback. It'll come tomorrow. Fuck it. I'm gonna put that shit right behind me, and if I ever start to feel off, or like I ever, ever slip up or have a mistake, I gotta do an apology, like a YouTube apology. I haven't had to do one of those yet. If I ever have to do a YouTube apology, I'm gonna put that DSM-5 right behind me and shit on the desk. All right, it's coming tomorrow. DSM-5. Oh, you got a hardcover? Damn, I already bought the paperback. I like the organized tabs too. Can you diagnose me, please? The DSM-5. I'm sure I got some sort of disorder. You can just look down whatever you find. Just go to a psychiatrist and tell them how you're feeling. They'll tell you something. They'll tell you something for some pills. I guess you're starting on some medication right away. Oh, Kelly Van Glider. Oh, maybe I said it wrong. Gilder. I'm over here. I'm over the attorney psychiatrist. Just stop. She's such an evil witch. Love her channel, Mel. Watch you every day. My name is pronounced Van Gilder. Oh, okay. Thank you. But your way works too. Sounds much more fun. It does, right? Glider. But Gilder, yes, Gilder. Miss Medine, thank you. Medine, thank you for the super chat. Grace Bible Church, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. Grace Bible Church. We all need some church.
Good to go.
Yeah, can we be done already for today?
Dr. Torres, would a person with multiple personalities refer to themselves as I when describing the actions that a different personality carried out?
I don't think so.
And let me know if you need the exhibit for this. And I'm sorry it's late Friday, and I'm not even sure if you were the witness that had this exhibit, but that's where we're going to start. We were shown how the defendant performed the clock test well on the first competency test. We were told she performed the same test poorly on the second competency test. And I think you were asked the question about, were you aware of the test that was done by Dr. Lewis? Is that right?
Yes, we gave the clock drawing. Oh, is there more?
Yes, there is. I just wanted to make sure that we were thinking about the same thing. Why would the same test be used twice when the first one could train the defendant how to perform or not perform on the second?
Okay. I'm just going to say a little bit to clarify the situation, but during our initial competency evaluation, we gave a brief cognitive screener to see if there were any cognitive problems on it, which is where that clock drawing came in. And she did it fine with us. I don't think the issue of the clock drawing comes up again until Dr. Lewis's evaluations, meaning I don't recall that Dr. Grimmett gave that specific test or knowing any results associated with the clock drawing test there. And in Dr. Lewis's administration of that specific test, the clock came out very different and looks impaired. In terms of why would the same test be given, at this point in time, we would have given that test sometime in 2020. So ostensibly, Dr. Lewis would have given it at some time in 2022. And I think I noted that we gave a cognitive screener, but that test specifically is supposed to be sensitive to issues of brain impairment or some sort of brain dysfunction. If something had happened in between 2020 and 22, like a substantial head injury, it could impact the results on that particular test. But to answer the question more specifically, why would we give the same sort of test at two different times? Depending on the test, sometimes the person might respond differently. So for example, we talked about the MMPIs being administered multiple times, 3 times in this case across the years. That test is more sensitive to what is going on with the person right now. So you could give it last year and you could give it this year and get different results depending upon what's happening with the person if they're receiving treatment. With cognitive tests, those tend to be more stable across time in terms of any issues associated with deficits. But like I said, if something is happening or if something has happened, it can change the results on the test from one administration to the next. And we even see it with issues of severe psychosis. Somebody who's acutely mentally ill with severe psychosis might perform cognitively worse, get treatment, and then perform cognitively better. So there is benefit to giving it at different times.
All right. And then I'm going to rephrase this question a little bit. But let's assume that you believe everything that the defendant has told you and everything that she said in her story. So you're not looking at, I guess, correlating information or anything like that. The question is, if you believe everything the defendant said in her story, would you diagnose the defendant with dissociative identity disorder?
Damn, it's a tricky one.
Just basing it off of her self-report?
That seems to be the question, yes.
I think I still would not, because the way that she describes creating the personalities, being able to have some sort of control switching between worlds, to me, that is inconsistent with the nature of a dissociative identity disorder being something that is involuntary, overwhelming, and uncontrollable.
I will allow reasonable follow-up to those questions only. Prosecution?
Just briefly, Your Honor. You don't know why Dr. Lewis administered that cognitive thinking test.
I don't know why.
Did you consult with her prior to her doing that?
No.
Did you ever consult with her?
We never spoke with her specifically. We just read her report and saw some of the testing and watched the videos.
Defense?
Whether or not somebody with dissociative identity disorder could refer to themselves as I when relaying information that another personality did, wouldn't that be somewhat conditioned on that individual and how that disease is presenting themselves in that person?
I suppose it's possible, but whenever I hear somebody say I assume they are talking about themselves.
And then lastly, the question, if you took as face value everything that she said, I understand some of the stuff would be inconsistent with DID and not having control, but at least in relationship to how she described Maria, the Maria personality, that would be more consistent with somebody who had DID, in that she said she did not have control of Maria or access to Maria's memories.
I would be looking at the whole presentation as opposed to just a part of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Torres. You can step down.
Thank you. Am I excused?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank you.
Bruh, she did a really good job, but damn, that shit.
I should ask. You're under subpoena by the attorneys. Prosecution?
We want to play some more videos with her.
Okay.
Kidding.
All right. Defense?
Shit.
Okay. Yep. You are.
Let her go, man. Let her go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jesus. There she goes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our weekend break. Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction that you're probably tired of, but I want to keep reminding you of it because it's important. You have probably already guessed that there has been some media or public interest in this case. You must guard against exposure to the media or interaction with others. Because you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case, but you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone. And you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from anyone else. If someone asks you why, just tell them that's what the judge told you. That puts the burden on me and not on you. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV. You can go on the internet. You can still do your
Courthouse Cat. Happy birthday. Happy 50th birthday from Stevie. Happy birthday.
Page, do not give it any attention.
Amazing.
Allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia blogs, and other websites. You simply are not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case or this kind of case. So with that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 9 o'clock on Monday morning, we should be able to start on time at that point.
Jesus, this shit went overtime this week.
Have a good weekend. All rise for the jury, please.
I'm thinking maybe it's going to end early Friday. Maybe they're going to run out of time. Judge was even talking about, like if we have extra time, we'll just do jury instructions. Oh, God. Rap 4. Happy 53rd birthday, Monday. Bruh, this shit dragged. Oh, Jesus. Call it a day. Go take a shower. Love. God. And
thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. What are we looking at on Monday?
We should just have our final witness on Monday, Judge.
Okay. How long do you think that'll take?
5 hours.
How long do you think that will take?
6 hours.
It'll take a chunk of time. There's quite a bit of territory that we need to cover.
But not the whole day?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
I just need to, do they need to have their expert ready to go on Monday or? Okay.
Yeah, I think if I think we'll be able to tell by the time we break for lunch whether we're going to get to that, and obviously we'll coordinate with them too on timing. So
all right, okay, that'll be, and she's going to be staying here, right?
Yes, she's
Okay, so that should be fine. Okay, all right, then we will see everybody on Monday. You can leave everything here if you want to do that. It's up to you. The courtroom will be closed and locked.
The other thing that we're scheduling.
Go ahead.
I've already talked to the district regarding the jury instructions. All except for one, particularly out of Colgy.
Bro, this shit is crazy today, bro.
Out of Colgy, but all
I'm not going to have barely any time tonight.
Is that the statutory language that's based on the one? Yeah. Okay.
That's gonna, and we can talk about that later.
Right.
Just to give the court a heads up on scheduling. I don't think we're gonna need.
Okay. The other thing that I want to talk about or get a better idea as we get closer, I'm not going to put time limitations on this, except for I'm probably, and I know neither side even came close to using the time that I gave them for opening statements. I understand that. I understand we're at a different place now. So I'm not going to put time limitations on, but I most likely would interrupt you somewhere after 90 minutes because I don't want the jury sitting there. So we may have to figure out a reasonable break or something like that.
I guess
I don't know how to do this, I'm just speaking out, like a fairness with rebuttal. That they do theirs and I do mine, and then, rebuttal takes, 2 hours. I don't sure
Right.
that would be, appropriate or fair. And I don't know how to solve, but I think.
We have that issue in every single case where there's not time limits. And as you know, my typical practice is to put time limits on everybody, but I also understand that this length of case is rare. We're at, I don't know what, somewhere in the mid 700s for exhibits. I frankly am going to have to figure out some logistical issues because we can't get all of this back in the jury room and get the jurors in the jury room. So probably what I'll do is put the exhibits in one room, the jurors in another, and they can get whatever they want to get to take back with them to the jury room. The other issue that I will need to advanced problem solve, or at least be aware of, is I think everybody knows that when we get closer to where the closing arguments are going to be and the verdict, we're going to have more crowd control issues. I also want to know what other family from either side may be here. As per my other order, family will have priority over anybody else. And then we will, so I'm going to need some help from the attorneys to give me some idea about how to manage all of that, and may need to draw on other resources. So anyway, those are logistical concerns that I have, but we can talk about it as we get closer to that.
Yeah, just initial thoughts on that. I think the space that we had reserved at the very beginning of trial for family probably will be sufficient, but we'll check with them to make sure that we have a good handle on, at least from a victim standpoint, who will be here and can give you that information.
You're talking about the opening statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And defense, let me know. And then we will go from there. And my guess is if there's not a whole lot of change in the instructions, I bet I get through them in 40, 45 minutes. Something like that.
I would guess. Yeah.
So that gives you a pretty good, decent part of the day. As I said, I'm not going to put time limits on. It'd be nice to get everything done before the lunch hour so that not ever had one. I can't think of one that I've ever had where I've broken up the closing arguments with lunch somewhere in between, but we may end up having to do that simply because that's the way that it is. So just be aware of that. Okay, court will be in recess. Thank you.
Hey, Judge. Okay,
Tisha. Lord, what a drag today. Jesus. Lord almighty. Oh, man. You fell asleep? Skeezer. Oh, skeezer. Let me just finish off the rest of the super chats. I think we're pretty much caught up almost. Geraldine Walker, thank you for the super chat. Says thank you, Mel, for covering the case. I don't know how you do it. You guys, Gypsy, thank you for the super chat. What are we gonna do when Maria takes the stand? That would be so interesting, amazing. Jane A, thank you for the super chat. Says yes, it's time for a drink. I'm having one, so I gift you one. Thank you. D Jedson 4881. Let's all buy Mel a drink. Thank you so much, Konas Mom. Thank you for drink for Mel. Thank you, SW4x4. Drink for Mel. Thank you. Respect to you, Michelle Lee. Cheers. You're amazing. Thank you. Jay Nate, thank you for the super chat. Hell, here, one for poor Wardo. Oh my God. Also, poor dude has been scrambled by this. Eduardo. Konas, thank you for the super chat. Says for your book. Thank you. Moni, funds for DSM-5. It's coming tomorrow. Brandy, thank you for the super chat. Says book stand for the paperback. I guess I don't know where I would put it though. Behind me? I feel like it's kind of already the equilibrium, or I could put it off to the side. I don't know. Leslie P, thank you for the super chat. Says Mel, it is a big book, but it does explain psychiatric diagnosis very well. Tax write-off, yes. You are now involved in the psych in your work. Put it towards your new book. Thank you. Oh shit. Amy says hard book. It's deductible. You want me to order a hard book? Maybe I'll gift the paperback. Mary, thank you for the super chat. Says love the show, Mel. The person that complained about you laying on a couch had did DID. That's funny. Elizabeth, thank you for becoming a member. Gabs, thank you for the super chat. Says it's closing time. Thanks for hanging with us all day. We all deserve a drink. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, we made it. Am I writing a book? No, but I've had a lot of shit that I could have somebody write me a book. Seriously, there's been a lot of interesting shit. I guess I should get out of here. I gotta clean up and take a shower. I'm gonna be chilling tonight. I have a guest tonight. So but yeah, thank you guys so much for riding with me. I appreciate it. Fun day. I mean, it just dragged for me at certain moments. Like I just so over like hearing the same thing over and over. Over Tisha. Day 17. Redirect. All right, yeah, I should go. All right, I love you guys. I don't even know how to walk away. Keith Dyke, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that, man. Guessed what? Love you guys. Good night, man. Good night. Sunday. Sunday is the members Q&A. Okay. Damn, you guys. I can't leave. You said the super chats. Leslie P. I should do one more, right? I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I gotta get off. I'll do one more. Fuck it, man. So much for detox, right? Fucking Letecia drive me to drink. Leslie, thank you for the super chat. But Mel, I love the tabs. I could have used that in med school. Oh yeah. Oh, a guest. I love the tabs too. I like the organization. You say hardcore? You guys want me to do it? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do a poll. Start poll. DSM-5. You tell me right now. I'll order that shit right now. Paperback. We should get some DSM-5 merch. Oh, that is rough. All right, 60% say paperback. We'll leave it paperback then. Love. 50-50 poll, right? It's almost 50-50. Nervous for the guest? Not really. But I gotta clean up. I want to be like, I want the place all, clean, good. You ever seen the coffee table episode with on Seinfeld? The book that's a coffee table or something like that? Kramer. Adriana says get merch geared towards Gannon. I feel like that stuff is tricky though. I don't want to mess with that. I just feel like people could change that into whatever. They could really flip that into like some malicious shit. I wouldn't want to get like something. I don't know. Maybe if there was like something blue or something like that. But it's like a really thin line. I don't think I want to walk. If you know what I mean. The DID shirts. That sounds funny. I'd be down with that. Did. 55% paperback. I will leave it like that. Paperback. All right, man. I'm out of here. Oh, you think it's water? Well, let me not do that. I'm not going to put it on the screen, the bottle. Clip that, take a screenshot. See, iCkEdMeL. cocoa butter. I actually ordered some baby oil and some cocoa thing too, lotion coming I think tonight. Well, I think I'm gonna send a GoFundMe thing. That's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna send money to the GoFundMe because I got somebody DM me on over there. What's her name? Over here. I'll be over here. Message me and said that both of the GoFundMes are legit. So I think I'm just gonna send something to the GoFundMe. I don't like messing around. I don't want to complicate shit. I don't want to be like on behalf of anybody or somebody represent any kind of. I'll just send the money directly. I'm not collecting for nobody. Oh wait, I kind of gave that up, right? Like tonight. Oh shit. Yeah, the merch, it would just be a fun thing. Funds for whatever. I would just send to the GoFundMe directly, and that's it. Like I don't like fucking around with that kind of stuff, you know. Yeah, they do take a percentage, but I'm gonna send it to them directly. Let me tell you, I've seen enough shit in my life with these people online. I'm not complicating my shit. I'm not collecting anything. I remember one time I was covering a story, and I forgot what story it was, and somebody was like, "Oh, why don't you start a GoFundMe?" And like, "Why don't you start a GoFundMe on behalf of this person to get a turn?" I'm like, "No, they could start a GoFundMe, and I'll promote it. I'll send some money. I'm not starting a GoFundMe on behalf of. I'm not complicating my life. Fuck that. Hell no. No. Mm-mm. Nope. You could go do that shit. Not me. iCkEdMeL, the Q&A on YouTube and not Discord, right? It's going to be YouTube. I mean, maybe you guys, I have to, Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. I have to do a better way to take questions, but yeah, it's on, it's going to be YouTube. I don't know how we're going to take questions. You guys can leave a comment on the community tab under it. If you have a question, you can ask questions in advance. I think on Discord, I'll make a form for the Q&A. If people want to pre-ask questions ahead of time, maybe we can do that. Yeah, I don't blame you, Mari. I really don't blame you. All right, man. Well, I guess I'm going to get out of here. Good night, guys. Love you. Have a good night. I'll see you Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Unless there's a chase, I probably won't come back. Even if there's a chase, it depends. I might not come back. So, good night. Love you guys. Bye.